Good evening, everybody, and welcome yet again to a wonderful Sound Speeds live stream. And now this one's kind of a different approach than we've done in the past. You've seen me do a lot of live streams in the past where I've brought in guests, but this one's kind of unique because I put the word out and I was looking for people who are you guys, viewers, to come and join on a live stream and talk about things that interest you and what have you. And that's what we did here. I've talked to and lined up 3 guests for us tonight, and we're going to be having a really awesome conversation about all kinds of different aspects of sound depending on their interest. And we're also going to be taking questions from you guys out there. If you have any, by all means, feel free to leave them in chat. We already have one chat already there. Cool, definitely try to be on time to chat here. Well, we'll see if he comes back here. Let's go ahead and get to our guest. The very first one here is a fellow sound guy, and his name is Adam. Adam is a sound mixer and a Foley artist here. And he and I have talked quite often about sound online, and it's kind of cool to have Adam actually in a live stream with us. So if you have any questions about especially ENG or documentary type sound, Adam's a guy that you can ask questions to, and he has some things he's gonna want to talk about later too. How you doing tonight, Adam?
Doing pretty well. How about you?
Doing great. The second person we're going to be bringing in here is a guy by the name of Colin. Now, Colin is actually, he is an indie sound mixer, but he's also got an interest in Steadicam. He's trying to make a transition from sound into the world of Steadicam. Now, that is there's a definite interest there.
Mm-hmm.
From that I have, because there is a very close connection between sound people and camera people. We work together on set and we share the same breath and the same air and we share the same space. And so there's definitely a relationship that we have to have with our fellow camera guys here. And the third person we're going to be inviting here is Richard, and he is an audio enthusiast and he's also a video enthusiast. So he's going to be talking from his studio where we were talking right before we started the stream about all the cool things he has in the background. You'll see some of them light up and as we go on. And if anybody has any questions about anything, by all means, feel free to ask any of us as we progress through this. Now, one thing since I went ahead and teased it, I'm going to go ahead and transition into this. And we'll start with this. As we kind of mentioned in the opening, the relationship between camera and sound is a very, very tight one, because what we do as boom operators, for example, we have to do while sharing with the camera operator, the first AC if they're there, the dolly grip, the dolly, the lighting, and everything else. But priority, because we are making a movie, we say we are going to watch a movie. There's still the visuals there. If it was radio, it wouldn't be as big of a deal. Like if anybody's ever watched the Howard Stern TV show or any show that takes place where they record radio, it's all about the sound there. But when you watch movies and television, it's all about camera. So there's a big focus about camera. So to kind of get this going, I brought in a special guest for this live stream. To give you an idea, he has decades of experience going back to even movies like The Abyss and Pulp Fiction, where he was the Steadicam operator. He is a 2-time Society of Camera Operators Award winner for Dark Knight and Stranger Things. Not only that, he is an absolutely gem of a man. His name is Bob Gorelick. Thanks for joining us tonight, Bob.
Hey.
And I really appreciate you coming out here.
No,
very happy to be here.
So Bob is going to answer, if we have any questions, and this is the same thing goes in the comment section here. If there's anybody that has any questions about the relationship between camera and sound, Bob is a great guy to ask. We've worked together on quite a few shows now, and he has a lot of experience that he can pull from. So Colin, do you have anything that, now that you have yourself an A-list, top tier, quite amazing Steadicam operator here, is there anything as you're bridging the gap from sound to camera that you would like to ask him?
Not really. I mean, I've just been reading a lot of the. I'm attending the workshop next month, and I've been reading the book and talking to on the forums of people. So I'm just kind of like learning. Like right now, I'm doing a lot of utility work. So like coiling cables, which is essential, which is also related to sound because you coil over under. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe as we go along, I'll have more questions. But
well, I think you're starting in the right place. I mean, if you're taking the workshop,
yes,
that's I think the best place to start.
Yeah.
Can I ask you which workshop you're taking?
The SOA one in Pennsylvania.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's
the 5-day one. Yeah.
Yeah. You start there, and I think by the second day, you're in a rig and you're flying cameras around, and it's the most immersive way to learn Steadicam, you know.
Yeah.
So
Agree.
So, Bob, let me ask you this then. As a Steadicam operator, what are some of the things that make for a good boom operator relationship on set? Because I know that you have quite a bit on your shoulders, and it's not just, trying to get the shot right for the director, trying to also listen to everything that the DP is telling you and all the different notes. You have to think about the shot composition. You have to think about your footing, where you're going, how to do it. And at the same time, there's a lot that rests on you because you are the guy they're all watching. What are some of the big things that you look for and care about with regards to your sound friend standing next to you?
well, that's a great question. So I would start by addressing something you just said, where you kind of said it's all about you being the camera operator, being the Steadicam operator. I really don't feel that that's the case. I mean, I really think that everyone there is equally as important. And one of the more important things with a boom operator is to have an open dialogue. You're both the difference between like a boom operator with a conventional operator and a Steadicam operator, for the most part, is that the Steadicam operator is moving, and usually the boom operator and the Steadicam operator would like to have the same space. So,
Yeah.
It's like fighting for the premium real estate. And camera usually gets that, everyone's in agreement about that, but it's important to work with the boom operator. I try and develop a good relationship with the boom operator from day one, and usually they do with me as well. That starts by just coming over and introducing yourself and saying hello and letting each other know what each one of us does. As far as like my needs are concerned, I really appreciate when boom operators are listening to the notes in between takes that I'm given, so that I don't have to spend the time repeating everything, and I expect the same thing of my camera assistants, my dolly grip, anyone who works directly with the camera. Just because someone isn't talking directly to you doesn't mean you shouldn't be listening to that conversation. And I do that. I try and do that, when a director gives notes to a DP or an actor.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same exact thing. You don't, like, the director's not going to necessarily come to you as the operator and say, hey, Bob, I just gave this note to this actor and they're going to make these changes. You have to be present during those conversations, absorb all of that information. And so with the boom operator, for me, that's important.
Yeah.
So I don't get on, take 3, a microphone in the shot because I was asked to tip up to a window, something like that. If it's something that I know wasn't said out loud where other people could hear it, or if I'm pulled aside, or if I go to the DIT station and the DP gives me a note where the boom operator can hear it, it's important for me to communicate that to, such boom person. Say, hey, by the way, the DP wants me to tip up to this window. Those are important things, but lens changes. When we go to different lenses, I really appreciate when the boom operator is listening to that conversation, knows when we're wide, knows when we're medium, knows when we're tight. So there is a very highly connected relationship.
Yeah. Now, I know that also, I'm sorry. I know that also from when you and I have worked together, and pretty much any Steadicam operator, you're always looking at a little monitor that's angled usually down, upwards at you, where you're looking down.
Mm.
You're not able to, you're not looking at a big, huge screen like the DP and the director and DIP.
On a conventional camera now too, we get 7-inch monitors that are mounted, and they're not always mounted in the ideal angle for us, depending on how we have to situate ourselves on the dolly.
Yeah.
For viewing that monitor.
Yeah. So what are the things that you look for with regards to your actual execution of your shots? Like, I know that in the past when we've seen that's not that you, I think, told me, it might have been back on the Founder, that if you are framing up something, it's not just what you're putting in there, it's what you're choosing to keep out of the frame.
Oh yeah.
So what are some of the other catches and things that you're looking for like that when you're looking through that little bitty small monitor while concentrating on everything else?
From, lighting grip equipment to water bottles left on set.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a big one, especially with Game of Thrones recently.
Yeah. Famous, that one. Anything that shouldn't be in the shot, that's my job, to police the frame. And along with that, I'm watching, the top line for the microphone.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's funny because nowadays with the formats that we're shooting now, often with full frame and whatnot, we don't get a transitional area outside of the frame line.
Right.
To see if anything's about to come into frame. So
Mm-hmm.
as soon as I see it, it's in.
Yeah.
And it just makes it, we have to be a little more vigilant about what we're trying to keep out of frame.
I'm sure it's also doesn't help that sets are usually really dark now. It used to be that we would have very bright lights all over set and you could actually see things in the monitors. But now it's like, everything is very dark. I jokingly talk to the younger generation people that I see on set and they're like, it's so hot. I'm like, it's 75 degrees. Are you kidding me? We used to have, it used to be 100 degrees on set and everybody was melting. And, then when we got, the more fluorescent, the LEDs changed everything. That was a huge one right there. Now, in the more modern era, also, you have better quality monitors too, though. I mean, it used to be that those little old monitors, I remember seeing that some of them were like blue looking.
Oh, the green screen. Yeah.
Green,
the older Steadicam monitors were basically radar scope tube, government issue radar scope tube. What are they called? NTSC, tubes that were modified for Steadicam use. And they used those because they could be turned way up in sunlight. And you can actually see them in direct sunlight. But what you lost was detail.
Yeah.
And everything was green. So.
Yeah.
Hey Bob, I heard that the those monitors were now brighter though than the monitors we have today. Is that true? Like the the technology,
way brighter.
Yeah, the brightness.
In terms of the output of, like, if you measure it in nits, I don't know what a green screen would be, but they were way brighter. But they consumed a whole lot more power.
Mm-hmm.
They were delicate, and the new monitors are great. Once we started getting color monitors on Steadicams, that was a whole nother world.
Yeah.
You could actually, see detail in things. And as the resolutions became higher and higher, they're pretty good now. 4K monitors on your rig.
And I can remember early in my career, having many Steadicam operators tell me, I can't see anything. I just need you to keep an eye on anything that you see. If you see a reflection, if you see it, that's one of the reasons why I'm so tuned to that stuff. When, I'll always, as we're on set, I'll always say, wait a minute now. As we went around this one corner, we saw into this. I mean, it may be nothing, but I don't know how it looks in the monitor. Can we look at this one picture? Can we look at this one little thing? Because there's a lot of those things that got drilled into me early in my career about, look, I can't see this. I need you to help me out here. And I'm like, okay. So
it's been too long since you and I have worked together. I kind of miss it.
It has.
You are a boom operator who definitely looks out for, you were like another set of eyes for me. You would come to me and quietly say, hey, I saw you, you did that shot. Did you see over in that corner? Because there's a pair of boots or whatever, there's just something there. And you work very closely with the camera operator. And that's a great thing.
Yeah. Is there anything like that you like to see in a boom operator? Because I know that usually a dolly grip is there with you clearing the path, and they're usually not concentrating so much on what's the lens is pointing at unless they're going forward. But as boom operators also, since we walk the path with you, what are some things that boom operators could do to help out Steadicam operators?
Just, being sensitive to the real estate, in the room, communicating, because like I said, we're a team. Everybody has to do their job. And I'm not thinking about what your needs are when I'm in the rig, totally locked in. And so if there's something you need, please, and by the way, I'm usually walking backwards and don't see you and what you're going through, whereas you can see me. And so just communication, anything that can help, make the shot execute better or better overall.
Yeah.
Communication.
Yeah, that is absolutely key. Is there have there been any interesting stories you can recall of either something that absolutely went terrible, or went very, very successful when it didn't deserve to, that you could share?
In terms of sound, like working with
No, just in general, a shot that you did that just was a symphony and a collaboration between sound and camera, and it worked beautifully.
There are so many. Oh
Yeah.
my God. So many. I mean, I can't think of one in particular. Many dances, lots of miles.
Yeah. Now, I know that personally, and I'm going to ask you if this drives you crazy, because you and I have done, I think the very first time you and I worked together was on the pilot of Neil Inc. Before it was renamed Satisfaction. And then we worked together, I think, on Kill the Messenger, was it?
Well, I think Kill the Messenger was first.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so, because I had just moved to Atlanta. It was the first movie that I worked on after moving here.
I see.
Neil Inc. was maybe a year later.
Was it? I get the years mixed up. Then I know we also did The Founder together, and then Stranger Things.
Yeah,
so
we connected right away.
Yeah. I mean, we even on The Founder, we would even go out to dinner sometime and just talk shop and just talk about things in general.
Yeah.
And you introduced me to that wonderful book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, which I love. And I've referred to so many people. But one of the things that I'm going to ask you that always works for me is I'm always facing the camera, as you know, so that way I can pick up on any little movements or anything like that. But as there's commonly movement around of the Steadicam, sometimes you're wearing headsets in the modern era, and I will see something that deviates or shifts between takes, like take 3 to take 4. All of a sudden, a Steadicam operator will move all the way over here, and suddenly I'll jump to the other side of them, and sometimes they'll approach, and I'll suddenly jump back over. So I don't know if you and I have worked together enough that I would like to think that you would trust me on something like that if you saw me hopping around around you.
Yeah,
but I don't know if
communication. That's where the communication comes in. Yeah. Where you would probably say to me, "By the way, Bob, I've got to get around these obstacles, and I might get a little close to you here. Are you okay with that?" And of course, and then I would mentally prepare for that. But as you were saying that, I thought of a story. Was working on a show with Robert Maxwell.
Maxfield? Yeah.
Maxfield. Yeah. And for those of you who don't know him, he's a wonderful boom
great
man.
guy.
He's a mixer now, but he's like 6'5", a tall, skinny, lanky guy. And I was backing down a hallway and went around a corner and down another hallway at top speed going backwards. And I remember hearing what sounded like a car wreck. And poor Robert, he got pinned against some piece of furniture and went over backwards. And my God, I just, stopped dead in my tracks, and I turned around and he was on the floor, and everyone felt so bad.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, there was no space. There was nowhere to go.
And that's it. I mean, we've all been in those circumstances. Now I'm going to add one more little thing here to what you were just talking about, the communication with you. There's also boom operators need to communicate with the dolly grip also, because if they're watching your back, and I know that I'm going to end up having to transition to the other side of you during this one time, if I don't tell them, they'll box me out to make sure that I don't mess with you.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
There'll have to be a communication, because they're watching you to make sure you don't topple. And I've seen Steadicam operators flying backwards downstairs, miss a stair, and the dolly grip catches them in the air and everything, and saves everybody. I mean, and we're just like caught off guard, because that's one of the most amazing things. But I mean, if you watch a lot of the behind the scenes accidents that happen, on set where there's like a stunt and the car rolls or something like that. The dolly grip is the guy that if you watch the pedestals or someplace where there's a camera operator, if there's a camera operator and that camera goes by and gets wiped out by a vehicle and there was a camera operator behind it, the dolly grip, if you back it up and watch it, that dolly grip is the one that yanks the camera operator and off and really, and, you know, moves them away because they have to have a sixth sense on this stuff.
That's right. Be nice to your dolly grip.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's another thing is like, I don't always think about this, but you mentioned, you know, I'm walking backwards. I don't see all of this happening. You or the boom operator has to also negotiate around the dolly grip, whether he's moving the dolly or spotting a Steadicam operator.
Yeah.
So it's like an extra thing for you to have to deal with.
Yeah. But, you know, it's really weird because it used to be, I used to sense that it used to be a lot more territorial. I think nowadays there's a lot more Steadicam work that seems to happen. And it used to be a little bit, the vibe of it felt different from a boom operator perspective. I don't know if it feels any different from a camera perspective, but Steadicam is now extremely commonplace. It is almost every single day on the shows that we work on. It's almost always, oh, let's pull out a Steadicam. Let's do this on Steadicam. Let's do this on Steady. Because it's very convenient and it's easy for them to do very dynamic shots. And especially with things like the wave and even with things like easy rigs and slingshots that allow an operator to strap on gear that helps them navigate the camera without killing themselves. I know you changed from the traditional Steadicam rig to the, what is it? The Exo vest that you started using?
So I went from the traditional vest, which was front mounted, to a class in back mounted vest, you know, with that hard shell.
Yeah.
Support. And I was using that for like 20 years. And then towards the end of my Steadicam career, you know, I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But for like the last 3 years, I was using the Exo vest. And it was just something different. I just wanted to try something different.
Yeah. I remember you telling me that you like it. It's a good feel. I remember that you said you were a lot more open. You felt like you could move your arms better. And
yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
So does anybody who's watching out there, or Colin or Richard or Adam, have any questions that you'd like to ask Bob?
I was just going to say, I'm going to take that beginning part of what you talked about. I'm going to share it with some Steadicam operators I've worked with, because I've had people that refuse to communicate with me or a boom op. If I'm not working on it, another boom operator.
It's unfortunate. I know that's out there. You know, there are camera operators who think they're the most important person on the set, but you know, it's a team game, really. I really believe that, and try and create that kind of environment, you know, in general, when I'm at work. Get better results. It's more fun.
I was going to say the same thing, because I mean, we're all part of the shows that we make. I could very easily pop a boom in and say they'll never see that, or they'll crop it out or VFX it or something like that. But it's going to distract the operator. It could distract the director. It could, you know, different things that we do. That's one of the reasons why you hear actors say you're in my eye line, and it's distracting. We could be distracted by anything. And the last thing in the world I would want to have happen is a Steadicam operator backing up, looking at the frame, and suddenly a boom pops in there, have them quickly like, uh-oh, have their eye go up there, miss a step and fall or something because something happened that was unexpected. So that's a shame. There really needs to be a communication there.
Colin, you've got to have a question.
I'm just trying to absorb everything you said. I know that because I used to do boom operating, so I know how they communicate with the camera department and the camera operator. So like almost like I'm trying to think of what I actually point out this on the Steadicam handbook. There's actually, you can see the boom op running with the Steadicam. So. I'm trying to think of what question I would have, because.
In the meantime, Richard, a moment ago, you said something. Yeah. You started to say something.
Yeah. So for a boom operator, is there like a target you look at to make sure you're not below that target, so it's not in the frame? I mean, what do what do you focus on so you don't get that microphone in the shot?
It depends. It depends on a lot of different factors. Like Bob said before, if he's going to be tilting up at a certain point because they're trying to hold, like, let's just say the architecture of a building as they're approaching or walking away from something, if they're holding that, if you're pulling somebody out and all of a sudden the camera goes down and it's reaching for something, or it comes up because it's trying to include something on the ground. It really depends. You got to understand focal lengths. You got to understand the distance away and the height, because it all matters. A 50 mil lens, when the Steadicam operator is walking really high with it, they're keeping less headroom as a rule. I mean, it's not it's not like this is the gospel rule, because it will change.
Right, though.
But
it's most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time though, when the camera is higher, they're holding less headroom. And when the camera is lower, they're holding more headroom. But then from a boom operator perspective, when the camera is lower looking up, you can actually have the boom literally below their hairline. I could have the boom right here and it will still be out of the shot because of the angle. Now, I don't want to do that, because then an actor is looking right at it and it's distracting. But so there's different factors to it. It's also, how tight do you really have to be? If the person's yelling, back off a little bit on the microphone. If the person's whispering, you might need to push it in a little bit, but you don't want to do that if someone's running, because you're not gonna to do anything. I mean, everybody running and you're holding a pole, it could very easily, not just pop into the shot, but it could hit somebody. You got to keep it. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. A mixer that I worked with recently had his boom operators really, really riding the line. Almost every shot. And I talked to him about it. We just had a conversation, like I said, communication. And he said that, the actors are whispering. And they were. And he told me that this is a new trend among young actors, that they just want to talk like this.
Yeah.
And I understood, because he was actually, he was right. And so I had a very, very close relationship with that boom operator, to help him get, the mic as low as he possibly could, yet stay out of the shot.
Yeah. And that's exactly right. It's a really weird thing. If you listen to the voices and from overhearing, some actors think that if they talk quieter, then it makes them sound more husky and therefore more sexy.
Yeah.
It's like no, it just means it's more difficult to hear your dialogue. But there's still some actors now that seem to think that if they talk with like non-existent volume, then they can pick it up in post and perform, like Sam Jackson, who I know you've worked with quite a few times now. Sam, he loves ADR. And even though on set, he'll still speak up, he'll still deliver his lines properly, but Sam, he'll say after the first take, why do we need to go again? Is there a note? No. Right. Well, why do we need to do this again then? Because I'm just going to do it the same way. Exactly. Now Sam told me when, because at one point he said, I love doing ADR. And I said, why? He says, because I don't know which take they're going to use. And I want me to sound like me the way I want it to sound when I get it, when that movie's released.
Very interesting.
I was like, that is interesting. That to me was a very unique perspective that I had not considered before.
Yeah.
That they could choose any take. So, but now he still, will deliver his dialogue just fine. But there's some people that and I don't want to just name names and call them out, but geez, they just don't want to use their vocal cords at all. They just, move their mouth. It's like.
That's exactly what the mixer said to me. He said they think that if they're speaking lightly, they sound huskier.
Yeah.
They sound sexier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a really sad thing, because it's a modern trend, just like many other trends that we see come and go. It seems to be something that people think. And the fact of the matter is, when you whisper, it doesn't actually make you sound deeper. It just makes you sound quieter. Yeah. Because your voice actually goes softer, and then you don't engage the vocal cords nearly as much.
Understood.
There you go. So you're talking more out of the whispering of just pushing air through your mouth, unless you're your vocal cords. So it's really weird. And we could say, can you give us a little bit more volume? Can you give us some more volume? And just some actors just will not do it. But yeah, that's a trend. You're right. So, okay. Well, any other questions for Bob then? Because Bob told me that he'd be willing to give us maybe 15, 20 minutes, and he's been here half an hour already. Does anybody in the chat or here in the panel have any questions for Bob?
No, I feel like everything is Steadicam. Like I've been like reading for a while now, so I've gotten a lot of the answers I need, and the rest of the answers I'll get at the workshop. And I could ask you like what the back mount of vest. Do you like that better than the front mount?
Go try them all and just go with whichever one you feel the most comfortable.
Got it.
Seriously,
yeah.
There's not whatever you feel best in.
Cool. Thank you.
And Andre said, "Go ahead."
Sorry. Is it the Steadicam evolving, like the equipment or anything that's happening and coming up, or
big time?
Okay.
It's always evolving. In the last 6 or 7 years, we've gotten a wave. You know what the wave is?
Oh, I don't.
You mount on underneath the camera on top of the Steadicam, and it auto levels it, horizon level. And now after that, we got the Volt, which is a stabilized gimbal, and that is 360-degree stabilization directly on the gimbal. So basically, what you have now are electronically gyro stabilized Steadicams, it's great.
Well,
I'm sure it adds a lot of weight to it also, and it definitely adds a lot of cost to it.
Oh yeah.
Each one is about 10 to 12 grand.
Yeah.
But they do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. And I've seen some people do things with the Volt that are just amazing. You can lock a certain height and it will automatically help you nail the head height on a move if you program it there. And then when you let it go and let it do its thing, they'll come in from a really steep move really fast or slow, and it will get there where it needs to. It's really cool.
What he's describing is if you tilt down or up, you can press a button on the gimbal and the Volt will keep it at that angle. So if you're going upstairs, for example, you want to tilt up as you get to the first step or second step, you're tilted up, you hit that button, it locks it there until you get to the top of the stairs, hit the button again, and now it's free. So you don't have to worry at all about the headroom.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Concentrate on your footing and doing it safely. It's amazing. It's a really cool device.
Well, I've got to go.
Well, thank you so much, Bob. Really appreciate you coming out here and spend some time with us. Have yourself a great Labor Day. And like you said, it has been a long time since we've last worked together.
Again. I miss you.
We do. I miss you too, man. You take care. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, Bob.
See you, Bob.
Bye-bye.
You take care.
thank you.
So there you have it, Bob Gorelick. I tell you, there's been a lot of guys I've worked with over the years, and Bob is absolutely amazing. He's not just great from a communication point of view. He has the ability, and we've worked together even with some DPs that haven't fully, figured out the best way to do what the director has asked of them. But Bob has the magical ability to simplify it. He's like, we can do this, then this, then this, and they're like, brilliant. And I've seen that the director and the DP would be like, so we have to do this, then we also owe this, and we have to do this, and then this. And Bob will just be standing there listening. He says, well, why don't I start here on the rig? I'll come around, then we'll do this, and we pop this off, and then we're done. And they're like, let's do it. And it's very few things. That's why I reached out to Bob, because it's very seldom, especially in the modern era, that you have someone that has the experience and expertise to be able to just have that instinct on a film set. It's you know how it is, Adam, that especially in the modern era, when things have gone from film to digital, there's a big transition that basically happened from it more about the art in getting the camera and the sound and that kind of thing. Now it's a lot about the tech also. Like he was talking about the Wave and the Volt, but even from a sound perspective, with Isotope and the plugins that we can use to really manipulate and make sound amazing, they have a lot of tricks like that with regards to lighting, and that's one of the reasons why gaffers are now referred to as chief lighting technicians, because they're building networks and computerized lighting, rigs with, thousands of little cells. Each one of them does a different thing. But I mean, there's the tech has evolved so much that in the world of digital, takes haven't just gotten longer. The shots have actually, gotten a lot more complex too. And many of the younger generation that's coming in, because they understand the tech side of things, because they learned it in film school, that's something that you may have that tech knowledge, but you don't necessarily have the experience and the knowledge and the know-how to piece together things like that, which is one reason why as soon as you mentioned, Colin, that you were interested in Steadicam, first person I literally thought of was Bob, because I have seen him simplify some of the most complex things that you look at on the page, and you hear the director and the DP talking, and he's like, it's this and this, and they're like, that's right, it is. And then and it's simplified. So that's something that you might want to also contemplate as you move forward as well. Yeah. In the Steadicam world, because you understand from a sound perspective how things are.
Yes.
But you got to also talk to people, especially veterans, because that was when there was ironclad art, and not just you had to make the machines do the art, as opposed to let the machines just do their thing and they'll piece it together in post.
Yeah.
I was really appreciating that he brought up, and then you brought up an issue that I've been trying to understand for the past year or so, with everyone being so quiet. I thought it was just me noticing that, and I was just like, this is a weird trend, but now it's good to know that in your level, that's happening too.
Absolutely. It really is something that happens all too often, and it really does drive you crazy, because it's not, and that also goes back to more old school. I'm going to take this comment away. I'm going to get to it here in a second, Andres. But it used to be that actors could do stage whispers, and they could really figure out a way to make it sound audible while still making it sound quiet. And I tell you, it is quite an art when you see that happen and see it done successfully, because this day and age, you'll have people say, "Oh, it says whisper. Can you give us a stage whisper?" It says whisper. I was like, you realize you're an actor here, right? I mean, there's acting part of this too. But there seems to be a lot of things as like we said, as things went transition to digital, there's a lot of people who are the more old school people that are still there, but now there's a younger generation that comes up that doesn't necessarily have all of that experience. It used to be, for example, you might be a utility for 10 years, might be a boom operator for 10 years, then you might be a mixer going forward. Now, this day and age, people are coming out of film school, understanding how to operate a mixer. They'll get a couple of reality TV shows, so they'll save up entry-level gear, and they'll start doing mixing stuff right out of college. And it's not necessarily that you shouldn't be doing that, but I personally think that there's nothing that speaks stronger than experience. And when you work with someone who is more seasoned, that understands the game, that understands and isn't intimidated by it, that's a big thing too, because there is a lot of intimidation that you will run into when you first go on a film set. You'll get nervous by things. You'll get nervous when they call action and this is a big scene, and I remember, getting a nervous excitement every time I would yell out in a big room sound speed the very first time. That was something that I remember being like, I'm going to be yelling this out and everyone's going to be like, who is this person, saying that. Even though I'm a natural hand that doesn't mind being in front of a group talking, still there's a bit of excitement. But after a while, that excitement is like, okay, game mode. And you don't even think about that anymore. Things change. So anyway. So Andrea says, just did his first short film here in Puerto Rico and was communicating with the camera operator the whole time. I was in it with him, always asking which lens and the shot movement. Yeah. And then we finished, he came and thanked me for the alertness and respecting the camera placement moves. And that's critical. Absolutely. Because it's one of those things where a lot of the times we can modify our movements easier than they can. They're locked into a certain, I got to work this line to keep the camera where it needs to go. But we can jump from side to side, and make things a little bit more easy, as needed. Like there have been times I've been in front of a Steadicam operator, even because they've been on a longer lens, if they're on an 80 mil lens and they're walking backwards, there's 8 feet between them and the actor. And I've literally had the Steadicam operator in front of me and had the actor next to me. It's a weird thing, but it does happen here. Hello from Uruguay. I'd like to know, which is the microphone with feel more comfortable indoors? That's a loaded question. You're talking about for YouTube? You're talking about for film work? You're talking about what? So clarify that, then maybe we'll be able to understand a little bit better here. And then Harshid, thank you very much for the $5 donation there. What's everybody's audio chain at home? Let's go through our setups here. Why don't we start with Adam?
So I'm in the middle of a move, so I kind of jerry-rigged this a little bit. So right now I'm using this Shep's CMC 141.
CMC's. Oh, is it 141? Gotcha.
Yeah, it's the.
I see it.
Yeah.
And I noticed you're using the Sonella Leo.
Yeah,
Leo 20, which I love.
I love partially because of you, and then other film, another sound mixer, Johnny Kubalka. Literally a podium mic.
Yeah.
Going into a PreSonus audio box USB that I've had for a million years, going into my laptop.
And that's the modern version of the Sonella Leo. It's not the one that is white on the inside. It's the one that you can actually squeeze. I can tell because of the structure of it. That's cool.
Correct. I love it.
How about you, Richard? What you using there?
Well, I'm using the Electric Voice RE20. I actually have a couple mics I like to rotate with, and I'm going into my Rodecaster Pro 2.
Yep.
And yeah, I find the new one it does a really good job with the amp clean clean preamps on it, and especially the Shure SM7B. It does a really good job with it. I'm really happy.
Yeah.
So all my mics are up in the air. So as I need them, I pull them down.
Yeah.
But, I can show you if you want to go overhead, but it's up to you guys.
It looks like you have a very long the cable. It looks like it's very, very high on that mic. What is your cable connects really high off the mic? Is there like an extension piece built in there, or is there just something that I'm not seeing? Because I see where your connector actually goes into the back of your RE20, but there's like an extension piece that has the little blue part on there. And that looks like it's hanging a lot lower than I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, so this is like a 5-inch extension tube. I think it's from Audio Technica, and then it goes into Audio Technica like a ball joint where I can loosen it and adjust it where I need it. I find it less prone to movement, so I can adjust it where I want it, because mic placement is key, I think, for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
How about you, Colin?
I usually use the my sound devices mix pre-6 in my computer in with like MKH 416, but today I'm just using my iPhone and Beats wireless headphones as my.
You come to a sound stream and you don't use that system. Shame.
Yeah.
My gosh. It's like jeez. Okay. Let's see here. One of the very first questions we had here that I'm going to come back to. Has anybody here watched the Bandry Says podcast tonight? The one that dropped earlier today. Has anyone already watched it? Not yet? Okay. Well, you should, after the stream, you should have a homework assignment and go see it, because Bandrew actually booms himself for the entire episode with a ribbon microphone, and it sounds really good. So what do I think of it? Well, I tell you this, I've been after him to boom more with it, because personally, I like the way mics sound overhead. Call me just a boom operator if you want to, but to me, it sounds much more natural. I'm used to hearing things overhead, and there's a reason why we overhead mic. It's because it sounds more natural. And the fact that he used a ribbon, and he even talked to me about the placement after he recorded the episode, he said, you know what? This is actually really interesting, because he talked about the angle and how it was positioned and what it was rejecting out. It was really fascinating to me. And I thought it sounded really good. So there's the answer to your question there, Diesel 10. It says, sorry, the microphone that you feel more confident with when actors have whispered dialogues in film. Well, obviously a condenser, but if actors are quieter, you sometimes have to reach for more of a, you get off of the pencil condensers and you have to go to something more like a shotgun to try to dial it out. That's the nature of the beast. Something like a Shep CMIT 5U. You can use a 416. I don't know very many modern mixers that usually use that. 50 will also pull it out quite well. 4017B. There's a lot of different choices. So
I was with a mixer that threw out the DPA, or no, sorry, it was the Sanken, the short shotgun, but pulled it out for a specific actor that was kind of whispering on a feature.
Yeah.
That like every time she talked, there was no way we could pick it up except for that mic.
Yeah. And that's what's it's like some actors, they understand that if they're a full-time actor on the show, they're most likely going to be going in for ADR if they're not audible, and they're not going to get any additional money from it. But if you're a guest, you have a guest spot, it depends on your contract. A lot of those guys will get ADR money. They'll go in if they have to go into the studio later. So sometimes in the past, I've heard actors that say that they like the ADR. Like there's a couple of actors who were local guys that when they saw me on set, they would jokingly just, come up and say, well, I'm not going to get any ADR money today. And, I'd say, what? And then he clarified. So then after a while, he started saying, well, I'm not going to get any ADR money today, because he knew that I was going to be a stickler about, making sure that he was heard and everything. And it's funny because there was one time I remember an actor was even like, he was like, it says whisper, I'm going to whisper. And they were covering it really, really wide, and they weren't planning on going in. And he was grinning near the end when he saw me. And he was just, because he thought he was going to get his ADR money. And then I went to the director, and then they said, all right, we're going to do wild lines. And I remember seeing the smile go, it was so funny. And, because he just knew, he was all happy, this is going to be, this is it. Then we go home and he's like, wild lines. It was just, you saw it sink on his face. It was hilarious. Okay, why don't we go through this and say what your favorite interface and mixer is then? Start with you, Adam. Do you have a favorite of either one of those?
I mean, I don't really do interfaces with the computer much. I've done the MixPre usually, but I can't find my MixPre at the moment because it's packed. But my favorite mixer right now is like on the field has definitely got to be the Zaxcom Nova, just because of everything being so built in and being so portable. It's such an amazing tool. I know a lot of people don't. I know a lot of people don't like Zaxcom, but it's just what this tool is such an amazing tool.
And I tell you, Zaxcom really makes some impressive stuff. The ZMT4 is a really, really phenomenal transmitter. It sounds so good, and it's so small and does phantom power. And I tell you, I've worked with a couple of mixers now that have used them. They're so light. Zaxcom, I tell you, there's people that like to hate them. A lot of that usually has to do with the fact that they own patents on things, and they're not willing to, and they're manufacturers that don't want to either license them, or they're just annoyed by that. But I tell you, Zaxcom does make a lot of solid products. So
I love the ZMT4. I've got 2 of them now. Used to have 4, but the people were desperate and did trades with me. So I have 2 now. But a lot of people have issues sometimes with the head of Zaxcom. There's some personality differences, but that happens everywhere.
Yeah, it does. How about you, Richard?
Well, I've been, I started off with a Scarlett Focusrite 2x2, and then I decided, by the time I buy a compressor and noise gate and this and that, I decided to go up to a Rodecaster Pro. So that's my Rodecaster Pro 2 has been really well. It's upgraded really nice from the original Rodecaster, and I've been pretty happy with it. It just does everything, and I think it can evolve from there.
Your audio is popping a little bit. Any idea why that would be? Are you running it through a really aggressive? What does your gain staging look like right now? Because I don't know if you're overdriving something. It doesn't really sound like a clip, but I wonder, it doesn't. But your picture is consistent, so I don't think it's a dropout.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I got my level sets at negative 51, and I'm not showing it's compressing much.
Okay. Well, it sounded better when you just said that.
Did it? Okay.
Yeah. It was the Gremlins, I guess. How about you, Colin?
I started with the Zoom F8, which is my first mixer, and then I got the Zoom or the Sound Devices Mix Pre 6 that also doubles as interface. So I like it.
It's a solid one. I mean, I tell you, I still very much like you talk about mixer with an interface. I still really like the Kantar X3. To me, that, I mean, for me and my purposes here in the studio, if Sound Devices, if I were to upgrade anything, it would probably be a Mix Pre, 10.2 at this point. But unless they came out with a different one. But I'll tell you that the 6, the first gen 6 is still holding up great for me. I've not had really any issues with it except for an occasional weird thing that comes up, but it's not really, an issue. But I still really like the Kantar X3. To me, it's a very weird machine. It's very difficult for you to, when you have no experience with it, find the power switch, for example. But because it's a very weird looking machine, but it's also one that you actually turn over to record. It's the old school turnover that we used to do with the old Nagras and stuff like that. It's a return to some of the old school, yet it still has AES, it still has Dante, it still does everything that you want it to. And it has 2 different control surfaces that work great with the Cantris and the what is it? The Cantris and I think it is the Cantrum. But both of those, I worked with a mixer last year on. Actually, there are 2 mixers on a movie called The Menu. Go watch The Menu's trailer and tell me that's not going to be an awesome movie. It was a lot of fun to work on, and I was only there a week and a half. But there was 2 mixers on that because the character count was like 15 to people every day. It was crazy. But and that's one that they had 2 mixers on that, and one of them had a Cantris and the other one had a Cantrum, and I really had a chance to see the layouts and how those worked, and it was really cool. So says he used a 47 TP for Whisper Seas. It worked great. Bandrew blasted the ribbon mic it, but did sound good. Agreed, does sound good. And then fix so clean. Good. So let's see. Noise assist for Cedar for best sound. Thoughts?
So I do Foley with a local re-recording mixer. We use he uses Cedar in the studio because it's not the most quiet studio in the world, downtown Phoenix. So we use heavy Cedar when we're doing Foley, like cloth recording and etc., cloth movement, and that's his favorite. I have Isotope here at home if I need it, but I really want to know what a certain company uses, which was, I worked with a company that we did this thing that was in a really loud situation. And I swear there's no way we could have used the audio. In the final product, it didn't hear anything.
Yeah. Well, the DNS2, for example, the Cedar boxes are usually standalone products. I mean, you can get it, I think, integrated in now. But I mean, those are solid. But then the biggest question that I have is, if you're recording something under, do you need it if it's going to post? Now, sometimes you might be going in a fast-paced workflow, doing documentaries or something. They may appreciate having a separate track with the DNS2 for a moment. And that way they can hear it with and without the DNS2. But then a noise assist is something that you usually run into as more of a plug-in inside of like the mixed pre's. And it's not nearly as polished, but it's still a very good product. I mean, it's still, there's some, you do get what you pay for. And there is a lot of algorithm and processing and stuff that the DNS2 does that they just can't do with the noise assist at that price point. But it's still a very solid option. So, and I think I could even get that on the Mix Pre, I believe. The one.
If there's also a one that's built into the auto mixer of the Nova. And my philosophy is, and I know a lot of people, mixers, think this too, is obviously, you got to let post do their job. But I like to I still put it in the mix to kind of give the client a kind of an idea of where they could go with the audio, not necessarily have it be the thing they use, or if they're fast paced, have it for them to use, but more as a reference to understand what they can and can't take out.
And that's a good and a bad thing, though. The client's going to love you for it, but at the same time, then they're going to say, "Oh, well, you'll never hear that." So we can just we can have the air conditioner running because you'll never hear it. That's one of the things that will sometimes happen. Richard or Colin, do you have any input in this?
I've never really used the noise assist on the mix pre, but yeah, I'm not familiar with Cedar.
It's very premium. Okay. I tell you what, I'm going to stop taking the questions just right now. Colin and Richard, we have not really, we've talked a little bit about the pro sound side of things and features and stuff like that when Bob was in here. But what about you guys? You had some questions and some things that y'all wanted to talk about. Who would like to start a conversation off with one of your topics?
Like regards to Steadicam or what?
Well, with regards to anything you wanted to talk about, anything in particular today as you join?
No, I wanted to talk about how we're going to learn how to do over-under transfers into Steadicam, because it's really important in my job now in utility, because I need to be coiling the cable when the Steadicam op goes back and forth on the set. And it's live TV too, so it's really a lot of pressure to not get coiled up.
If it's live TV, they got to be, you got to have that umbilical, because when you're talking about over-under cabling on a Steadicam in the feature world, you don't ever run into that. Everything is remote. Mm-hmm. I think the last time I remember seeing a tether going from the camera to the focus puller, I think was on Quarantine 2 Terminal, which was like almost 10 years ago at this point. That movie, I think, was the last time, and there was a focus puller that was on the side of the camera. But after a while, he was like, I can't be here. This is so annoying. And so they ran an umbilical, and he just stood at the monitor all day. He was so happy, But that does happen too.
I got a question.
Sure.
How can you tell in a movie if a microphone is being through a boom or lavalier, or if it's re-recorded later in the studio? Like, can you tell?
Do you want to take that one, Adam, or you want to?
I was going to say, well, it depends on how post is and how it's how it sounds on set too, because sometimes you can EQ it to make it kind of match a boom, so you can't really tell. But I was going to say, if you're listening to more where they haven't done much to it, it's a lot more, what would you say, like chesty, and except it's a lav and more full if it's a boom normally.
Well, you got to think about the actual capturing devices.
Yeah.
A lav is a little bitty small piece of micro technology that is hidden underneath clothing, that does not move when you turn your head. So it could be off axis. It's at the nature of your movement, of your clothing, of your body, of your head, of everything. It doesn't move. It doesn't have a brain. It's a little tiny thing versus a boom, which is a full-size microphone that is able to pick up the acoustic vibrations in the air by somebody with a brain that knows how to place it and can adjust it on the fly as needed. So usually the differences that you'll run into is that a boom will sound a lot more open than a lav will. You can, you always hear that lavs are omnidirectional, and that is true, but they're still most detailed down the barrel. So if you were to hold a lav up in front of you and talk directly into it, it is omnidirectional. It picks up all those frequencies no matter how you orient that mic. But still, it's most detailed when you point it right at your mouth. And if you start to go off axis, it falls off in detail. Sometimes one of the things that we'll do is when we put a lav up here on someone's forehead, it's not able to point directly at the mouth, so it's going to lack a little bit of that detail. When a lav is on your chest, it's going to lack a little bit of that detail. When a boom is here in front or directly overhead, it's able to see the mouth. It's able to point at the mouth. It's got all that detail. So that's one of the big things right there that you listen for. is it used to be that we would say, well, booms are hardline and lavs are not. So you could hear the audio compression as it's going through the companding and whatever. And now it's, it goes through ADCs and it's transmitted and it's compressed and whatever. But it's not really that way anymore. Right now, the way that you normally end up hearing is you usually listen for the dynamics of it. The lavs are usually there's a lot less dynamics that they are able to pick up with regards to a compared to a boom. A boom is able to get the louds and the quiets. It's not really it that I'm talking about there, but you got to think about the range of a lav. A lav is right here. Someone gets louder, they get louder, and sometimes it almost sounds too intense. A boom operator will back off on that a little bit. If someone starts to get quiet, the noise floor will come up on a lav if they bring that up, while a boom operator will push in. They'll start to crush the frame. So there's a lot of the control of the microphone is different between a boom and a lav. And usually you'll hear a lav will sound a little bit more throaty because it's coming up from underneath. There's a thing here. If I turn to the side and there's a lav, let's just say it's hidden right here. My chin is here. Directly below my mouth is a point on my chest about right here. And that's normally about where we would point a lav. If it's too far away, it's going to sound farther away. If it's higher, then it gets underneath the chin, and that's an area called chin shadow. So then you start to be off access to the mouth because you're underneath it. So there's a lot of little things that normally you're going to notice more if you place lavs on people versus booms. You'll like whenever I watch something, I'm like, they're on the lav for that. They could have very easily been on the plant. Or that they could have easily been on the boom in the because it was only there for the first like 5 words in the sentence or something. And then suddenly they punch in. So
my joke is you could definitely tell between a boom and a lav is when the characters hug.
Right. Yeah, I can hear it.
I do a lot of reality shows, so that happens a lot. And it actually gets into the final edit almost every time.
Yeah.
Because they don't do boom.
Yeah. And then one of the interesting things is that when people hug, then you have to be careful about who do you boom? Because when faces are this close apart, and they're talking like before they kiss or before they hug, something like that, you put a boom right between the two of them and they sound great. As soon as they cross and their mouths are facing away, who do you boom? At that point, what I'll do is I'll do one of two things depending on what's going on here. I will sometimes, like if we do multiple takes and there's one person that always says one thing and the other one doesn't, I'll obviously play that. But when their heads are on opposites, whichever side is facing camera, that's the one that's facing camera that they're looking at. That's the one I'll play versus this one that's farther away. Another thing you might also do if it's a very quiet environment is raise the boom up a little bit. So that way, when their faces are farther away, you're still, because they're usually tilting their chin up ever so slightly to go over someone to hug. When that happens, their mouth directs upwards a little bit. So their mouths are more like this. So if you're a little bit higher, the pattern's able to get both of them and you're able to stay within the pattern. So that's one little answer there for you there.
How often do you swap out microphones if you're a boom operator? Do you have one you stick to the whole time, or do you have different ones that do different things?
Here's one of those it depends questions. Okay. It depends on the mixer. Mixers sometimes will say, if we're indoors, this is the default. If you're outdoors, this is the default. Sometimes they say, oh, I have a whole bunch of microphones. You pick boom operator based on what you think that you can do or want to do. There are some mixers I've worked with that are very open, that are, very trusting. I've gotten, earlier this year, I was working with Shirley Libby on Legacies, and she almost always used to CMIT 5U. And I remember we went outside one day and there was fans and it was just a lot of background noise. And I said, man, I wish you had a CS3E. And she says, I do. And so I want that. And so instantly we threw this CS3E up there and I was like, oh, this sounds so much better. It is a brighter microphone, which says a lot, being that the CMIT 5U is also pretty bright, but still, I mean, it's a great sounding microphone and it's very narrow pattern. So it's able to reject out, and it's got quite a bit of reach to it too. So usually as a boom operator, if I'm not able to get what I'm looking for and really wanting to hear, I'll think about what microphones do I have access to that can help me get that. So but normally mixers, usually once you pick a microphone for a scene, they don't want you changing them up. They say, don't be on this for the wides, and then this for the tighter, and then this when you go in for they'll say, once you pick a microphone, pick the microphone, because everything changes. The off-axis sounds do, the noise floor does, the way that the actual environment will sound will shift all over the place. The off-axis coloration, everything is going to change when you change out the mics. So it's very important for people to pick a microphone and stick with it. And as a general rule, mixers will usually say, these are the microphones we have to choose from. And if you're a boom operator and you pitch something for a reason, they'll usually, if you sound like you know what you're talking about and you could back up why you want to switch to that microphone, they'll say, let's go for it.
Okay.
Some mixers might also say there's like different microphones have, different tones, and they prefer to have certain microphones matching with some others. Like, you might say a 416 for outdoors, 50 for indoors from Sennheiser. It makes kind of sense. Maybe you don't want to cross that, but it's, it's the tools. And sometimes, some people like to have certain characters be on certain mics. It depends on who you ask, what mixer you have.
And some mixers will have a whole bunch of microphones to choose from. Some mixers will say, oh, I have everything. They'll have the 8050 Sennheiser, they'll have the 50 and the 60 and the 416 and the CS3E and the CK41, the CMC 641. They'll have the DPAs. They'll have all these different microphones, but which ones do they choose from? As a matter of fact, I'm curious, Curtis Judd, what would you normally use as a default as when you go out? You have pretty much every microphone that you would ever want to use on a set. What do you normally default to?
Well, it depends on the piece, but if
that
we're
word again,
it depends. If I'm going to be primarily outdoors, I usually pull out my DPA 4017. Oh no! Oh, I thought I scared Colin away with that answer.
No.
I was going to have to apologize. But if it mainly indoors, I'll usually pull. I actually quite like the Sennheiser MKH 8050 quite a bit, but it depends on the voice. To Adam's point, it really depends on the voice. And if somebody's got a really kind of a darker voice, that's when I think the Sheps really shines.
Yeah. But then at the same time, the 8050 doesn't have the reach of the 50. And it also doesn't have as much extended bass. So when you start to get farther away, it does fall off more like a DPA does. Because usually if you embellish that bass and you have a microphone with that extended bass, you can get farther away and you'll hear those lower frequencies, which people usually subconsciously, because they normally hear the fundamental vocal frequencies the easiest, they will naturally start to assume that someone sounds better if they can hear the more bassy type tones in someone's voice. So it's really interesting. A lot of the times, one of the big things that I hear about the 50 is they're like, oh, well, that sounds more like a finished mix to me. So that's the one I want to use. But then there's also an interesting thing because there's a microphone that came out a few years ago, the Sanken CS M1. I am not a fan of that microphone at all. To me, it's just way too harsh, way too shrill, but I know a lot of mixers that love it. So I jokingly tell them that's because you've lost so many highs and this gives you those highs back. But I joke, then of course I usually get glares for that one, but I usually mess with them by saying that.
I actually find the 50 is a little on the harsh side on some voices. If there's a lot of mid energy in the voice, the 50 is just a little too much. Yeah. But other times it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
It can be overpowering for sure.
I know a mixer that only uses the 50 is in LA. He only uses the 50 unless Disney calls. And then if Disney calls, he uses the 416.
Interesting. That's interesting. Now, the mixer I'm working with right now uses the 50 indoors and outdoors, but he also uses the 8060 outdoors. So, and I know that like, what's his name? Jose Antonio Garcia, I think, a big time mixer who does a lot of big shows. I think he uses the 50 indoors and out. So, I mean, it really depends. It just depends on the sound you're going for, there's a lot of advantages that can be that can be said for using a pencil condenser, not a shotgun microphone, even outdoors. You're going to lose that rejection, but you're going to be able to hear more of the outside world, which sometimes will sound more natural. And there's the thought that, well, why not? Why not just use it? Because post can dial it out, as long as they have a good full fat vocal. If that's what they're wanting, they're going to get it. So, let's see here. Yeah, okay, I already did that one here. Where was it here? Noise assist. I already did that one too here. As far as plugins, on something like the Mix Pre 6.2, do you have any of the plugins on the Mix Pre 6.2 or I think you have the 10.2, don't you, Curtis?
I do. Yeah. And I've got I do have noise assist and I have mix assist as well.
Yeah. The mix.
Yes.
Yeah. Now you did a video about that a couple months ago, I believe. And what was your general opinion on the mix assist versus on the sound devices versus the Zoom?
My sense is that the mix assist is actually, it seems like it's a little bit more aggressive and it does well. I really like it. Actually, if I could only choose one, I'd choose the sound devices. Of course, it costs a lot more money than the Zoom. I mean, the Zoom, it comes with their auto mix and the mixer itself is a lot less expensive, so it's tough to compare. But from a apples to apples point of view, but in terms of the Mix Assist uses a different algorithm than the Zoom does. It sounds like to me, so I like the Mix Assist best.
Yeah, cool. You gotta love that podcastage. We were talking about chin shadow on microphones. So Ping Pong, sorry to hear that you're sick. All right then. Did anybody else have any questions? Colin, did you or Richard have a question that you wanted to ask or mention, or even Adam? Adam, you and I had talked about different things, and you said, "Oh, well, we talk about this and this and this and this and this." So,
I was
now
talking.
that we brought Curtis out here, so we got Curtis in here too. So, didn't just need to be a talking ahead of Alan show now.
I was just going to say, was there any advice that you were given that helped, and it could be for anyone, that jump started your career?
Negative 12 dB. As always, keep my levels. That's fundamental.
So it means you started in the digital world. You were not mixing back when there was analog mixers.
No.
Otherwise, negative 12 would not be what you were going for with a VU meter. Otherwise, nobody would hear you. So, how about you, Curtis? How did you get started in this whole world of everything?
Just a nerd that enjoyed learning. It really is what it comes down to. The interesting thing is that once my channel started having some measure of success, then I started meeting a lot of other people in the industry, because I don't come from the TV and film industry. I'm doing corporate video.
Yeah.
And so I didn't learn a lot of that stuff until I started really kind of digging in there and learning everything I could and talking to people to try and learn as much as I could there. And I've done a little bit of location sound, day jobs here and there, but still, I learn a lot from you. Your channel, the last, 5 weeks, just dropping information bombs left and right. Nice work.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It's funny because there's so many different things I want to talk about, and a lot of the times I'm trying to get one video done and I can't get that one done. So I say, what can I get done? Information overload on this topic I can tackle, and that's what I'll do. Like the video that, depending on how late we go tonight, I may end up shooting something to release tomorrow. But if not, I still have the podcast that comes out this Thursday, and we're still doing this live stream tonight. But there was there's always videos that are going to be time consuming, and then there's videos that are going to be quick and easy to tackle. And that's the big thing is from a content creator point of view, how do you schedule the big ones? Because those are the ones that take the long time. Like, those are the killers. For me, the 32-bit floating point video took me forever to finalize that script. took me forever to record and to get everything right. Then I had to do all the animations and all the pulling in and stuff like that. A lot of the boom pole reviews and the BP TRX review, those things take forever, but they still have to be done. So those are kind of a niche, interest if you have an interest in those things, but there's a lot of people that still like the interest. But yeah, thank you very much, Curtis. Appreciate that.
Those tests that you did, like with the BPTRX, that is epic review. The amount of testing that went into is just astonishing and really useful. Really useful.
To me, they were necessary because we had really not, with that was the first product that DPA had released in their whole world of wireless that you could really get down and dirty with every single gain stage. You could gain stage and record directly on the thing and test out the preamps. You could test you could play and see how something sounded digitally in the transmission. You could actually record on a recorder and see how something sounded. And you could really, see how the audio went out digital versus analog. You could really test all those different things. And so to me, it was very important to actually test it. But then it has all the different latency modes and all the different. So it's like, geez, I got to do all that too. So, but I'll tell you this, Andrew still has not to this day. Anytime I've said, hey, you want to send me the time code stuff, feel free to. I'd love to see that. He's not going to send me anything ever again because I think he's like, nope, not going to. I think I've overstayed my welcome with that. But go ahead. What were you going to say, Adam?
I was just going to say I should have made a video and sent you to release it. My testing of because I also got units before those TRXs released, and I tested them on a feature. I specifically primarily just used. I told Andrew I'm just going to use for this feature during COVID. I'm just going to use Deity products just to see, just a full Deity suite. And he goes, well, try these. And sent me TRXs to use throughout the whole thing. And I had such a blast using it.
Yeah.
In all the different modes, testing them as both. I started out as camera hops, with time code and, just did them as different things. I should have made a video and sent that to you because that would have been.
It's not too late. It's not too late because I still had, what was it? Like 2 months ago, I had the guy in Finland, Sweden. I forgot what country, but he was, I think, one of those, very far north countries, but he did the test of all the different the batteries on the Go 2 versus the Deity on the receiver and how those affect the sound if they're charging while you keep them plugged in and stuff. And that was a fascinating video to me. So that and then there was the one about testing the camera preamps. So it's not too late if you have an interest. If you remember the looking for content creators video that I released during the shutdown of 2020, because just like Banju talked about on his podcast tonight, he was talking about people are like, I'll release a video on YouTube, and why is it not getting any interest? It's because you're not the only person out there releasing videos. Someone like Curtis has been doing this for over 10 years. Someone like Banju has been doing this for over 7 years. Someone that's been doing it for over 5 years like me. If we do those topics and we're releasing weekly content and we release something on that topic, YouTube is making sense to give a little bit more of a push, and bring us up a little bit higher in the search results, because we have, tried and true comments that content that people will pull from and get value out of. So I understand, but at the same time, I put that word out there saying, if anybody wants to create a video, you have some really cool sound stuff that you want to introduce and talk about, you could release a video on your own, sure. But if you want to release a video, on sound speeds, I think I'd love to see it. And I think the audience would love to also, but you could release it on your own, sure, and have 5 views, because everybody was releasing content at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's what's rough.
Speaking of which, I have the Deity time code boxes. Would you like? Let's talk after, and let's get them over to you so you can take a look at them too.
It's okay, because I tell you, I got a lot out of your video. I know that there's been a lot of people I've been watching and seeing what people have been saying about them online. I don't necessarily need to test them. I don't think the mixer I'm working with right now already has a complete wireless timecode system, and it works great. So I'd be more than happy to hear your thoughts on it because especially as you continue to use it, you're going to get even more and more thoughts dialed in, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. So
you want to bring them to the coffee date later on this month?
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that.
Sounds great. So I'd love to look at them.
Let's see here. Are most people here in the film video industry? I sometimes feel out of place. It's 90% of the time I work in theater and the rest in film. There's a lot of crossover that happens, but then at the same time, there's a lot of very unique things too. You in theater, for example, I will see people that will wear over the ear, little bitty, headset mics. They'll sometimes use the mics that are right here in the hairline, and you will straight up see them if you look for them. In the film world, you can't do that. You can't have them be visible at all. But on a stage, who in the world is going to see, a microphone that's right here blended in at the hairline from 100 feet back? You're not going to notice it. And especially if you hear the person, coming through the sound system, you're going to know that you're able to hear them from a microphone because there's not a boom operator chasing them around. So, I mean, if you want to have a microphone on someone in a play, it's forgiven. It's part of seeing a play in the modern workflow of a play. Anybody who talks is going to get one of those mics, yep. And there's various different other ones. So
it's expected. It's like part of the culture now. It's almost like part of the expectation. I mean, yeah. It doesn't take a special person to spot them. I mean, I watched the Disney recorded version of Hamilton, and they're not even trying to hide them. But what they're getting is amazing sound. So yeah. I think it's almost like it's just part of theater now, which is, I think it's great. And by the way, I don't really do too much film, a little bit, but just Matthew, to your point, I do mostly corporate video, which is a little bit different too. But theater is the thing about theater is that you get one shot, which to me, great respect for somebody that can do that in that scenario. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't call for a retake.
Yeah, and if you botch a word or whatever, you have a bunch of eyes on you waiting to watch you, pick up the pieces and move on. So yeah, I actually started in theater. I was doing theater back in the very early 90s. So that's actually where I was before I was old enough to be in the world of film, which you really have to be 18 to get into that, because they want you to be able to be the full age where they can abuse you. And then that's 18, because if you're a minor, they can't really do that. But in film, they definitely can. But no, Matthew, by all means, feel free to there's a lot of people that I'll bring in as guests, like Bob earlier. But, a lot of sound, the principles of sound are still the principles of sound. It's still very much the same. Now, talking about Hamilton, what you were talking about earlier, Curtis, have you seen the behind the scenes on that, talking about the book and seen that video of them? No. Oh, really? I'll have to send that to you, because it is one of those things where your mouth will drop when you see all the sound cues and everything they have to do. There's so many notes in that book. And if that book were to go away, they're doomed. I mean,
the sound design is amazing. It was absolutely amazing, I have to say.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so
the mixer is busy, really busy.
Here in South America, a one-man band for almost everything. Which IEMs do you all lean towards for headphones? Adam, you're probably using, if you're using Zaxcom stuff, you're probably using the Zaxcom system that's integrated in.
I was originally using I've been using the ERXs for a while with a signal booster, because obviously the range on those is not the greatest. But I've been using recently the URX system, which has been phenomenal. For at least my clients have said they're phenomenal. And then I have Halter Technical scene headphones for them.
Most of the mixers I work with use the Electrosonics R1As and R1Bs. Sometimes we'll use the IF Blues. Those are the ones that we'll usually see on set almost all the time for our monitoring needs as boom operators.
Mhm.
I worked with one person who used a duet, but the biggest issue that we ran into with on the Electro duet was range. The duet just did not have the range. It's stereo, it sounded better, but as soon as you walk past a door, you know, if it was 50 feet away and you walk past a door, the range would drop. And I was like saying, give me the R1A, I need that. So
the stereo mode on the URX 100s, when you're sending stereo via the camera link, that the range suffers through that.
Yeah.
So I completely understand it's the stereo thing.
Yeah. How about you, Curtis?
Well, I read the question a little differently, and maybe I'm wrong here, but I've been using them for in-ear monitors. The Minas are really quite nice. The custom, at least, I have it. This is the universal fit, which I still have to look at and evaluate. But the custom, they're not cheap.
No,
but
just
they
once
are
I read the
just-
actual questions, IEMs, it's like,
Yep.
okay.
Me too.
I promise I can
But-
read the question. I was like, huh? What's he talking about? I'm like, oh, the second word in the sentence in the question.
But for headphones, I usually, I actually prefer. I've gone back and forth. I got the 7506s, which I've used on set a lot. But I actually prefer the Biodynamic DT770s and the 700 Pro X's as well. But mostly the DT770s. And that's part of why I really like the custom in-ear monitors, because they actually mimic you can buy different versions. You can buy a version that mimics the 7506s, or you can buy a version that mimic the DT770. So they were pretty impressive.
Colin, do you use what do you use for monitoring?
Biodynamic. That's what I started with, and I just kind of like they're very comfortable. I also got the Ceramonic headphones, the ones that the ATX 50s. Do you remember you did a review on those last year? I forget the brand. But yeah, those are good ones.
The Audio Technica.
Audio-Technica, yeah.
Those.
Yeah, those ones. But,
It's funny you talk about IEMs. Most of the big threes that you usually run into on a film set: Ultimate Ears, Empire Ears, and Minas. And the Ultimate Ears are they're really, we started seeing those more so on sets than we did before the Empires. The Empires they're very, very similar, except the Empires are located here in Atlanta. So I can actually go and see them being made. Also, it's more of a smaller business than I think. I think Ultimate Ears, if memory serves, is part of a company that's bigger. The parent company for Ultimate Ears is bigger, and so it might not be the same experience that you run into with Empire Ears. And of course, I tell you, I was very impressed with the Minas. When I went up to Nashville, I got a chance to hear them. I really told, when I was talking to Glenn about them, I said, let's do the tour. I want to see it, because I think it's always very, very important for me to be very honest. And I said, God, I really hope these sound good. But then, of course, at the same time, I know Glenn, and I know his stickler for detail. When I talked to him about the Minas back in at the Mixer in fall of last year in November, he was like, yeah, we're right now it's a 3-driver system. We might need a 4th. I'm still tweaking it. I'm still playing with it. We might need a 4th. I don't want to use more drivers than we need to, because it introduces more noise and issues with phasing and the crossovers. But he says, I don't know if 3 is going to be enough, but that's where we are right now. And then he apparently, now they're all 5 drivers, because, I guess he then went up to 4 and then was like, I think we might still need another one. But I've actually been very impressed with the Minas, and I've lent them out to quite a few people, and they do sound really good to me, and they are very, very close. Like I said in my video, the biggest thing I think is the difference between the actual headphones that they're monitoring and the Minas themselves are that the detail is more supreme on the IEMs. Part of that's because it's closer to your ear, and it bypasses the whole ear canal. Part of that's because it's much more premium, technology when you use an IEM. But the way that they emulate the frequency pickup and the actual mixing experience is very, very similar. It does sound the same. It's just the detail is better, probably because of much more premium parts. So there you go, skewing the results of your tests in your video. But I just love, by the way, Curtis, the way you said, well, I read that question quite, differently. And I'm like, that's such a Curtis way to word. Yeah, Alan, you didn't answer the question.
I could have said, okay, doofus, I'll answer the actual question.
Absolutely. And if you did that, I would have loved to have hear it because that would have been hilarious.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Isn't the mode in the TRXs, Deity's TRXs, IEM rather than IFB?
It is. And it's funny because I even said that in my video. Why is it IEM when it's actually an IFB? And that's probably because we came out of that. That's probably where my mind went. Let the truth be known now that you mentioned that. So you're right. Let's see this comment here. I understand that when I was getting a start a couple of decades ago, it was mostly video, but in the past few years, gigs have been mainly theater. Alan, you want to wait another 100-hour obligation to test those devices? No. Stage distance covers many sins. Okay, we're in September. Give the audience affordable mid-price, and of course, the third choice.
A Sony MDR7506s. If we're still talking about in-ear monitors and headphones, so the Sonys are. That's what I'd say.
And those the Sennheisers actually. I know that there's. It really once you find a headphone that you really like. I know a lot of the times people really, they stick with them very loyally. And I know that like, while I use the ATX M50X headphones, ATH M50X headphones in my studio here, because they're very closed off to the outside world on set, I like to be able to hear through them, which is why I use the 7506s. But the very open ear design is something I appreciate because I can hear noises on set. And so if I hear something, I'm like, wait a minute, it came from that direction. I'll knock off the side of the headphones that's facing that direction and I'll listen. So, but I know that one other person that we all know here is very much a fan of Sennheiser headphones. That's Andrew Scott. So you love, he's even ready for us. Look at this. He's got a zip this waiting for us.
Hey, I'm trying to be sexier.
Oh, don't you do that. You're not, you don't sound.
I'm trying to be sexy. Is it working?
Is this, I think I'm on the wrong live stream. Is this the ASMR group discussion? Because
earlier, Alan and I'm sorry, I forgot your name already.
Adam.
Alan and Adam were talking about how there's a current trend for young actors to just whisper because they think it makes them sound manlier and sexier. And I need to be sexier. Curtis, what do you think?
Okay.
Curtis.
I can't do it. I can't even.
Keep saying his name like that. I'm going to see the viewer count drop as you keep whispering his name.
I can't. I'm trying to do it, Ben, but I can't.
I can't either. I hate that sound so much. It's the worst. I find ASMR to be repulsive.
It is. And you know what? And I thought about doing a video about ASMR because really what it is there's involuntary nervous responses in your body, and then there's voluntary nervous responses in your body. If you want to talk about voluntary responses, that's my brain says lift your arm, and I lift my arm. An involuntary response would be if I'm sitting here and then someone lights my arm on fire, I would be like, ah, and moving it around. That's an involuntary response. But you see, the thing is, though, there are also those that affect your sense of comfort, how close something is, and the same thing with proximity effect. When you want to make a more intimate sound, you get closer to your microphone. Same kind of thing is what ASMR does. If you get too close to a microphone, it engages that proximity effect, and then it starts to affect your involuntary nervous system based on your comfort zone on closed sounds. because some people don't like to hear things right in their ear. They'll start to get creeped out by it. Some people don't like to hear someone whisper in your ear, because then you're like, back off a little bit. If a child ever whispers in your ear, all you hear is the pops and breathing because they can't ever get their words out. In the meantime, you're like, please vocalize, please vocalize, please vocalize, because they're
followed by a sneeze in your mouth, right?
Yeah, they're gonna sneeze, and you're gonna be like, geez, that just deafened me in that one ear. And that's common though with a child. But that's very much what ASMR does, is it plays to that sense of how much you like to have closeness, and the involuntary response that you have to close sounding sounds, like the proximity effect. Because another thing that I tell you, a lot of those ASMR streams are selling here is the experience of being with that person. Yep. Because if you look at a lot of those ASMR streams that have millions of subscribers, they're usually young girls. And having them whisper, having them play around, clicking their fingernails and breathing all whatever, a lot of the appeal of what they do is because they're a pretty young girl doing that. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and to bring it all back, yeah, that's why I like the HD 650s a lot, to answer your question.
Great segue there.
Wait. Time out. So I need to clarify a couple things. Number one,
I've been in here for what, 5 minutes?
Bandrew has a way of. Did you eat French fries today? By the way, we're going to come back. Hold on to that thought. We'll come back to that question.
Absolutely.
Oh, good.
I touched your interface.
I think that ASMR is not repulsive to me. It just doesn't do anything to me. So I don't like. It doesn't drive me crazy, but I just. My name is Curtis, Mr. Five Guys. I didn't realize here when I came onto this stream that I was turning over my ability to choose what my name would be displayed as when I talk. But so for me, ASMR doesn't like, it's not like fingernails on a chalkboard for me. It just is like, I don't really get it. And so I, just for all the ASMR people out there that are watching that we've now offended, I would like to say that I support you. I'm pretty sure Bandrew, even though Bandrew doesn't love it, I'm
not going to shame somebody. It's just if you try to do it to me, I will have an involuntary response, which might lead to an elbow to your face.
Got it.
Sorry. Go ahead, Curtis.
No, that's good. Second topic. Yeah. Whoa. No. Second topic. Am I the only one? No, Richard and I are the only ones using a microphone incorrectly according to sound speeds. Is that correct? Because it looks like Bandrew has a different setup tonight, and I can't tell where. Oh no. Okay, maybe Adam too. What?
Did you not hear that?
That was terrible. I love the confused Curtis faces on the screen now.
That was so much worse than I thought it was going to be.
Did you just bump your head on your microphone?
No, he just was like proximity effect central in the middle of a ribbon microphone. It was.
Is the ribbon still intact, or
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds pretty normal.
But you have it.
A lot of resonance.
Is it boomed above you there today, Bandrew?
Right here.
Yeah. Okay. I'm intrigued by this, and that I have Alan's video on live stream mic position in my queue. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to cry after I watch it. He's going to tell me that I've been doing it wrong all this time, and that I need to try a new way.
You'll get used to it. I hear that every single week. And voice chat, you're using your mic wrong.
Well, here's the thing, and y'all have heard me say this so many times before, and I've said this also. When it comes down to broadcast sounding, people sound like you're a broadcaster when you talk into a microphone the way you're doing it. If you were wanting to sound like a film, then you're going to overhead mic yourself, because that's where you're going to sound more like a film. The thing is, though, a lot of the times in content creation land, people will resort to using your microphone like a broadcaster, like you're doing, Curtis, like you're doing, Richard, like Bandrew normally does, like what Adam's doing, even though he's a little bit backed off on the microphone. And that has become very commonplace in the way that that you hear people in content creation land. But to me, I'm still a big fan of overhead miking. I'm still a big fan of the boom sound, because to me, just like how if you underboom someone, there is a technique that has to be there to make sure that you don't get too much of the bass frequencies, to make sure that you still get the detail in someone's voice without it being overly embellished. There's a reason why we use certain microphones the way we use it. Boom operators don't normally result to underbooming, even though it would be easier with some lighting setups, because it sounds more natural if you come in from overhead. The difference is, does natural equate to what you're trying to do? Is that the sound you're going for? If you're going for a broadcast sound, by all means. Like who is Jamie Kennedy? I think on his Banjo and I have talked about Jamie Kennedy and his YouTube channel. He gets right up and practically puts the microphone in his mouth.
Well,
he is so loud in it.
The thing about Jamie Kennedy is he uses the MXL BCD1, which is an end address microphone, and he speaks into the side of it as well. So it's not a good sounding microphone, and he's speaking into the wrong part of it. It's not a particularly flattering sound, I would say.
It's also very.
That's not just a proprietary mic technique that he's using there to really optimize the sound of.
No.
There's a reason Jamie Kennedy doesn't do sound. He's an actor, and I enjoy his movies as an actor. And I'm sure if I ever saw him on set, I'd love to talk to him. And I would probably, knowing me, by the end of it, I would work into the sound of his channel and would be trying to help him tweak it. So,
you need to get. Are
you fizzing?
Need to get Glenn Fricker
Not yet.
on this podcast, on this live stream now, because you're talking about different points of the mic.
Yeah. If you think that me getting right on top of the ribbon was clipping, just wait until Glenn Fricker gets on. Start talking about bass players or cupping the microphone or something. Yep. He will reach through the screen and strangle every single one of us.
Now, you asked if I'm fizzing. Not yet. I tell you, one of the things I always love is tonic water and my Zip Fizz. So that's something that I'm having right now. But I saw that you had your Zip Fizz ready to go. Now, I got a question for y'all. Anybody who's out there in chat that might have been part of the last live stream that we did, does anybody remember seeing this magical moment where Bandrew actually put his second Zip Fizz inside of his water bottle, shook it up, and then he held up his water bottle overly high when he opened it and being that it's Zip Fizz, all the air pushed down on that, driving it up into his face. Did you happen to notice that? It's not going to do processing or a DSP like some not the microphones won't do that, USBs will, but many microphones, what they'll do is they'll almost seem to EQ them out. They'll almost EQ it down so that way there's not that big of an issue.
Wow.
Has such a good sense of humor about that. But that I thought was great.
Thank you so much for bringing that painful moment up.
Well, it was a lot of fun. I mean, that's what we do here. We bring up the painful moments, I guess. But okay, so yeah, if drop the Zip Fizz, dude, let's go. And Richard, I think you said you were a coffee guy. Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
Yeah. So for proximity, I guess it all depends on your voice too. For me, being close, I guess for me it sounds better because I don't talk loud, and depending on how I want to sound that day, I'll switch a different microphone and I'll be able to go further out. But for me, I like it to be in a shot and the proximity. For me, in my tone, I think it sounds good. But if I want to go further, I'll just use a different mic.
Yeah.
Put it out, bring it in.
Is that an RE20 that you're using, Richard?
Yes.
Very nice. It does. I'd say it complements your voice pretty nicely, from what I can hear.
Yeah, I go between that and the Lewitt 440. I go between that and a few other ones. I have a quick release, so I can pop them out, plug them in, because I just have too many microphones I like to rotate with. So it's easier.
It's starting to fizz up too much. I put it in tonic water. It's going to fizz. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Richard, I don't. It sounds your obsession with microphones sounds slightly healthier than Bandrew's, though. Bandrew, I think.
I do not have a problem, Curtis. I
Whisper it. Whisper
hang
it.
on. You ruined it. You ruined it. Curtis. Can't do it. Curtis. I can't do it. I don't have a problem, okay?
Okay. The reason we brought up French fries a little bit earlier is that Bandrew did a review of the Focusrite Vocaster USB audio interface. And I was watching it, and I was just absorbing all of the tests. And then he gets to the end and he says, it looks like I ate French fries and then operated my Vocaster, because it has a plastic top that just picks up fingerprints like crazy. For reasons I cannot explain, I LOL'd in real life for probably 5 minutes after that. It really, it worked well for me. It's far more effective for me than ASMR.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
French fry jokes.
French fry jokes.
Very specific type of humor, but good to know. Keeping that in my back pocket. Gonna go to Idaho and ask them for their best material.
It's better than unsalted almond jokes.
Raw unsalted almonds are the greatest thing ever.
Yes.
Do we have dissenting opinions here? Did I miss something? Alan?
When was the last time you had a pizza, Bandrew?
Must be three months ago, maybe 4.
What? This doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, about 3 months. I have double chin shadow, so I'm trying to fix it. I'm trying to fix it. So fat jokes and potato jokes.
They'll make Curtis laugh.
Got it. I got it. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm trying to be healthy, and I don't eat pizza. I don't eat French fries. Because pizza and French fries are disgusting and not enjoyable at all. You know what else sucks? Ice cream and cake. Yuck. Who would want to eat that?
Can we move to another topic? This is making
What's
me
your
a little
favorite
sad.
wireless setup?
Yeah, there you go. What's your favorite wireless setup, Bandrew?
Yeah.
The one that I'm wearing right now. The Sennheiser HD650s and the SE VR2 Voodoo ribbon microphone. I run it wirelessly through this XLR cable into my interface. No, I know nothing about wireless, so I'll pass that on to everybody else.
Well, wait a minute. But you were in a band at some point, right?
Oh, yes, I did have a Sennheiser wireless guitar rig. It must have been like a 2000 series. I think they were thousands. A 2000 series, and then it got stolen at the... it wasn't the Whiskey, it was the Soma in San Diego. We snuck onto a show there, and my pedal board, which had my entire wireless setup on it, got stolen.
Oh, that is sad. I didn't expect to go there. I'm sorry.
It happens.
Are you still in a band?
No.
No. Okay. I'm curious.
Too painful
what about
for me.
It's.
It reminds him of his stolen wireless too much.
I'm curious. What about Richard? Wireless?
Well, I've been using the Rode Wireless Go 2s. They sound pretty good. For me, it picks up a lot of. Depends where I put it, but it works when I'm walking around or doing a conference, or I need to do a presentation. I use that. But my favorite is a microphone. I just like how it sounds and how your voice comes out. I just can't find any wireless microphones that I can actually sound, close, and not having that reverberation. Perhaps is that the word, or pick up background noise. But I'm sure there's some out there. I just haven't found one yet.
Yeah, we were, by the way, Matthew.
Oh, I have seen that one. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the one I was talking about.
Yeah. And what about you, Adam? Wireless?
I'm mostly using Zaxcom wireless in general, but I do have to say I still, just because of what it is for the price and etc. I still the Deity BPTRX is still is definitely up there just because of what it can do, and especially with the recording fixture on it. It like that covers for like its lack of range. It's a no-brainer for that price point for me. And it's hilarious being at when I was at NAB this year, being at Deity's booth and having Paul Isaacs from Sound Devices come to Andrew to ask him how he got that got that agreement. I was in the middle of that conversation. I'm like, just gonna walk away.
That they're the first ones. Do you know anything about that, Alan?
I had talked to Andrew about it before they had made the deal. I don't know that if I can't take credit for being the person that told him, that told him first before. I don't know if he was thinking about it ahead of time, but what I do remember is telling him that he should strongly pitch it to Glenn, because as I said, there's two systems on the market that do the same thing. One of them is a 2.4 gigahertz. One of them is UHF. They are not competitive with each other. They're not in the same class. I said, if you were to approach Glenn, what I would do is I said I would approach Glenn is to say that if people are getting into the film industry and they were looking for budget wireless, the Connect system, if it had the same series as the Zaxcom and people get used to those features and want them, then when they went into the UHF world, then the natural gravitation for that, the next step in that would be to upgrade to Zaxcom. So I said it would be mutually beneficial for both of you if y'all could come together with a deal. And that's what I told them probably a year before they announced that they were doing the deal. And and so that was something that they were able to get worked out. And I tell you, kudos to them, because I do still think, just like I said in my BPTRX review, I think that it is very beneficial to both of them, because it does, now they are phasing out some of the Connect system. I know that they're slowly phasing that out. I don't know what the end game goal is there, but I do know that they are starting to phase it out with their international sales right now. And because of the part shortage, I know that, and because the chipset that's a Texas Instrument chipset that the Connect system is based on has been discontinued. So they have to do something. And so I don't know what their next step is going to be. But I do know that if I know one thing about Andrew over there at Deity is that he always has about 30,000 things going on, and he's already about 5 steps ahead of the next person that has any input or thought in that whole world. He moves very fast, and he's very much, actively thinking about the next step constantly. So I'm pretty sure that he has some stuff in the works. He posted something on social media yesterday, the day before, and it was a bag, and he showed, I think, a MixPre 3, and he had something that was a yellow. It was yellow, and it was completely blocked out there. You couldn't see what it was, but it was showing what could go there. It was either receiver, or it was maybe some sort of a power distribution, or it was some sort of, it could have been anything, is the thing. But
I don't think Adam knows anything.
I will say, though, I will say that at least who takes credit for linking Andrew with Glenn was Doc Justice. You didn't hear that from me, but
yeah. So nobody clipped that; it didn't exist.
Doc Justice over at Halter Technical.
I love Doc; he's awesome.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know anything about what could be or could not be in that picture.
Yeah.
Are the I know the time code generators are shipping. Is the Smart Slate shipping yet? Does anybody know?
That got delayed. So they were doing pre-orders, but they refunded everyone. I know I was one of the pre-orders. They refunded everyone because they needed the delay because they are having a parts issue.
Got it. That seems to be plaguing the entire audio industry.
And I think by 2025 that's supposed to be remedied, because I believe there's places here in America that are opening up to hopefully remedy that, is what I heard. I don't know that firsthand, but I was told by someone that I remember, a lot of the times if I hear something that's hearsay, I'll just be like, okay, whatever. But if I hear it from what sounds like a good source, I'll remember it. I won't always remember who told me, but I'll remember that someone that I trust said, yeah, they're working on that. So I think that was told by 2025 it should be up and functional, but still that's a long ways away. So,
Andrew, are you running into constraints trying to source your $6,000 special edition microphones, or are those still pretty readily available?
I have no idea. I don't think I've bought a microphone other than this one in the last 2 months, 3 months.
What? Why is that?
First off, revenue is way down.
Okay.
So I don't have the disposable income, and I still have to pay taxes, which takes up a lot of my money. Mm-hmm. We're not gonna go into that because, yep, that's why that's the thing. And I just have a stack of microphones that I've bought over the last 2 years that I've just been working through.
Got it.
I have no other thoughts at all to share about anything.
Is there a U47 amongst those?
Oh, no, absolutely not. No, I would love to try the new Neumann M49 reissue. Is it? They just announced that one.
Yeah.
It's
8,500,
9,000 something. I also want to try the Elam 251 from Telefunken, but that's now $11,000.
Wow.
They jumped up 1,000.
Right. Well, we're going to get a review of a Mad microphone instead.
Well, it's Mojave. Mojave
Oh.
does. I think I just clipped like a son of a gun. The Mojave does a lot of condenser mics. This is their first handheld dynamic.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
And
Heard
if
of
I'm not
Mojave.
mistaken, Mojave was started by David Royer. Obviously, Royer microphones. Ribbon Man.
It's interesting that you see the same names come up at different companies through the years. At how many companies did Rupert Neve touch? Focusrite.
Focusrite. Obviously, Neve. What RMS Neve, which is what it's called now, and then RND, Rupert Neve Designs. I'm sure there's another one that he worked at.
There's also the guy that did DBX. What is his name? David Blackner, I think. DBX and Earthworks.
Really? I
think
wasn't
it's-
aware of that.
Well, at least he was an engineer at DBX. I don't know if he started DBX. I thought he did. But he originally worked on DBX noise reduction and then later started Earthworks. I think he ran a restaurant in between there, too.
No kidding.
Here's a question for us. What are your thoughts on accessibility? You have audio description artists, VO, and other folks that provide ASL and so on. Thoughts, please, and thanks for a very thoughtful something. I guess it cut them off. Talk about accessibility, audio description artists. You have a thought on that, Curtis? You're nodding.
Well, I learned just recently that I haven't watched a lot of Bollywood movies, but one thing that's really interesting that I learned about some Bollywood movies and a kind of a recent trend is they'll have these choruses of people singing when they switch to a new scene, and they'll be describing the scene in their song, which is really interesting, kind of a different approach to sound design. I thought interesting. In addition to that, I I think that closed captions are really important, but I think the trick for creators is that paying to get them translated is not something we often have the resources to do, which is a little bit sad. And I've had lots of requests for, hey, can we get this in Spanish, or with the captions for Spanish or, whatever other language. It'd be great when we get to a point where we have some of that automated. That would be really nice.
Something that I think is really important for blind people who consume our content is not just saying, oh, look right here. As you can see, this is what you're doing. Describe exactly what it is you're doing. That's something that I learned through podcasting, because I would maybe have a visual element, but the audio listeners couldn't see anything, so I would just describe it. And then I adopted that practice for my main channel, and then maybe a year ago I got a comment from a blind listener who pointed that out and said thanks. So that's something, as far as accessibility, that we could do.
There's actually a lot of painting pictures with visuals that a lot of people in broadcast that go to broadcast schools do learn. I know one of the things that I remember hearing about years ago that just made me like, oh, it really, rang a bell with me and made a lot of sense, was that if you first turn on the radio, you don't want to panic at what you hear. So you have to word things in such a way where you say a quote, and then usually if it's something that could generate fear on its own, you have to say, as said by this person, or says the head of whatever. You wouldn't say the world's coming to an end. Curtis Judd said the world is coming to an end, so everyone needs to run right now, and then be done with it. Because then someone that tunes in would be, the world's coming to an end. Whoa, what do I need to do? So you have to say, the world's coming to an end. You need to go right now, according to Curtis Judd. You would have to say something like that, because you wouldn't want someone to tune in part way and to panic and freak out. There was some of the lessons that they learned in the early days of broadcast radio. Like, I'm sure you've heard about the War of the Worlds broadcast by Orson Welles.
Yeah, exactly.
That they added a little thing at the beginning, but still people tuned in the middle of it and were panicking because of what they were hearing, not realizing it was a whole show, which is it's kind of funny looking back at it, but a lot of things learned, a lot of lessons learned.
I know a lot of this is something I've learned back way before I was like really in this part of the industry, when I used to work in a movie theater. A lot of big movies had with them the ability to have audio description and closed captioning that we were able to give to customers to watch their movie with, for those specific purposes. So at least on the higher end, a lot of times that is done for specifically that.
Well, they still have movies now that they will release. You can get one for the visually impaired. You could go to see, where it will have captions up on the screen, or you'll see that they'll offer certain showtimes, or, they'll offer at some theaters for people with, hearing. Go ahead.
Well, we used to have a box that you could literally put in your cup holder and show the closed captioning with it if the movie had it.
I see what you're saying. Quick questions. Going for voiceover, more on character voice acting work between NT1 and LCT 440 Pure. Which one of those could be good to get, and any alternative to both of them? Out of my wheelhouse.
I can say some things. I think Richard probably can. I think Bandrew probably can too. Maybe even Adam. I don't know, but I think the NT1 is probably, to my ears, it's a more neutral mic than the LCT 440 Pure is. I think it's probably a better bet if you haven't put your voice through either of those. The chances of that working well with your voice is probably higher from my point of view. The LCT 440 Pure, from my point of view, works really well with darker voices where you need a little bit more of that presence boost. That's my take. Curious what you think.
I'm curious as to Richard thought on that one.
Yeah, so I agree with the with the Lewitt, your voice. It just sounds very, very clear, and it resonates your pitch really nice when you talk on it. I find that even though if you bring it close or far away, it sounds pretty good. And especially if you're reading, I think the sound quality is amazing that comes from it. I try the Rode NT1 as well. But for my voice, the Lewitt 440 is definitely it adds a different perspective to a sound than say the RE20 or the SM7B. But it all depends on on your voice as well. But the LCT sound really good.
I don't think I can add anything to that. That was great.
I don't have experience.
Oh, go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
I would just say I don't have experience with either of those two mics.
Okay. I was just going to note, it looks like in the chat there's a very interesting discussion going on about Bandrew and his funding sources. I did not mean to bring that up. I'm so sorry. I was joking when I said, do you have a U47 and are you going to buy any multi-$1,000 microphones? It was a joke that may have gone awry. I'm very sorry. Bandrew,
it happens.
I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for that, Bandrew. I'm so sorry.
Keep whispering. I like it.
I'm going to pull both of y'all out of here. Start hazing you both.
Alan, how are you doing over there? How's your zip fizz?
I'm going to change your name right now.
So, what do you guys think about tuning? Is tuning ever enough before you hit the live button?
What do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean? Do you mean like EQ?
Your compression, your noise gate, if you're using it, or any minor adjustments. I mean, you can keep tuning it till it sounds good to you, but when do you stop? I mean, because you can throw in a lot of EQ in there.
My first question would be, are you hinting at something to me?
No,
okay.
No.
Okay.
I think he's talking about me, I think.
Okay.
Don't worry, Andrew. It's me.
I think that once you go live, the thing that it's so easy to get sucked down this rabbit hole of always trying to get it perfect, but at some point you have to say that's good enough, and then use the stuff that you have for the purpose you bought it. Now, after you do a live stream or a video or two, you might think, well, crap, that doesn't sound that great. I don't like this boost that I did, or this cut that I did, or I think the compression was too aggressive. Then make adjustments, fine tune it. But you have to get to a point where you just say, I'm going to use it. I'm going to put something out and move forward from there. So yeah, spend some time, RTFM, as they say, read the manual and go from there. Just put something out and use it.
I think there is, I do find that there are times when my voice is a little bit different day to day. Sometimes in allergy season, I have to tune my settings a little bit, to your point, Richard. But generally, once I've found, I don't have to stray too far to get where I need it to go. But yeah, I think there are times to tweak things just a little bit here and there. But I don't obsess, I don't think. Maybe I should.
Yeah. No, I'm just, because you can keep going until, forever. But it has to be a limit, right? Because I know nowadays these, especially the Rodecaster Pro, you hit a button, you can just preset everything and you'll be good to go. But for me, I think because I'm a technical guy that always likes to play around with stuff. I always like to try different settings, and it might not sound good to me, but everyone else it might sound pretty good. Even in neutral setting, I find sometimes the microphone does a really good job just on the neutral setting. It's amazing.
I normally don't have to mess with any of my settings unless my youngest daughter used to come in, and she would ask if she could play and play typing, and I'd put up like just a document and let her hit buttons. But then I realized that she was also messing around with all the knobs on the DBX286S here, which I use for things like live streaming. Like right now, I'll bypass it every other time. Like if I do a recording, I'll bypass it. But if I don't just connect up a line straight to it. But I'll tell you, she would come over here and just start messing with it. I'd come in here and it'd be all jacked up. I'm like, whoa, what? Oh, that's right. The little one came in here. But that's the only time I'll ever mess with it. Because for the most part, you know, I don't worry about it at all. What were you going to say, Bandrew?
I approach processing for my podcast as I want it to be as simple as possible. So every couple of months, I will reassess what my chain is and then just save a new project template. And then I will make minor adjustments. So I would when I used this microphone today, I had to adjust my de-esser to be less aggressive. I had to adjust my de-reverb. I had to adjust my compressor as well. And then I had to adjust the EQ. So I did a lot of adjustments to my processing, but the signal chain as a whole remained pretty consistent. And the purpose for everything that we buy, I mean, I guess I shouldn't put this on everybody, but I suppose the idea of it is to make our jobs easier, not to complicate them further. But that's not to say that if you get joy out of tinkering with all the minutia of this gear that you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
That's my take.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another question for us. Who's going to invent the next UHF broadcast solution? We need it.
I don't know. Unfortunately, I'm afraid governments will have a hand to play in that.
They're usually ahead on most of the things that we end up seeing technology-wise. There's my mom married a gentleman who spent, over 20 years in the military, and I'll talk to him about some of the things that we're just now seeing on the market, and he's like, he's just not surprised at all. He's like, yeah, we were doing that 10 years ago. We were doing that 15 years ago. I'm like, well, we're using it for TV now. Be impressed. He's like,
yeah. Well, there's that, but I think there's
Yeah.
also the regulation of the frequencies that are available for unlicensed use, and that's a big part of it too. That's a big part of what's driving a lot of the innovation today is the changes in what frequencies are available for unlicensed use. So that's where you're seeing they're making it so you can operate within a much narrower band of frequency, narrower frequency bands, being able to pack more channels within those bands. That's the neat stuff that you're seeing today. I mean, you think about the Shure Axient system, Sound Devices is doing all of them are doing things in that range. Zaxcom has been working on that for years. So, but I don't know who it will be.
Stay tuned.
Yeah. There's a few people I know that are probably, dabbling in it. We can always speculate. I mean, I don't want to end up saying some of the things that I know, but I will say that there's constant innovations going on. People are always, like you said, Curtis, trying to pack things into smaller bandwidth. They're trying to get more out of less power. They're trying to do more they're trying to get more battery life out of less big batteries. They're trying to, and here's one of the things that since there doesn't seem anybody that's really, except for Deity, that's interested in licensing Zaxcom, when those patents expire, we're going to see a big explosion in new tech, in new innovation that's out there. I know that one of the tricks that you can use is if you look up the companies themselves, you can look at their FCC filings to see if there are any products on the market that have applied for FCC filings, because you got it before they're going to go out. You have to apply for that and prove you've done certain testing. And if you look up some companies, you can see what they have in the works. You can see the manuals for these products before they're released. And it's funny because before the A20 was released from Sound Devices, I already knew what it was. I had already read the manual that they had submitted to the FCC. So they actually had, they put a thing out, a contest that said, if you could name what we're going to be doing next. I think they did this. It might've been someone else that said that if you could name what we're doing to do, maybe it was Electrosonics. I can't remember who it was, but one company out there said, if you could name what we're doing next or whatever, let us know. And I think I wrote a comment on there that says, you want to know the model number of it? and that was where I left it, because I'd already read the manual for it. I thought about I didn't want to say it, but I just kind of jokingly said, "You want to know the model number?" Because I already knew, and I knew that they didn't tell me. But that was, but that's a little trick you can use if you want to really dive in deep. But there's always innovations going on, that kind of thing. Let's see. I'm just going through some comments here. I want to see why shows from the Philippines are sometimes used like that as well. Oh, okay. That they're talking about the descriptive audio service, audio descriptive project, as Harshard has said. I love looking at all these comments. I see what you mean. Now we're just throwing them up on the screen. Now I'll finally start. Andrew is the 236th richest man alive.
I used to be 235 before I started this channel, and it really just sticks in my craw.
I just love this. Just gonna throw it all up there. My complimentary debt replacement has ceased. I hear the U.S. government is doing that now, so maybe give them a call. That's awesome. Banjo, you do an amazing job with that explanation and refer to, okay. All right. Well,
thank
cool.
you, Hershey.
Blasted through all the
kind of you.
The comments there. Richard, did you have any other questions or anything that I remember you had written very detailed questions to me of things that you'd be interested in talking about?
Yeah. So there's a movie, True Romance, that I watch every once in a while. It's a very, very good movie. And I always look at this one scene and I envy, the person doing the microphone and getting that sound when Christopher Walken walks into the trailer of Christian Slater's father. I think it's I forget his name, Dennis Hopper, right? And he hands him he asked for a Chesterfield cigarette, and he lights it, and the microphone, amazingly picks up the sound of the tobacco just burning, when he's smoking it. And I find the detail amazing, how that's done, and I just find however they did that, it's amazing because, that's attention to detail. It just goes with the movie really well. That's just one scene I like a lot.
Okay. This is a question for Adam, because here's the thing about movies. They lie. They will use different things that sound similar in order for you to get the feel of what it sounds like. So you'll see people do a lot of Foley that will sound like the thing, and it's very easy to convince someone that something sounds like that for real. Yeah. But I do know what you're talking about. There'll be very quiet sound stages, and someone will light. And here's the thing: like this happened only on Thursday. We had someone that was lighting up, a pipe. He was lighting up a makeshift pipe on set, and when he used the fire and he was lighting it, the popping that it made sounded like a microphone shorting out. So, and that is not the way that it would sound in the actual movie. It would sound more like, a fire. So I'm going to let Adam dive in on this one here and talk about things from a Foley perspective, because that's some of what he's done in the past.
There are times that we do replicate exactly what's on the screen. We sometimes take the exact thing and try to replicate it, but sometimes it doesn't sound quite like what you're expecting. So like we've done, and a lot of times, a lot of stuff I've done for Foley has been like Hallmark type movies, sometimes very ultra low budget horror films. And sometimes for those kind of sounds, we have to replicate it in a way that makes it sound like what your mind thinks, but not, like sometimes the actual sound doesn't make enough sound. It just doesn't make that thing you're thinking of. So we would probably, I'm trying to think of how we would do like that cigarette thing. We would probably just, you could light something. Otherwise it would be, because you have to think about the elements of what makes that. Because a lot of times we do, like when you're holding, like when someone's handing a gun around with their hands, we could be just taking a metal piece and touching it and rubbing against something just to create that little aspect that what your mind is thinking about.
And one of the things, if you ever watch Foley artists behind the scenes, you'll have the mixer and then you'll have the performance artist in the front. And one of the things they'll say is, does it sound like this? You'll hear him say, what is, the mixer will say, what does it sound like? And then they'll say, does it sound like this? It's almost like a game they play.
Yep.
And you could just imagine the mixer just, no, it doesn't sound like that. No, it doesn't sound like that. It sounds similar, but not exactly, and you'll see that kind of thing if you see some of the behind the scenes stuff. And that, to me, like, I did something recently that was done privately as a one-on-one thing, but I actually recorded audio of me doing basically some stuff with fire. Like, I have a wax seal that I use for sealing with the SoundSpeeds logo and stuff if I want to close up an envelope or something like that. And I actually did a video as a one-on-one thing for someone that where I went through this whole process of lighting a match and hearing it burn and this kind of stuff. And what I did for that, I knew I was going to be putting it to music. So I actually taped a lav to the inside of my arm here. And that way, when I struck the match, the end of the lav was literally right there. When I did a whole bunch of things, I literally had it that close. And then when I went into post, I digitally knocked out the background noise, and then I boosted the living crap out of it because I was covering it with music, and therefore it sounded like it was boosted. It sounded like it was, because you could cover a lot of things with background noise, with background sounds, with music, with special effects sounds, and you can make it sound better than it really is.
And then also, where are you releasing this product?
Yeah.
So, like, you're talking about the pipe sound. You were lighting the pipe the other day, Alan, and that popping sound, if it was a usable sound, was someone talking over it? Was someone breathing over it? So that might be good if it happened, that means it might be good for the American release or English release. But if we're sending it somewhere else, you can't use that because they're going to dub over something like that. So we have to, so for every little sound, every little thing that's talked or breathed over, we mostly got to replicate. Sometimes we can take it off the actual track from set, but a lot of times we got to replicate it for that, what's called a M&E, music and effects track. So that it's a set of tracks that's dedicated for the international markets.
One of the tricks I learned from a big time post guy named Doug Mountain, he came to Atlanta and did a seminar. Is he showed how if you basically take if you take an audio track and you want to make the good parts of it sound louder, one of the tricks you can do is copy it to another to duplicate it, and then run a very aggressive noise process on on one of the other ones. Then when you add the two of them back together again, you still have the same noise from the full version of it, but you also have the version where you've knocked out the background noise. And then by playing with the balance between the two of them, bring up, the one with the background noise completely knocked out until you start to hear that modulation in sound that you don't want to hear, back off on it. Now you could do the same thing with processing with wet and dry, same kind of thing there. But this also is a more manual way of doing it with two different levels. And I did a video about this also. I think I don't remember which video, what I called it, but I did a video where I talked about, I think it was called like a post trick or something. I forgot what it was called, but I processed some audio that I did and I showed that trick in that video. So,
you can imagine all the times that in our little studio space, which is within a bigger building that has a lot of different business, like film businesses in it, like they have a community kitchen. There's so many times that we've left our studio running into the kitchen or like any of the places or the storage unit just to see if we could find some sort of thing to replicate whatever sound we're looking for at the moment. So many times we've gone and taken stuff. So we're probably, if anyone else in the building looked at us, we're kind of like the pack rats of the building, going around taking stuff just to replicate.
And some things you'll have this big, huge, crazy contraption just because it has one sound you might use once every 4 years. And you end up taking this big, crazy thing around because, Might as well, because you love the sound of it so much.
Caution
question.
tape.
Yeah. Here's a question for all of us here. When watching content, are there pet peeves that drive you nuts? Richard, when you watch things on YouTube and stuff, what drives you nuts?
Well, audio quality. I think that is the main thing that catches my eye when I watch something is audio. If the audio is, just not clear or overly processed, or too much of something, then it'll turn me down. But I understand if it's a person's in the beginning and just getting started, okay. But typically it's just sound. I think a sound goes to a lot to a video.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a huge one. Actually, I think even Captain Disillusion did a presentation in front. He was speaking in front of a group. I like watching not only his videos, but he'll post some of the speeches and presentations he's given to a live audience. And one of them he was talking about, he said that you have to have 3 different things. It's got to sound good. And then he says, and there's got to be a good content there. There's got to be a good idea and a good structure, and it's got to flow well. And then and picture quality is also another aspect of that. But he did say it wasn't necessarily in this order. And then he later said, and he was talking about it because I think he started with picture. And I think he dialed in on either the audio quality or the content was king. And I think he said content was, but close second was audio. Because here's the thing, you watch something, and when you watch a movie or a TV show, what drives most of that, most of what you watch is the story. You could hit mute on it and still watch a movie and get a pretty decent idea, especially if it's special effects based on what's going on. But then if you were like, for example, this is an example I usually give people. If I get a phone call and I hit mute and I can and on the TV and I listen on the phone, I'm trying to still watch the show and I'm still maybe concentrating on the conversation I'm having, but I'm probably going to go back and want to rewatch because I'm going to feel like I missed some stuff. Versus if I am doing something, if I'm making cables, for example, and I'm watching a movie or a TV show and I have my eyes completely not watching the screen, and then all of a sudden there's something I want to see, I look up at it, then I go back to what I'm doing. I don't need to go back and rewatch because I'm still getting the most out of that experience, even though I'm doing something and not even really watching it. But you can't do that as much with the sound. The sound is what drives it forward because that's where the dialogue is, that's where the story is. Most of that carries along. What's more interesting, listening to radio or watching a surveillance camera?
It depends on what's on the surveillance camera. I've seen some really, really fascinating surveillance footage.
I was going to add, I think to me that when you cannot understand the dialogue, that is the thing that drives me absolutely batty. And I don't buy Christopher Nolan's idea that it's an artistic choice. I think that's an excuse, and I don't buy it. A great director otherwise, or story writer, but if you can't understand the dialogue, to me, there's no excuse for that.
Yeah,
it pulls you out of the story immediately because you're like, okay, stop, go back 10 seconds, let's listen to that line again.
Hey, movie theater, turn on the subtitles. I can't hear them.
And I'll tell you this, there's pictures that people have posted in sound forums that had been taken at the screenings at the movie theaters where Christopher Nolan has a movie showing. And it says, do not complain to us about the way this sounds. That is the way it actually sounds.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad when you have to do that. And it's not like when you watched the what was it, the original Hobbit movie that they released in HDR, the high frame rate, HFR or whatever it was.
Oh yeah.
And that was the 48 frames per second. I thought I thought personally, I was like, wow, this looks very, very sharp, and it really makes you see all the visual effects. It was an experience. I thought it was kind of cool at the time, but I remember the more I watched it, it was like, it kind of bothered me. It didn't feel as much like I was watching a movie anymore, even though it was still kind of cool to see. So, but that's the reason why we don't see more of that, because there's a point where it becomes not what you want and not what the audience wants. cool because you can do it or cool because you should do it, you know?
Or there are fads too. I mean,
Yeah.
that may change at some point in the future. For me, having grown up watching films at 24 frames per second, that's kind of just ingrained. It feels like an expectation for me. That's what helps suspend disbelief for me. But I bet you that can change. I mean, we've got vertical video that is just taking off. We've got higher frame rate live streams that are taking. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what things look like in 20 years. Like if you could just quickly jump 20 years ahead and take a look at whatever the content's going to look like then, I think we'd all be surprised.
Well, think about where we were 20 years ago. I mean, I recently got that Topaz AI video enhancer software, and I've been going back upscaling a bunch of my old videos. And I'll tell you this, it's very much a different creature where we were 20 years ago versus where we are now. Because if you remember, in 2009 is when we went fully HD in the world. And that's not even been 15 years at the time of this live stream. So even in the past, like 13 years, we got HD, and the quality went from 400, which was like SVHS quality, and DVD quality was up to 525 lines of resolution. And even then it was still progressive or interlaced depending on the DVD you got and the way that the settings on the DVD player. But still, if you think about the old, like when you used to go to play the Pac-Man games in the theater, or not in the theater, but you'd go and play it in like the Pizza Hut, buffets. Whenever you'd go and do that, you'd wait and you'd play one of those games. The resolution on that screen right there was about this amount right there. The S on my phone is about that resolution of that entire screen. And that was only 35 years ago. So talking about where we'll be in 20 years,
yeah,
I can tell you there was a lot of changes when things went to HD, because especially when we went from film to video to digital, because makeup had to change, because makeup and the lighting has also changed, because things were totally different when you use film versus when you use video. A lot of the first makeup and stuff that they were using for film doesn't translate very well to digital. It looks too harsh. It looks too, so they had to make a lot of changes.
Let's get Bandrew's input on resolution. I think he had something to say about that recently.
Yeah, not on resolution. I have comments on this, on this topic of where content is going.
Okay.
But resolution, I don't.
Yeah, didn't you just film something in 4K?
Wait a second. I know what you're referring to now. Yeah. I did one video in 4K. I filmed in 4K on my Canon 90Ds. Then just typically on my 64 gig SD cards, because I'm still a pleb, I film 1080p. I can get 4.5 hours of 1080p footage on that. When I switched to 4K, I had an hour and 10 minutes of filming on there. So I could not tiptoe around. I had to get it right away. And then dealing with the file sizes, it's unwieldy. The import times, the processing times. Even though I have a 5-year-old computer, it was able to still handle them, but the benefit was nil for my type of content, and it's not worth it. But I am going to try to... A lot of people were recommending filming and editing 1080p, then exporting in 4K, because that tells YouTube to use a different encoder, which gives you better detail in the image.
And I think the audio too. Some people have suggested it changes the audio too. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not, I don't know.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was Andre from Worth It or Not that told me that if you sharpen ever so slightly and then you export it 4K, then it will actually, you can't tell the difference between 1080p and 4K when you upload it. And it does, and YouTube does make it look better. So I think he was telling me about that.
Yeah. The thing about content that I'm most interested in is the length. because where I really started paying attention was 2005 when YouTube started. Popular content was 3 minutes, probably because of the upload limit, but 3-minute content was king. Then it went long form around 2010, 2012, 2015, super long form gaming content. But now we're seeing TikTok completely shift that around, and there's no longer a technical limitation where you can't upload long form content. It's just the audience is seeking the shortest form content out there. And I want to see how that's adopted by other industries, because we're already seeing YouTube just try to push it. So how is that going to impact film? How is that going to impact television? Are they going to try to do short form? That's what's most interesting to me.
Do you remember when MTV first started to do more flashy videos that were faster cuts and things were pieced together quicker? Then you started to see people that were only going to want to watch the videos that were fast paced, instant gratification of getting, something like that. So I think a lot of of the interest in TikTok is, like you said, you said in your BSP today that usually the first 15 seconds, but when you scroll, you go scroll, no, scroll, yeah. Oh, what is this? And you could instantly see something, and you could figure out in a second if it's going to be interesting to you, or if and people are very visual oriented, and your mind can be literally in a very passive, very comatose state, and you can flip around real quickly and decide if you want to watch something and if it interests you. And it's something that this is a very easy movement to do, and when it's free, it's so easy to do. So that's, I think, one of the things that is driving YouTube or TikTok forward. And it's funny because YouTube is still capped, to your point. They could easily do longer videos, up to 12 hours now. They used to be able to go as long as you want. So I think the longest video on YouTube is like 23 days long or some crazy thing before they put caps on it. But I mean, they don't have to cap shorts at 1 minute, but they do.
Yeah.
Because they want that to be short form.
Yeah, I don't think that YouTube has the guts to do what it needs to do to compete with TikTok. And what they need to do is become extremely nefarious with their algorithm. Because TikTok makes I don't have TikTok. I'm terrified of it. I don't have any apps other than like YouTube on my phone. But my understanding of the TikTok algorithm is that it makes it as intentionally addicting as possible. Even if they know it will have a negative impact on the viewer, they will still recommend that content because it will keep you watching longer. I don't think YouTube has the guts to do that. So I don't think they will ever successfully compete with TikTok. I don't think they'll do it.
But even to the point of someone, the person that talked about that in the BSP, one of the things you said that they were saying is that YouTube does not lend itself to people being able to be exposed to new content. Like if you spend 10 hours making a video and it only has 5 views, that's a big, huge esteem, killer, and you feel like you wasted your time. But you see, when someone's doing this, it doesn't take much for you to get a view. And there's a lot that can be said for even if that average view time is a quarter of a second.
Yeah, that's something that I didn't address, the quality of the view. That was a big thing with Facebook. People were seeing, oh my gosh, 1 billion view video on Facebook, but they never stopped to ask themselves, what quality is that view? And then when it came out, it was just people scrolling through their timeline. Yeah. Oh, quarter of a second, that's a view. Then all the advertisers said, oh my gosh, we've been funding you based on a quarter of a second scrolling through a timeline, and they just lost their minds.
Yeah, what do you consist? There needs to be a consistency on what is considered to be a view.
Yeah.
If it would be different if you see what we would refer to as an impression or one of those auto plays if you bring up your phone and it starts automatically playing after 3 seconds. On my TV out there, I brought up something earlier. My daughters were all in the room and they were each doing their own thing. I brought up the TV, brought up YouTube, and start going through my subscriptions. And that's when I saw your live stream earlier, Curtis. I saw your GoTex, whatever microphone. And as soon as I left my cursor on the screen for a split second, I looked down. I was like, what? I hear your voice start to talk. And I'm like, well, that was weird. So you probably got a view out of that because I hovered over it while I turned and looked at my daughter. So it's like, what is actually considered to be a view? What is the amount of time that it takes for something to register as a view? There needs to be, you could say there needs to be a consistency in that, but are they ever going to really define that? Only when revenue is involved, I think. And to your point, when advertisers are like, wait a minute, whoa, I'm not going to pay you to show a million things when the average view time is a quarter of a second.
Well, not even that. Look at the email that I got, because I know not everybody listened to it, was, why do I want to upload to YouTube when I get 5 views and I can upload to TikTok when I upload the same video, get 200 to 500 views? Mm-hmm. Look at what it's causing in that creator's mind. YouTube sucks, TikTok is better. So you need to ask yourself, what incentive does TikTok have to make the view count more accurate to a valid view or a valuable view? They have none, because they're creating this desire in content creators to abandon their competitor and move over to them. Because now creators think, oh my gosh, if I want views, which are so hard to get, I'm going to TikTok. And then they get this dopamine kick. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so many views. This is amazing. Mm-hmm. Yet they don't have the understanding of how valuable or realistic those views might be.
But there's also a lot of people out there that will post on something like Facebook, or they'll post on Twitter, and they're watching to see when they're going to get their likes. They're like, and they're sitting there, refresh. They're waiting for their first like. I want to get some sort of positive feedback. When are my friends going to like what I've done? There's a lot of people now that feel like they need to have that positive reinforcement coming from that. In the meantime, it's negative reinforcement sitting there refreshing over over and over again, and not getting that which you feel you need. That's actually worse on you.
And it's super easy to fall into that trap. If you upload content because you can justify it. If you're a content creator, you can justify it with, oh, I'm just researching. I'm trying to understand the market and understand what I ought to do next.
Yeah.
I had to delete the YouTube Studio app off of my phone, off of my iPad. I don't look at my stuff. I will stay logged out of my main channel the vast majority of the time, because am I really going to use any of that information? Probably not. It's just going to make me feel terrible. Yeah. But back to the question, is this trend towards short form content having any rumblings in the film and TV industry about adjustments that they want to make? Do either of you, Adam or Alan, know?
Not that I've seen.
Not really.
Okay.
I was going to say, maybe as part of one of my clients, their world, kind of, because one of the talents of one of the shows I work on, they do sometimes like some short form stuff. So maybe they've talked about it, but it's not really at least big in the rumblings like that.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that would be more in the marketing department, trying to find out how to turn a 30-minute or hour-long reality TV show into a short on YouTube or TikTok.
But you also got to consider this. We don't do short-form content.
Yeah, absolutely. So, sorry, Adam, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, but though I will say one of the shows I work on is completely a reaction to a YouTube series, the whole reaction thing.
Oh,
I'm just gonna say it. 90 Day Fiance does the show Pillow Talk, which is literally the couples watching episodes of different shows. It's literally them in their bed watching the shows.
That's interesting.
They
So that does work well on YouTube, but that seems very. It's so weird that I want to say that seems so 2019, but, and that sounds like years and years and decades ago, I should say.
but it's since especially through COVID, that's been a popular
Yeah.
series. And at first they started out with like doing it as full on big like Sony FS7s, like 2 camera setups. They did this huge high quality version of it, but then COVID happened, like COVID started, and they dumbed it down to an iPhone and a Mix Pre, and the couples did it themselves. And then they slowly started to bring crew back. And I was part of when they started to bring the crew back. Now it's now I bring my equipment. I'm paid for that. And they're still shooting on an iPhone.
So that raises another question for me. Do you know if they saw any difference in performance from when they were using the super high-end stuff to when they switched to the iPhone?
I would say it's not about the quality of the picture. To them, it's about they don't have to hire a big crew anymore.
Right.
So they can pump these out so much and make a ton of money off of it.
Okay.
And the fact they don't have to pay so much anymore for that show, that's why they still do it.
Oh, okay. Because when all the late night talk shows went home, they all looked terrible and sounded terrible. And it didn't make any sense to me and a lot of people. So the only thought we had was either they are completely incompetent or they're doing it because it makes them seem more approachable. Or that's something that I hadn't considered.
It's totally
Okay.
part of that might be it. Like when they're doing it themselves, it might be partially that the person actually doing it doesn't have the competence to work that equipment. But a lot of it is the studio doesn't have to put as much money out there.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense.
And this is where Alan starts looking at me and is like, "Why are you working on those kind of shows, man?"
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Because what I'm thinking in my mind is that you're right. I did start to see a whole lot of reaction stuff really pop up, especially during the shutdown in 2020. But what's really interesting to me is whenever I've uploaded a video, even on one of my private channels, and I keep it private, if there is a clip that is 3 seconds long of any kind of a copyrighted song or a picture, it gets a copyright notification. And I don't know how any of those channels that do reaction videos are able to continue to release their videos when they watch nonstop things and they react to them. When I'm like, well, wait a minute, these are like big shows. These are, how are you able to do that? And I mean, because I'm sure they're trying to make money off of this. They're trying to monetize their channels and stuff. And I'm sure many of them are. But to me, it's one of those things where how can they be monetizing it when they're playing a bunch of copyrighted stuff? And I can't use something without it saying, oh, well, copyright claimed. That video has been copyright claimed because I played a 3-second clip of something. Or even when I've taken the same clip and I've shrunk it into a corner, then there's no problem. But if I show it full screen for a split second, you can cut it out if you want to. I'm like, well, there goes the pacing of my video. Or I can leave it in there and have all the revenue for that go straight to someone that is the copyright owner.
There is something really cool. I haven't seen this feature, but apparently it's a beta test on YouTube, and a couple of people have it. Instead of just muting the entire video, YouTube is going to roll out a feature that allows machine learning, AI, whatever, to just isolate the copyrighted music and mute that while your voice and everything else can continue in the video. So that's going to be super cool if it actually functions. That's pretty neat.
So what does it do exactly?
So through machine learning, it will, hey, this section has copyrighted music. Let's say you're at a bar talking and there's background music. Through this machine learning, it would be able to isolate the music and mute that while your voice is still audible. So it would just be able to mute the music.
Wow.
I don't even think you could do that in Isotope yet.
Yeah, I don't think it's pretty cool.
You kind of can. It's not perfect, but
Yeah.
it'll get there. It's not there yet. But.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, there's some drum app that allows you to isolate the guitar, the bass, the drums, and you can pull out the drums. It's not perfect, like Curtis said, but it allows you to play along with it, and it sounds like you're playing with the whole band. So it's probably some kind of similar thing, similar algorithm or similar whatever. Robots who are going to kill us all.
Hey, I just want to try to be useful as a sound guy when the robots take over.
There you go. I will do the sound design to make you the most terrifying to humans, to make them bow down faster. Perfect. You got the perfect job for them.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm wondering if you being a sound person, the lone person responsible for all the sound on the show, I wonder if that makes you a little bit more easy for them as a hiring decision than it would be for them to hire a whole camera department, because that's, if you're trying to stream down, to stream down your crew, there's only one sound person. Bring out a sound person. They'll handle it all. But camera, you might have a DP that can set up multiple cameras. You might have an operator and a DP, but then they might have to also do the lighting or something. So
if they normally hire an AC and an AC who sets up the phone, the lighting, and helps dump all the footage into the laptop that we use, that the producers are showing the video and zooming into. But then and then they have a remote AC who remotes in and gets all that footage up so that they can have it in the studio. Start editing on it.
Yeah. Here's a question. What's your take on the Audio Technica AT4053?
I don't think I've used that one, and I don't think I own it.
I haven't.
Me either.
I've got it.
Is it in front of you?
I can get it.
It's not in your desk?
This is the first time.
It's not that, just like where Curtis just does this number and pulls it out and says, oh, it's right here.
Is it in arm's reach? Does he have to stand up?
No, I have to stand up. Yeah. In any case, it was my first indoor boom mic, and like a legitimate boom mic. It's a pretty decent mic. I think it's a $600 or $700 mic. I think it's pretty good. I've used it outdoors too. I've used it very much like a 50. It's a little bit more of a narrow pickup. It's a hypercardioid. They describe it as a hypercardioid, but yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know if you maybe for super sibilant voices you'll want to be careful with it, but or need some de-essing in post, but otherwise I think it's quite good.
Yeah, still I see it on Amazon. It's still $700. Yeah.
Don't you have a video on it, Curtis?
I think so. Yeah, probably from 2015 or so.
8 years ago. Oh my God. Yowza.
Please don't judge me when you watch it, if you do watch it.
Actually, I've watched that video multiple times.
You did a comparison of 3 professional indoor booms 4 years ago.
Yeah, I think it was 5 or something, wasn't it?
The one that I'm looking at has 100,000 views 4 years ago, and it has a Sennheiser, a Schoeps, and an Audio Technica, and it looks like the 4053B.
Yep.
Here's an Easter egg for you. When I did my studio tour, my newest studio tour, I don't know if anybody noticed this, but on the monitor that I had, Bandrew is nodding already. He noticed, I'm sure. But I put freeze frames of Bandrew's first few videos in the most awkward freeze frame positions of him, like in the middle of a blink with his mouth open or something like that, and all these random video, of him being overly hyper. I'd have all these little clips of him frozen up on the screen, and Bandrew noticed, and he was quick to point that out to me because he noticed, but nobody else seemed to comment on that. Thought that was pretty awesome.
I appreciate that inspiration. I will tuck that one away in my pocket for the future.
Yeah. the wonderful little Easter eggs you get. Wasn't short form film called Quibi? I don't know that movie.
Quibi was a streaming service. I think they tried to do 5-minute television or something, or 5-minute movies, some weird thing like that. They shut down.
That's funny.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is YouTube kind of past its prime? Are we starting to see the decline of YouTube?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't. If you're looking at short form content, yes. But I still don't think that YouTube has any competition for long form user generated content. There's just nothing that really competes with it.
Yeah.
So in that regard, no, not yet.
Not yet. We used to think the same thing about what was the social media?
MySpace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The thing that it seems to me is that the hallmark of a social media service that is getting ready to start declining is that they cross this line where the need to drive additional revenue outweighs everything else, and they cross a line at some point. I don't know exactly where that is, but at some point they cross that line, and something else becomes available, and a transition starts. I'm just curious. It seems to me like what's YouTube's next step in terms of revenue growth? Because are there really going to be a lot more people starting to get on YouTube at this point? Probably not. Maybe a few.
I think so.
I
think
yeah.
Go ahead, Alan. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say, is people this day and age, you don't see people wanting to be. They're still wanting to be a professional YouTuber. There's still that. But after doing it for a month or two, people are like, no, I don't want to do this because it just doesn't work. The discoverability is not there anymore. And even when you hear about I started seeing earlier this week about like Markiplier, something that he does that happened to him is affecting everybody. Moon is a YouTube channel here that does really cool content. Recently did a video about how YouTube had to make a decision. Do we go after the revenue, or do we have the backs of the content creators? And they went after the revenue. And the thing is, though, the more you go after the revenue and you turn your back on the people creating the content, it's going to drive people away. And I mean, I know I've talked to Banjo. I've talked to a lot of people that have seen and I don't know about, I can't speak for you, Curtis, but I've seen a lot of people that have said their income has taken a huge hit. This stream tonight, we have only barely been into 20 viewers. That's been the most that we've had is we hit 20 viewers at one point for a few minutes. Most of the time we've been in the teens, but it used to be that I would do a live stream and I would have 30 people minimum watching until 3 a.m., 2 a.m. But people just aren't going to YouTube anymore. They're not watching it as much, which means
there's a seasonal thing. That's part of what's at play. I mean, this is a holiday weekend in the U.S., so I think that's a big part of it. But
okay, compare this to the Labor Day thing that we did, though. Even then, I had 40 people in here for most of the time. Then we dropped down to 30, and about 2 a.m. or something like that is when it dropped down below 30.
You mean Memorial Day?
Memorial Day.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. This is Labor Day.
This will be interesting. So this is the story that's playing in my mind. I don't know if it's true, but couple of years of pandemic, people are sick and tired of being at home, lots of vacation this summer.
Yeah.
This is the last big kind of opportunity before school starts up again and we start moving into fall. So I think that's a factor. What'll be really, really interesting, Alan, is that if the viewership doesn't start picking up from this point for the rest of the year, then that'll be really, really interesting. But I think right now I'm like I've actually been choosing what to release the last few weeks, knowing that it's still kind of the end of summer, and I have a few big things that I have planned, and I'm like I'll wait. I'm gonna wait until everyone's back in school, and we can push that content then. But that's my hypothesis. I think that's what's happening. It'll be interesting to see what happens even in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And school here started August 4th.
Our schools here started 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, people are still vacationing. I mean, even like my sister and her family, that the kids they've been in school since early August, and they're still they're still doing weekend trips. But I mean, yeah, fair point taken. But nevertheless, if it doesn't start picking up from this weekend going forward, that's where I think there's a really interesting trend going on.
Yeah, I think another contributing factor to that trend, at least in our niche, a lot of the people watching were people who were working from home. That's ending. So a lot of those people are no longer viewers. They don't care. A lot of people were thinking, oh, I have nowhere to go. I'm going to start a podcast. I need something to fill my time. I'm going to start a YouTube channel. I'm going to start a Twitch channel. I'm going to start a TikTok. I'm going to get a lav mic and hold it up right to my mouth while talking. Because that's what we do on TikTok. That's going to be a short for me.
Clip it onto your nose like a nose ring.
Yes.
That's what we need.
I will do that.
Dude, man, you like my, you know.
Yo, dude, I love TikTok. I love short form content,
over
bro,
the ear,
dude.
over the ear, and clip it onto a nostril. Make it try to see if that's the new trend.
Perfect. I'm gonna do
dude.
it. But I think that's another contributing factor. People just no longer working from home, no longer having the time for podcasts, for YouTube channels, and also people have a lot less disposable income. Gas is expensive.
That is very
Food
true. Also,
is expensive.
Everything is. We are in a time of inflation, and so people are having to spend a lot more money on groceries, and the price of milk has even gone up. The price of gas has certainly gone up in the past few months. And with that, you're right. There is less money to be spent on, new tech and things to goof off with. You're right.
Unnecessary microphones. So that's probably why our niche is seeing a decrease. That's a contributing factor in my opinion. I also think Curtis is right on. But what we see happen in the future, but also what is happening with YouTube as a whole would be interesting to see. I would like to see a macro look analysis of YouTube's audience and growth and all of that.
That would be interesting.
I think it'll be, and I missed part of this conversation, so I apologize if you covered it, but the short form video, from my point of view, I think the value of that is, I mean, it's gotten to the point where you can convey a tip or a trick in the time that those videos usually are optimized for.
Yeah.
And I think really where those are going to be valuable, if at all, long term, is going to be obviously in entertainment. There are lots of funny little skits, blah, 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 fun, meme type things, fine. But as far as education is concerned, I think it's going to be for discoverability. So the value is really in finding new audience through the short form video. And to me, like the YouTube shorts makes more sense because then your channel's right there. It's easy for people to transition over. But it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and that seems to be what a lot of people are thinking, because it's becoming increasingly more difficult to grow subscriber counts. And the people who are talking about being successful at that are focusing heavily on the shorts. But finding a method, that's the difficult thing, finding a way to make short form content valuable for our more educational focused channels, where we can't condense a 40-minute review into 1 minute. We're going to have to find a clever way to make those valuable for our subscribers, or it'll cause us to lose more subscribers.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, especially if it's your... Sorry.
No, go
ahead.
Richard.
Especially if you're reviewing something that requires, in-depth, right? And you're interested in it, and, it's very difficult to do that in that specific amount of time.
Maybe it becomes a teaser. I think it's probably a teaser is what the short form is.
But see, here's I've been thinking about this a lot the last week. I've been taking notes, filling up notebooks like a crazy person, making my little spider web. Pepe Sylvia.
Where's your trapper keeper?
Yeah, my trapper keeper. But I don't like the idea of it being a trailer. I don't think that offers any value to existing subscribers. That just seems like almost maybe I'm just terrible at marketing, but to me that seems like manipulating, like a drug dealer. Hey, here's a little taste for free. Just wait until you get the real stuff. You're gonna come back for the real stuff, sucker. Like finding some way to make standalone content for shorts seems to be. But maybe you're right. I don't do shorts really. It's completely new to me. You could be exactly right.
But maybe not. I don't know. It'll be interesting to start experimenting with it and see. I haven't done any shorts yet, but I've been thinking about putting a lot of thought into it. And if I don't think that reusing content, like just pulling a clip from an existing video, that to me doesn't seem very compelling or very valuable or likely to draw a lot of people in, especially and convert them to subscribership. But maybe I'm wrong on that too. I don't know. But to me, it would be something that has value of some sort, and I wouldn't make it a trailer from the standpoint that, oh, we're just trying to tempt you to come watch the real thing. For me, it would be more of the approach I would take is, I'm telling you this, here's the bottom line. This is a okay microphone, and here's what's good about it and what's not good about it. If you want to see the detailed test, come on over.
Okay. That makes more sense. That makes more sense.
But it's also a little deflating too. It's like, I guess my long form content isn't compelling enough anymore. Now I have to tell people the punchline in a short to get a few people to come over and watch the long form content.
But there's it's very interesting also because I decided to do, I think it was last month or the month before, I decided to do a test with 5 shorts. Very first one I released was the longest boom pole with the Rode NTG8 at the top of it. That one did okay. The second one I did, which was with Mike Solomon, is I said, let's talk about how the pros do lavs on actors. He put it inside. That got like 12,000 views. And I think I got 72 subscribers from that, is what the metrics say. And it paid me
an amazing conversion.
It gave me a grand total of 34 cents for that. Now, the next video was I think how to put a mic in a hat, I think, or there was another one Michael did. Michael did 2 more. And the next one I think got like 1,200 views. Like it got like a tenth of it, but it made like 33 cents or something. So it made almost the same amount for a tenth of the views. And I was like, wait a minute, how does that work? Because it was about the same length of video. It was the same kind of thing. It didn't have nearly as much viewers, and the retention wasn't as high. So I was wondering why it was that one made like 1 cent less.
That's such a difficult question to answer because I think there's so many factors outside of your control that feed into that. I mean, it has to do with ad spend during that time period, I would imagine. Whatever algorithm they use to match the ads to your content, that it's not like, I don't think it's like a blanket channel thing. Like, in other words, they're not like, okay, Sound Speeds is largely about music and sound and stuff like that, so we'll give all the Waves plugins ads to Alan. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. It's really it's always tricky because that's always so black box. It's so hard to tell.
Up until Dawn actually made an interesting comment here, and I'm sorry to interrupt you there. YouTube also made alerts not show up very well. Plus, it made people who have subscribed to harder to see. So that's kind of interesting.
I almost feel like they've given up on like notifications. They've just kind of given up. Like they have a server that's sitting in some data center, and they leave that one on. And so it's like every 1 out of 40 videos that get posted that you're actually subscribed to with the notification bell, you'll get an email or I think really what they've done is they pushed everything to the app. So if you have declined or blocked notifications on your app, you're basically not getting anything.
Mm.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because I have 2 iPhones. It's 2, they're all the same settings, and I get the alerts on one, but not on the other. I find that very weird, and I compared the settings. One's, I guess, is from the States, and one is in Canada, but it's interesting that one or the other, I never get them both at the same time.
Are you logged into the same YouTube account on both of them?
Yes.
Very interesting.
Bizarre.
Is your default account on both phones set to the same?
Yes.
Huh.
Yep. And I can't figure that out because sometimes, I'm on one phone and I'll see the alert and I'll watch, but if I'm on the other phone, I don't see it. So then I see my other phone light up that there's a notification that someone went live, and I see it, but I can't figure out why. That's why I was interested when you said that. I don't know. Maybe it's geographics. I don't know.
I think Liberty, dude, you're not wrong. I think YouTube in particular seems to really favor the entertainment channels, and what they really want, what YouTube wants, is something that will draw an audience and keep them on the platform as long as possible. Period. That's what they want.
I don't think we're ever going to have an education channel make the trending page.
Watch
I don't think
session.
a watch review channel is going to be it's going to be watch castage is going to show up on the trending pages. He has a new watch. Watch him twist the little knob. Watch him.
Hey, well, Alan,
Yes.
that's deeply offensive to Bandrew. It's actually called a crown. So you'll want to make sure you get the details right if you're gonna,
Well, I just liked the idea
knob-
of
the knob
Alan
is a
turning
crown?
a knob.
It's called a
Yikes.
crown. I've never heard of that before. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's the crown. This is the case. That's the dial.
It's the crystal.
That's the crystal. Inside of it, it's not gears. Well, it has gears, but it's called the movement. There's the mainspring. There's the escapement.
There's quartz movement.
I'll tell you. Here's a fun story for you. You remember swatches? Back in the day, you could get the little rubber band thing that went around one side of the wristband, and it had the little bitty like rubber band that went across the middle. Well, my friend Tavis and I were walking. You know those walls that they feel like little bitty bumps sticking out? Well, we were back in elementary school, and we were walking down the hall, and he says, "Hey, watch this!" And he walks down the hall and he rubs the face of his watch against the wall, and then he holds it up and looks at it, and he's like, "Hey, check this out." It's like it's it didn't affect it because he did it for like a second, and he says, "See, it doesn't do anything." And I was like, "Oh, cool." So he and I both. He starts walking down. He says, "Yeah, you should do it too." I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So we go walking down the whole hall with our watches completely on there. When we turn to look at it, the whole screen was which is like the plastic face to it was completely white with like these claw lines through it. You couldn't see the watch face anymore because it was all these, and it was hilarious. Looking back at it, I laughed, but I remember thinking that was stupid, as a kid, but it was hilarious at the time. Just completely screwed up our watch for no reason.
You're just learning the thresholds of these things.
Well, yeah.
So those would be
There's a
using
reason
a
I don't wear them
plastic.
anymore.
Those would be using a plastic crystal, which is not scratch resistant at all.
Yeah.
But then you could get sapphire glass, which is very, very scratch resistant. But fun little side note, the watches that went up to space for the moon used hesselite, which is a form of plastic, as opposed to a sapphire crystal, because the sapphire crystal won't scratch, but it will shatter. And if you're in 0 Gs and it shatters, you don't want a bunch of glass flying around the spaceship. So they went with the plastic crystal because, it might crack, but it's not going to shatter and create a bunch of shards.
Wow.
So just keep in mind, people, that if you are in the market for a watch and you'll be going to space sometime soon, be sure to consider the possibility of a plastic crystal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or just get a G-Shock.
I think that's your favorite. Isn't it?
The G-Shock's just an incredible watch.
Yeah.
A series of watches, really. It's not just one.
Yeah. The 5600 body is really the G-Shock, but yeah, they've expanded way beyond it. Sorry, we've hijacked it. It's not watch talk.
Okay, back to sound. Let's take it back to sound.
Richard, did you have another question or another topic that you wanted to talk about?
Oh, geez, yes. Microphones. I in the beginning of this, pre-pandemic, I started with, with the Blue Yeti. I started with that because I was doing everything remote, and then I decided, let me try another microphone, right? And then just keep going. And I bought another one, and I switched to XLR, and then I could never stop because there are so many of them that sounded different. I mean, is there any reason why you should always stick with one microphone? I mean, there's so many out there that can do different sounds, and it's just hard to stay with one, for me, because I'm on the microphone all day, doing work calls and stuff, and I don't like the way one sounds all the time, so I'll switch to another one. But it just, is it normal to just stick with one versus, hey, let me pop another one in today?
Seven-letter word starts with D. Depends. I mean, it depends on you. Sometimes moods change, sometimes different things. I removed my CAD E100 from this position when I started testing out the King B2. And then I moved it to when I brought in the Equitech E100 SX. I brought in that one to that position. Then when that one went away, I moved in the Worker B2, which I have not yet reviewed. And then I took that one off and I went back to the CAD Equitech E100, only to find that an old noise issue that it had is back. And that was what I was going to be using for the live stream today. And I got very annoyed because I was like, that noise is back. So I got to troubleshoot that noise down, because I don't know if it has to do with the internal battery, but I do know that the internal batteries, which are 9 volt and they're low discharge, I know that they're dead. Like they do not work at all anymore. So I'm thinking about trying to take them completely out, see how it works without the batteries in there at all. And if it's back to normal, then I'll replace them with other batteries and keep it going. But I'm back on the King B2 because right now, because it was convenient, because it was still out from when I did my review of it not long ago. And I thought about using that. So to me, it was there when I wanted it. And that was the reason why I chose it tonight. That's it.
I think it's a niche, Richard. It's okay. Bandrew does it. Alan does it. Probably Adam does it. I don't know for sure. But it's okay. You're amongst friends. You can change out your mic as often as you want. And we support you.
We even did that in the Epic live stream. I think 2 hours in, I even poked at you, Curtis, in one of my reviews recently, because you said in my HC 22 and 15 review, I said, until partway through the live stream when Mr. Five Guys said he wanted to change microphones. And then we all changed microphones. That was the wording I used, if you ever saw that review.
Well, what else are we going to do in a what did it end up being, a 24-hour live stream? I can't remember.
Which one? The Epic live stream?
Yeah.
Oh, that was 17 hours and some odd minutes.
I'm sorry, only 17 hours. I don't know what I was thinking when I suggested that maybe we should do something crazy like change out our microphones in the middle of a 17-hour live stream. I am insensitive.
It was only 2 hours in. Now, if you would want to come back later and, come in 12 hours in and say, Alan, you should change your microphone again, and then pop right back out again, I'd say, okay. But
yeah, thank you for the cue next year. Or end of this year. That's exactly.
Yeah, I'd love to see you pop in at 4 a.m. That'd be hilarious.
I did check in late at night. I did. Who was there? Mark.
That was around 10 p.m. Mark Mangini. Yeah, and then Whit Norris came in, and Aaron Siegel were there. So that was around 10 to 11 to midnight, something like that.
You have a mind like a steel trap. That's amazing. But yes,
on my content, I can't remember anything. I can barely remember my kids' names. But I tell you, I can remember that kind of stuff that does not have any reason in the world for me to remember it. I can remember that.
I
So
was wondering, you do not have an eidetic memory. No, okay. Because you do have this amazing recall. It's pretty impressive.
sometimes, like
Okay.
but
It's selective.
You know, if you were to come visit me and we were to just walk around, my wife will say, "Alan, I just got through asking you that." And I'm like, "Huh? What'd you say?" Or she'll say, "Could you do me a favor? Go to Walmart, go to, wherever." And she'll say, "Here's 2 things to get." I'll get out the door and I'll be like, "Where am I going?" And I literally will not remember. And so I'll call Penny and I'll say, "Where am I going again?" And she'll say, "You're going to Walmart." I'm like, "Yes, and I'm getting something." And she's like, "Yes, you're getting something from Walmart. What are you getting?" I'm like,
See, that seems less
"Ice
like
cream."
bad
And she's like,
memory.
"No, not ice cream." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Sounds
I was
less
gonna
like
get ice
bad
cream.
memory and more like not listening. That's what my mom would always tell me.
My
That's
girlfriend
probably
would say
it.
that too.
That's probably it too.
You didn't forget. You're just not listening.
Yeah.
Well, Richard, I would say welcome to for answering your question. Welcome, number 1, to the world of gear acquisition syndrome.
Yes.
Number 2, it's just sometimes you just want to mess around and see how each mic sounds because and sometimes it's the environment you're in. I follow with the depends because I did a thing in Texas last month using this Sheps mic in the beginning for the first few days. And as anyone hears when I say Sheps and humid, I'm wondering if Alan's going to cringe for a second here, or in Curtis. It stopped working. So I had to flip to the 50. But now it's working again, luckily. So
Yeah,
That little bit of moisture accumulation on the capsule just.
Yeah, interesting.
That's why I don't know if yours came with it, Adam. There's a little, at least on the newer ones, there's a little plastic canister that comes with it specifically so you can put the capsule. I assume it's so you can put the capsule in there. Then you take it into the space where you're going to be recording, let it sit for 15, 20 minutes till it acclimates, and then put it on the preamp body to let the moisture kind of accumulate there first and let it acclimate.
The capsule actually is used, but the preamp and the Cut 60 are new.
So when you say it stopped working, what did it do or not do?
It was starting to do a lot of I'm trying to remember whether it was pops or hisses. I'm trying to remember because it was
if it's pops, it's moisture.
I think it was pops.
If it's hiss, then it might be moisture getting into a different area of that mic. Sheps microphones are terrible at that. But the big thing is just like Curtis said, if you are inside of an air conditioned, have you ever gone on a cruise and you had your video camera and you've been inside, that thing's been sitting in the air conditioner on the inside of the cruise. You walk outside hoping to take a video off the side of the ship and the dew sensor trips the second you walk outside and it gets in that high humidity in the Caribbean or wherever you happen to be. Same kind of thing happens with the Sheps microphone. If it's cool, if it's cold, and then suddenly it gets, you take it into a place where the humidity is going to kick it, the same thing is going to happen. What you need to do with a Sheps is put it in some sort of a container. Like what I usually tell people to do is get yourself a PVC pipe, put a cap on one end of it, put a piece of sponge down in that before in the cap before you put it in there, and then jam it on there. Put your microphone in there, cut off, obviously you don't put the microphone in there, you cut off the end of the thing after measuring it to make sure that the microphone sticks out about this much of the end of the PVC pipe. That way you can always grab it with your fingers and pull it out there. You put another PVC pipe with a cap on the end with a piece of foam on there, and you stick it on top and the microphone sits in there very snugly and it's perfectly fine. But here's the kicker. Also, take a hot, nail and stick it on the end of each of the caps. That's small enough to not let moisture, in if it happens to get directly rained on, but it's going to allow it to acclimate to the pressure and to the humidity in the air. Even if your cart is sitting out and you had it on the that your sound trailer overnight or your camera trailer or whatever is not going to be overly air conditioned. And if it happens to be one of the lucky ones that is inside the cart, it's still going to be unaffected mostly by the air conditioner directly hitting it. It's going to be more or less the same pressure in the air, even if it's been, removed. But that as you start to move that card out, it's going to slowly start acclimating to everything over the course of a few moments. It's not going to just be a direct, smack hit. So it will acclimate itself over the course of a few moments, and that's going to help it tremendously.
Okay. Or you can use a Ziploc bag.
Then it can keep some of it out. It can keep out some of that pressure.
I know. I'm kind of joking with you. 50% joking.
I was going to say the K-Tech tubes have that foam in there.
Yeah.
Or is it K-Tech? A Rycoat, is it? One of those. Those Rycoat
the ones that twist? Yeah. Yeah. They do have. They have the black foam at the end, and they're those are really cool. I really like those a lot.
Actually, Alan, I'm really intrigued. So I always think of it in terms of just the humidity, but it sounds like pressure can be a part of the factor too, based on what you were saying.
Yeah, well, think about diaphragms. The pressure can affect it. It can also, if the pressure is enough to compress on that diaphragm, it can actually wear over the course of time. If you put pressure on that diaphragm and hold that pressure in there, it can be a problem. So you want to try to relieve that pressure. So that way, as you start to close it, it will be like a little bit of pressure and then it releases. It's about like, if someone were yelling into it or something, it'll release fairly quickly.
Interesting. Yeah, no, that's an interesting point I'd never thought of. Thanks for sharing. And I apologize for making a sarcastic remark.
I don't understand sarcasm.
Unacceptable, Curtis.
Can I please still be on the live stream? Is that okay?
Yes, for the next 3 hours, absolutely.
No.
That is your punishment.
No.
3 more hours.
You'll be taking over as the host, and we're all going to leave, and you can just keep this thing going. Desert Island mics. What are your Desert Island mics?
Ooh boy.
Oh boy. Oh wow. Oh.
Like one mic?
Yeah.
For the Desert Island?
If you're Desert Island mic, what would be your Desert Island mic? I'll go ahead and start it off. I've said this many times in the past. My most versatile favorite microphone is the DPA 4017B. To me, I could use it right here and it would pick me up just fine. I would know how to play it off of my desk in my environment here. I could use it on film set indoors or outdoors. Indoors in a boomy area, it would be a little bit problematic. I could still make it work. But to me, it is extremely versatile. It picks up very well. I love the sound quality of it, and that would be probably the one I would choose.
I would say the MKH50 for me. It's just the thing I mostly use. I like the sound of it both indoor, outdoor, and everywhere.
I bet you, Adam, that saved you in Texas too, because that RF bias technology tends to do a lot better in those humid conditions.
It definitely did.
All right, Richard.
I would do the Shure MV7 because then I don't want to have to carry anything to do phantom power. I could just USB it. Simple.
It's fair. Bandrew?
Just one? Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. I didn't even intend to do that. It just came out. Assuming no technical issues, because it is a sensitive microphone, U67 reissue. Yeah. But if you're taking a Desert Island microphone and you only have one, you're not going to take a tube mic. That's stupid. So if I'm assuming that we're in the real world, probably the 7B.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, because you can
Think about what
beat
he
somebody
does.
to death with that, and it's still going to work.
You can hunt for your food with
Yeah.
that.
So I love how it sounds, and it's less likely to break than a microphone that I might like the sound of better, like the U67. But the U67, I drop it once.
Yeah, it's done. You're done. Yeah. Yeah.
What about you?
I have to say, I have to agree with Alan. I would probably grab a DPA 4017B. It is just, for the type of things I do, it's just a beautiful mic in so many ways. Love it. I don't know what else to add, really. It just it works so well. It never sounds like someone's talking through a microphone. I think that's the thing I like about it.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds fairly neutral and reproduces sound really well. So, of course, it's expensive. I have a question to follow up on with this, though. For those of us that have purchased or own, for however that may have happened, and I'm not going to ask any further questions beyond that about how you acquired them, but how do you ensure that you don't have price bias? In other words, I know, for example, Bandrew, that U67 reissue is an expensive microphone. How do you make sure that it, you had to lay down a lot of cash, a big stack of cash for that thing. How do you ensure that you are not biasing your preference based on the fact that you spent so much money on that?
In fairness, the cost of the U67 is what Bandrew makes on his channel in about 15 minutes. So it's not that big of a drop for him.
Exactly. I don't think that you really can. Yeah, that's the no. I don't think you can, and that's the you can do your very best, but here's the thing that I have realized as somebody who reviews stuff on YouTube. I am never good enough for them. I could get a microphone sent to me. I'm unfair. I'm biased. It's not a fair review. I can buy the microphone. You're not fair. You're not biased. You paid the money. You're obviously going to lie about it to make yourself feel better. So there's nothing you can do. Oh, you borrowed it? You're not going to slag off the microphone that your friend lets you borrow. There's no way to review anything on YouTube and be fair. If you believe the comments.
Okay, Alan, I think you have a thought that you need to share.
Oh, I was just laughing at that in general because, I just, whenever, if someone in my comments leaves a snarky remark, I'll fire right back at them. And then, of course, sometimes if it's a good enough response, I'll post it on social media and say, this is when you poke the bear. Here's the thing I'll say to that. I can look at things and say, for the money, this is a really good mic. Like I still will look at some microphones and say, you know what, like the Worker B, the original Worker B is still to me a very solid microphone, and they're selling it for like $70 or $80. To me, I love the sound of that microphone, even when it was $300. I still thought it sounded really good. The 4017B, when I first heard it, I was like, oh, geez, I love this thing. And that was one that I fell in love with it. And I told the story of it in my DPA full disclosure video. And I really loved the way that sounded. And then DPA gave me one on permanent loan on loan for a while until I returned it. But I still talk about that one as being my favorite one. And if I wanted to drop the money on it, I could go online right now and buy it. I just, even though I love that microphone, I just still, I don't want any more gear what it basically is. And so you could say, why don't you get rid of other things in order to get the thing that you really love the most? Sure, I guess I could. But as we always talk about, do you need to? Do you really need to buy something just to have it? Just to, do you need to upgrade? Do you need to spend it? Sure. I mean, like I said, it's not that I don't want to. It's not that I can't afford it. It's not that I don't see a need to. I would enjoy that microphone, but even when I had it in my possession, it's not the microphone I put right here. That was still the E100. I could easily say it's my favorite microphone and I love it and can make it work. Is that the microphone I want to use there? So, I mean, you're talking about price bias and stuff like that. I think personally, from my perspective, I can be very diplomatic about something and not have the price of something bias me.
So let me chime in and give you a non-sarcastic answer. So
Okay.
so
If you can, if you can.
if I can, when you're making a large purchase like a U87, a U67, chances are you're not going to be doing that on a whim. You're going to have done extensive research. You're going to have done extensive testing. You're going to do A/B comparisons all over the place. And you're going to understand when you're buying a Neumann microphone, you are paying the Neumann tax. It does come with a little bit of a boost in the price tag because it says Neumann on it. So when you're in this realm, you could easily get by with a $500 microphone. And most audience members who are listening to your stuff won't care. They won't notice a difference. But when you're buying that higher end stuff, you're doing it with a purpose. For me, it's because I was curious and I wanted to review it. Stupid way to spend money, but hey, it is what it is. But you're doing it to make your job easier. Somebody asked this in my Discord server. Why would anybody spend over $500 on a piece of on a microphone?
Yeah.
And the answer was their time is valuable, and that microphone is giving them the exact sound that they want, or it's getting them closer to that final product that they want. And it is ultimately saving them time over years of use, which is saving them money. So as long as you understand what you're getting into and why you're getting into it, it's easy to avoid that bias. And secondly, when I'm buying these microphones, I'm not buying them with my money. I'm buying them with my YouTube channel's money.
Okay. Well, let's change that to something else then, and say, how about cars? Are you going, if you spent, let's just say $5,000 on a car, or you spent $25,000 on a car, it's obviously not the same exact car. Are you going to like the $25,000 one more than the $5,000 more, than the $5,000 one? Because there may be a difference. There may
different.
It depends on reliability.
It's not really though. It's not really though, because you could say a microphone would be similar. I don't want to necessarily risk the really expensive one if I don't have to, because it could the tube could get damaged or something like that.
Yeah.
But you may say the $25,000 car, for example, might be a hybrid. It might be, let's just say, something that gives you better gas mileage, or the $5,000 car may be better on gas mileage.
But
and so
that
you use
could
that
also
because
be,
you don't want to get, if you crash into someone, it's going to be cheaper to replace,
It could be the difference between a used car and a new car at those two prices. That's the only thing I'm taking issue with, is I think you have to go to like maybe say 25,000 and 50,000 to make the differentiation. Because you could buy a new car for 25,000 and you can buy a new car for 55,000.
Maybe not anymore. But
Adam, go ahead.
So I was going to say, Curtis, what also might be, at least in my situation, is exposure bias too, because the DPA 4017B, I don't have as much experience with. I've used it probably once when I day played on a feature that was done down here. But I, similar to you in Utah, we're not in a place that has like a rental store that I can just take equipment and experiment with. So it's kind of an exposure of who has stuff around me or what are recommendations people have. So it's the exposure bias, and also what has, what is my experience with it. And that's that I chose the 50 because the 50 has been such a reliable thing for me and what I've actually used.
And probably lots of people that you respect have said good things about it too.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Including you and Alan. Both.
Do you know what though?
Videos.
Adam, I do not own the 50 and I have no intention of buying one.
Interesting.
Yes, but we use it at work. We have two of them at work.
So here's an interesting comment that Liberty Dude makes. He says the key is balance, transparency, and consistency. If one solely or too often relies on gear sent to them to give them a product review videos, it can send a signal that they may overly hype one product. There's or certain brands. If a certain brand sends you everything, I know Kevin, Basic Filmmaker, one of my live streams at one point, he said that Ceramonic just sent him everything in the catalog and kept sending him everything. And he's like, look, I'm not gonna review all this stuff if you keep sending it. And they kept sending him stuff. If you get everything from one brand, you may be there, or at least there's some people that might be predisposed and saying, oh, you know what? I like getting, the stuff from that brand, and therefore wanna keep them in their good graces. But I'm going to use, again, as I did earlier today, Deity as an example. I really like the VLOB for what it did at the time. I really like the Connect for what it did at the time. But then, as I said in my BPTRX video, I've seen a lot of technological innovations, and it has more competition. So it's not really keeping up with the Joneses, so to speak, anymore. And the BPTRX, to me, to me, because they keep advertising it as a pro system, I said, okay, fine. I even said at the very beginning, if you're looking at it from a consumer or content creator perspective, look at someone like Kevin Basic Filmmaker. It's going to do great. Or even like someone like Curtis Judd, who's more interested in corporate video and prosumer needs. It's going to do great for that. But if you're looking at a pro system, it's not going to cut the mustard, because pro systems require this and this and this and this and this. And I went down the list. And since then, Deity has zero interest in sending me anything. But you know what? As I always say, I don't need more gear. Now, granted, as I've even texted Andrew, I've said, look, your timecode system is something that very much does interest me. So if since I'm very selective about the things I receive, I said, if you want to send that to me, I will give it a good once over, and I'll review that. But he is not, because that's on him. That they just don't. You can look at this from a couple of different ways. You could look at it as, let's just say you have a total of 20 review units, and you have one person that's extremely critical and doesn't say and is overly critical about everything, and then you have 19 other people that will review it and probably give it high praise, pretty and maybe point out a few things, but concentrate mainly on the positives. And you have one person that will beat it to death. Which you're going to get the most value out of, taking that beat to death unit and send it someplace else. I understand it as a business decision, so I can't fault Deity at all for that. I know that a lot of the audience probably enjoys watching all those crazy amounts of tests to it, because you don't see that a whole lot. But at the same time, from a business perspective, what Andrew's doing is the right thing. Send the products out to the people that will give it the most favorable testing, and will give it a good once over, and not just destroy the thing through crazy tests.
But is that really the best move long term? Because here's what's interesting to me. Aperture, Deity spun off of Aperture.
Yes.
One of the things I've noticed with them is that I've never roasted any of their products because they weren't, in my opinion, worthy of roasting.
Yeah.
However, I have been honest in terms of the things that I didn't like about them. And that's the thing that I always get from them, is whenever they send something, they're very clear. They say, when I first met Ted, who ran Aperture at the start, he was very clear. He's like, just be honest, just do an honest review. That's all we're asking for. Mm-hmm. Because I think what they were really trying to do is make inroads, and they just wanted, I don't know. There are some companies that are and there's some companies that change over time too. I think companies that used to be very open and just say, hey, here's one of our new mics, give it a review, and then they just disappear. And then over time, they start to be, here's a non-disclosure agreement, first of all. And then sometimes it goes, well, we weren't really happy with what you said. I mean, they maybe never actually say this, but they're like, let's not give one of these new devices to Curtis, because he didn't really like the last one.
I've been kind of surprised by some companies, and I respect them so much more when I see somebody else put out a pretty harsh review of the product, and then the company just moves on, or they actively improve upon those cons, on those issues, iterate. Then the next generation, they send out another one. Even if you were super duper harsh. When I put out my first Rodecaster Pro review back in 2017, 2018, whenever that was, when I was getting ready to put this out, I was thinking, they're never going to send me anything ever again. That's not the case, because I think Rode is in fact a pretty fair and reputable company.
They are.
I have no proof otherwise. I've been harsh on other companies as well with stuff they've sent me. And somebody said, "Oh my God, I can't believe you said that." And the company still emailed me, said, "Hey, I see you're testing out these types of mics. Do you want to test out this? This is our offering." I said, "Sure." So those are good companies. But then you have terrible companies who you might not even get anything sent from. And they will DM you and say, "I am literally in tears right now with what you said in your review. Why would you do that? We're a small family company."
Yeah. I've had review requests. This was quite a few years ago now. Back when I was doing other things other than audio, I was doing like gimbals and stuff like that too at the time. So that's all I'll say. But one company came to me and said, "Here's the non-disclosure agreement, and here's the requirements on what you have to say in the video.
Ooh.
And here's how much you have to have: at least 45 seconds of B-roll of you operating the gimbal." Oh, did I say gimbal? You have to have 45 seconds of you operating the equipment. They didn't ever say you have to give it a positive review, but they were very, very particular about how much B-roll there was. So it started to feel like, oh, and they wanted to review it prior to posting. For me, that was the deal killer. I was like,
that's
nope,
you can't do that anyway. Yeah,
that's not a review.
But you see, there's different company approaches also. Like I've gotten like you remember, Curtis, there was a product I was reviewing a few years ago that I said, "Man, this is just not. I'm gonna have to be really direct." And I said, "It hurts because this is an American company that I really want to like, but I'm gonna have to be brutally honest because this ain't right." And
we won't name any names.
I won't name the names. But if you go back and watch my reviews, go ahead.
The review had chocolate milk in it, as I recall.
It did. That was where it transitioned from a video where I talked about the informative, this is the background of the history, this is how the product is. And then I did in the middle of it, I said, now let's talk about how we make hot chocolate.
And with camel milk, right?
Right. And then from there, the video turned into a learning experience for the company. And now that company ended up, I talked to my rep, the rep from that company, and they did tell me that they watched the video in like a meeting with some people. And at the very end of it, they just kind of all paused until it was done playing, and they all just kind of, no one really talked. And then finally, one of the owners kind of looked over at the research and development team and says, "So is he right?" And the response that they said was, "It's like he was a fly on the wall." because
wow.
Yeah, that was what my rep told me. He says they weren't happy about what I said, but they talked about it and determined everything I said was accurate, and they were surprised at my perspective, not having seen anything, not having been there or anything. But they said, yeah, every one of my assumptions was right, every one of the things. And they were like, and so if you look at their product line now, it's changed. I'm not gonna say how it's changed, but it has changed, and it's not the same as it was. And it'll be interesting to see in time if it's completely phased out. But
like you said, it's never fun saying something negative about a product, because
sometimes it is.
Because in most cases, I'm guessing it's fun when it's not one of these cases. In most cases, it's a bunch. In most cases, it's a bunch of people who are super passionate, trying to solve a problem and doing their absolute best. And it's never fun saying, "Neener, you're stupid. What you think is right is wrong. You're a bunch of idiots." That's never fun. But our obligation is not to a company. It's not to a product. It's not to a bunch of engineers. It's to people who are researching stuff.
Yeah.
So that's why, even though it's not fun, it sucks to say bad things. Most of the time.
Our customers are the viewers.
Yes.
And those are the ones we make happy. Now, I did enjoy that headset, the toner headset. I did enjoy that review.
Oh.
And how that product I was very happy to destroy, because that was not something they were supposed to send me. I agreed to do 2 reviews, and they did not send me the product they told me they were going to. They said, do this one instead. And I'm like, you don't want me to? And they said, yeah, we do. I said, you don't want me to? They said, yeah, we do. I said, you don't want me to? And they said, yeah, we do. After I warned them 3 times, it's on.
Usually they get the hint. I've actually had to say that a few times too. And if they do a bait and switch and they send something else, I'm very clear with them. I did not agree to review this. It'll send me a shipping label. I'm happy to put that on the box and get it back to you. Otherwise, it'll be sitting out on the curb, and the trash people will come pick it up on Thursday.
Well, you could also do the Andre approach from Worth It or Not when he got that microphone from VJU. And they decided for whatever reason to hound him on social media, and not just him, but reach out to a bunch of his friends and other people that he interacts with on social media and said, we're having a problem getting in contact with Andre. Can you please help us, connect us up together with him? Because he basically said, this is not anything I want to review. This is garbage. I'm not going to do that. Send me a label. I'll send this back to you. They're like, no, we want you to review it. And he was like, I'm not going to. He said, we want you to review. He says, I'm not going to. And after a while, he says, send me a label or this conversation's over. And they still didn't do it. And so he just dropped contact with them saying, do it. And either send me a label or I'm washing my hands with this. And they still didn't listen. So at that point, that became the microphone that I melted in the April Fool's Day prank, because I was completely on board, because they reached out to me and they sent me a message saying, we're having a hard time reaching Andre from Worth It or Not. So that's when I posted on Twitter and said, Andre, apparently I'm your secretary. You need to reach out to this company. And I was very sarcastic. And he wrote me a message saying, yeah, you're not the only one. And so at that point, it was on. I said, you know what? If you want to humiliate this company, I will gladly do it, because I even wrote back to them when they wrote to me. I said, have you lost your damn mind? Because that was my response to them. And I blasted him in an email saying, this is not the way you do things. This is not the way you conduct business. I said, I know Andre and I trust him. And if you're going to approach me this way and not him, I said, you're going to get it from me now. And so I blasted them quite fiercely. It was pretty fun, but anyway, thanks for joining as a member, by the way.
Nice. Odd question for you guys for the YouTube side of things or reviewing side of things. Have you ever run into the experience? Because I'm sure you get those scam, they want to send you something things often. But have you ever gotten one from someone who tried to recommend something that's not their company? Because I've been reached out by someone to test a microphone that wanted me to test a Deity microphone. So I contact Andrew and was like, what is this about? And he's like, I have no idea.
So I have conspiracy theories. About this, because there will be no-name brands that just pop up. It's just a brand new brand that slaps their name on an OEM microphone and puts it online. And then I'll start to get comments. Hey, I would love if you reviewed this. Been a fan a super long time. And my obvious conspiracy theory is, oh, that's just somebody from the team at that company who wants to convince me to review it without having any interaction with them. Without having to send it to me. They want me to buy it, review it for free.
Yeah. And I think that's also played out. Even when they do offer to send it, that's almost always that's the template response. Hi, my name is fill in the blank. I've been a fan of your channel for 3 months now. You do amazing content. And if they're really clever, they'll actually cite one of your videos and then say, hey, we'd like you to do this review. And it's like, I don't think I want to review a $39 microphone. I mean, it might be fine, but I also worry about those microphones that are really inexpensive and how much variation there will be from copy to copy, such that a review may not even be meaningful at some level. Like what someone else buys that watches my video may be completely different from what I actually reviewed.
Yeah. The issue that I have with that, because hang on, let me look at my spam. I cleared it out yesterday. I have 7 spam since yesterday for that. But the issue I have is these companies have such a high turnover with the gear they're offering that I'll spend 20 hours, 30 hours testing, filming, editing, publishing the review, only to have it completely worthless within 3 months. And that doesn't make any sense to me. That's wasted time, because how we earn money is through views and affiliate links. Now it's mainly views. But if the video is only going to garner traffic for 3 months, that's certainly not enough time to regain that money. With the SM58, I could have reviewed that 50 years ago or 40 years ago. I could still be getting views on that same original video.
No, you could not have, Bandrew. You were not alive back then.
You're right. Well, maybe. On one account that I created, I am 76. Pretty good, right?
Yeah, you're looking good. Yeah, wow. We'll get over to your secret in just a moment, but we do have a comment here, it looks like.
Yeah, it's Bandrew, Allen, and Kurt and Cud Judd have earned their trust over time and should not let trolls drag them down. Your pillar knowledgeable, practical, and informative audio gear reviewers. I love that. I love the Garbage Pail Kid. I want to get that as a poster. I want to get that back here.
If you get that, please order me one. I need to put up a poster. I'll fill a poster over there with Cud Judd.
By the way, Bandrew, is everything sorted in terms of your roof and the situation there? Are you good?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. They sealed it from outside. The inside is sealed. They said they were going to repaint it, but it's all taken care of, so it's still got a little bit of putty that isn't painted, but I don't care about that.
Okay, very good. I'm glad. Okay, couple of good questions here from Harrison.
All right, here we go. Many of the well-regarded mics, such as the MKH416, U87, C800G, are several decades old by now, and yet they are still bought and used by professional enthusiasts alike. Is the audio industry just resilient to change, or are there new mics not any better? Has the mic technology peaked, or is the innovation still positive? Bandrew, you seem very pleased to talk about this one. So why don't you?
Yes, I have been thinking about this question a lot. I've talked to a number of people, and I'm going to make a video on something kind of related to this. I don't think audio technology has peaked. I don't think the audio industry is resistant. I think that we as consumers of audio become acclimated to a certain sound. So that is what drives producers or engineers to seek that specific sound, because it's something familiar. But also, engineers and musicians or podcasters have this false sense. I'm not a real podcaster unless I have the SM7B, because I saw Joe Rogan using it. If I get that microphone, I will be just as good as Joe Rogan. Oh my gosh, they used the U67 on this record. I'm not the best musician, but if I buy it, maybe I'll get some of that magic. Obviously doesn't do that, but that's a part of it as well. There's this mysticism to it, because we see great artists using it and we want to capture that magic, but also it's a sound that we're familiar with, which draws us to those sounds. That's my take.
Yeah, I agree. I think that also the companies learn that pretty quickly. I know talking to someone at Sennheiser at one point, they said that when they introduced the new line of their MKH microphones, they attempted to discontinue the 416 for a very short period of time. And the outcry was so insane, they decided to go ahead and pick up manufacturing again, because and the interesting thing is that the 416 was designed in the 1970s originally. And frankly, it was voiced for tape recording. It was not voiced for digital. And the funny thing is though, it's just the producers or whomever else just decided that's the sound. That's the sound we want. I at the risk of offending Bandrew, I have a U87, which I saved up for a long time to buy, and I hate it on my voice. It's absolutely horrible.
Yeah. My friend John Maskew lent me a U87, and Mike Delgadio lent me the TLM 103. And both of those Neumann microphones sound god-awful on me. I sound terrible.
Yeah.
So
they're not bad microphones.
No,
it's
they're
just
not.
a bad
Just on
fit.
me,
Yeah.
I would not spend any of my money on a Neumann microphone if I'm using it on me, because it's just going to sound like crap. And my voice isn't great to begin with. So it's like, use something that at least works with me and not against me.
Yeah. Bandrew, can we still be friends, please?
You're muted.
Oh, no, you're muted, Andrew.
I was saying, it's like a Discord voice chat all over again.
He was cussing at you.
I was swearing a lot, saying, no, we will never be friends. I hate everything you choose to be, Curtis. No, we're fine. I don't care if you hate a microphone that I enjoy. And the U87 is certainly not a flattering microphone on me either. It does me no favors. But I do want to come back to something you said, but first I want to hear from Adam and Richard on this.
I was just going to say, I have a 416 in my toolbox. I got it because I had clients that constantly said, we want the 416. So I got it. It's okay. It's a good mic. I don't like the hype about it. I don't like, it's annoying how often it's asked and how much people demand it, because I think there's mics that are way better. But it's something that, like, people that probably aren't even in sound, they probably wouldn't even know the difference, to be 100% honest.
They won't.
But they want that sound because they've heard that that's the sound they need.
Yeah, same with me. I wanted to get a TLM 103. I'm like, geez, that's a lot of money. And there's several other microphones that, can sort of sound similar to that, but I just couldn't see myself buying just one. I could have bought maybe 4 microphones for that one. But yeah, there's a lot of them out there.
Yeah, I'm curious. This actually made me think of, we need to go to Bandrew. Bandrew had a thought, but I just want to put a bookmarker out there. I do want to talk about shotgun microphones in that context in just a minute. Specifically, like, what's the threshold amount of money that you have to spend to get like a career sustaining shotgun microphone? So that's the bookmark. We'll come back to that. Bandrew, over to you.
So my question goes back to the statement that the 416 was voiced for tape. I'm assuming that's because it's a very bright microphone. If that's the case, if that's the voicing for tape, why is it that a lot more vintage microphones have a tame top end kind of rolled off, but the modern microphones are super boosted and super bright?
Okay, here's another thing to keep in mind. In what area of tape was it used? The 416 was first adopted by the film industry, which used what?
Nagra.
There you go, which is?
Reel-to-reel tape.
So we were using the 416 and the A16, its sister, in the film industry. A16 was almost always used in preambulator booms. It was also used for longer reach when you needed more than the 416, or you needed to be up, because a lot of the time the film lights, they had to use such bright lights. There we go back to where we were 4 hours ago. Such bright lights had to be used on these film sets in order to illuminate the film properly. In the world of digital, it's more about the darks. You don't need to have as much light anymore. You can very easily expose something and just ISO it up. And it's not going to have that noise like, film would go grainy, really badly grainy if it was too dark. Now, if in the world of digital, if you overexpose, it's blown out. You can't get that back. Digital, you can do a lot of stuff to it to amplify colors that are very, very small in there. Because you know how it is. Once you go above 0 dB, it's, you can only do so much. But the 416 was quickly adopted by the film industry. And it's through its use as an ADR microphone that it worked its way into almost every single recording studio as an ADR microphone, and then people started using it also for voiceover because people were trained to that. Now I've had this, and I've had many voiceover people, even in one of Tom Buck's videos recently, said, well, it was used by this person and this person, this person in voiceover. These are the people that were credited for it. Here's the thing. It was already there because it was used for ADR. And the reason why people were using it is because it was starting to become a trained sound. It was being used a lot in the film industry because we used to use dynamics, for boom microphones. And it's like, and so here's the thing. So here's the thing. So I mean, over the course of time, people will become acclimated to certain sounds and the way things sound. The 416 was one of those original sounds of people's childhood, of when things started sounding better. It wasn't a dynamic anymore. Like, you remember you watch some of those old movies and the background noise is so insanely high, it's irritating. Well, part of that's because it was a dynamic. It wasn't a condenser. Go ahead.
The 1933 Dracula, the entire thing just shh, and it actually functions in favor for the film because it creates this very uneasy feeling, just hearing this constant hiss just beating you down for an hour and 30 minutes. It's fantastic.
But I mean, that's one of the big ways that the 416 got itself into studios. And then they started being used by voiceover artists. But still, the voiceover community loves to say, oh, it was adopted by this person, and this person was the. But here's the thing. How often do you go into a recording studio and say, what microphones do you have? What do you have that's new? What can I listen to? And somebody may have started using it in voiceover, but there's also guys out there that hate the way that it sounds for voiceover. I'm not a fan of the way the 416 sounds for voiceover. I acknowledge what it does and why it does what it does and how it sounds good. It has a very clean sound. It does sound very crisp. It does, to me also, though, it's just okay to me.
No. If you put Mike Delgadio in front of it, then game over.
He could talk into an electric toothbrush and sound great, though.
Yeah.
That's not a good comparison. So
But we go back to the follow-up question. If that microphone is bright because tape is a darker medium or a darker capturing device, so you need to offset that with a brighter microphone. As we've gone digital and you don't have that attenuation to the top end, why do we continue to see more and more microphones that have boosted top ends?
Because we've been trained to. You remember my video with Ray Rayburn where we interviewed? I even asked him. I said, why do we boost the high end? Why do we give it a presence boost on everything? Well, one of the things he said is that originally one of the first microphones, I think he said it was a Shure system. It was paired with a PA system that lacked in those frequencies, so the microphone boosted to because it was compensated for in the PA system. Now, I'm sure that's part of it, but if you got to think about it, it's always what I refer to as the infomercial effect, where whenever you watch an infomercial, or at least you used to back in the 90s, and you'd be brain dead watching the TV and you flipping around, all of a sudden an infomercial comes on and it's someone that's high energy. And believe it or not, the presence is boosted like crazy because we hear that frequency range very prominently being human beings. And you look at the A weighting curve and the frequencies that are boost are the ones that they're throwing at us like crazy. So as soon as those infomercials start boosting it, it makes it very difficult for you to turn that off. Because with all the action and everything, you're like, wow, your brain is in no condition to make decisions like, yes, I'm going to spend $59.99, no, $49.99, no, $39.99, no, $29.99 because I get all this extra stuff. And then you call them up and they say, would you like to add on this for an extra $10? Sure. How about adding on this? Yeah, sure. That's great because I've already saved so much. But that's the infomercial world right there. They will boost it because it makes it more intelligible. Think about the vocal folds. All it is vibrations. They're formed by your lips. They're shaped by your mouth and your head and everything. It's just a vibration here, and that's causing just a little bit of a sound like that, but it's being chopped up by the sibilance in your voice. It's being chopped up by the mids and highs and how how you pause it when your lips come together and how you reshape it. You're cutting those vibrations that are fluctuating only so much into little bitty pieces to help you outline words that you can recognize. So that's a lot of what a microphone does. there's the tech behind it's still the same as it's been for a long time. It's just part of it is that over the course of time, people will learn that if you want something intelligible, you're going to want to boost the highs a little bit. It will make it sound better in certain circumstances.
To me, that's confounding in. I think that probably works in the consumer range of products, but when you get into something that's more expensive, I would think that like engineers for music would be like, I can't make this sit right in the mix because it's just about to make my eardrums shatter.
For pop music, it's the exact opposite. They love bright microphones.
Maybe that's
they
then.
love that because it's just shimmery and airy and exciting sounding. And it's competing with a super dense mix that's just part of the loudness war.
But the thing is, and that's fine. So if they just use it on the vocals, that makes sense. But if they use it on,
everything else is electronic now.
Good point. Okay, fair enough.
And really bright and aggressive saw waves.
All right.
I think we've come to a really good answer to that. That was helpful.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Thanks, guys.
I'm
different
curious,
microphones used for different things. We know this.
Yeah, but I'm curious what everyone thinks, Adam and Alan in particular, on shotgun microphones. Like, how much do you have to spend to buy a shotgun microphone that will be, career sustaining? The type of thing that will help you get the jobs you'll feel satisfied with and your clients will feel satisfied with.
I mean, depends. Because here's I've said the same thing many times over. I'll use the same analogy you've heard me say many times. If I were to take the same parts from a Chinese microphone, and Curtis is standing up, I guess. If I were to take the same parts and I were to manufacture a microphone in China and then send it to America, it would be far cheaper than if I were to take those same parts, send them to a place to be assembled in Antarctica, and then send them to America. The reason why is because part of it is availability, part of it is resources and the ability of a company to use what it can in order to create something. It's part of it, the shipping cost. There's a whole bunch of different factors in there, and there's also the cost in currency. That's one of the reasons why Rode is actually so we always look at it and say that's worth so much more than it actually is, because the Canadian dollar is worth a lot less than the American dollar, and the Australian dollar is worth a lot less than the Canadian dollar. So Rode is able to do a lot more with parts. It's able to source even more premium parts from China. It's not very far away from there. It can source those parts. It can manufacture in their own facility and then send to America in bulk because they're a bigger company. And so they can take the same kind of parts that are premium, because China doesn't just make cheap garbage, cheap parts. It makes good stuff too. And you can get the good stuff in bulk and create good products with it. So when you say something like, what's the price? It could be one thing for one brand. It could be another thing for another brand, or different ranges in general, because there are some Audio-Technica microphones that are good, but will they last 30 years? There are Rode microphones that you could say the NTG3 would probably last you, 20 years as a career. Is that the sound you want? 416, we know it will last you your entire career because it's been around since the 70s. The Shep Cement 5U, we know it sounds really good. It's got that Shep sound, and it's already been out for probably at least 10 years now, because I remember when it was first released, and it's still going strong. So you can spend the money, and you can spend it quite effectively on something more discount, but then also what kind of stuff are you doing with it? Because if you took good care of your gear, you could get yourself, a $500 mic. You could get the 4053B probably that we were talking about earlier for $700. And you could probably use that on doing corporate indoor interviews in your entire career. If you never step foot outside, it'd never really be taxed the same way as it would be with a 416 that you take outside and you put in the rain and it's being beat to death. And then you put it in freezing conditions, then you put in the Sahara Desert. And then it just depends on your use case also. what kind of career you're going to have.
I had from the like really early on in my career until I got the 416, and I still had in my toolbox Deity S Mic 2. I had that for a long time until like I probably could have had that for the rest of my career, but I started to get other mics, and some up and coming person needed a new mic, so I sold that to him. But I do still have, as a backup mic in my toolkit, a 2S. Like, I've had a moment where one of my 50s took a tumble, and for the last scene of a short film I worked on, I threw the 2S on. No one noticed a difference.
And I know you posted about that on social media. You posted that, I think, on a Facebook group.
Yep.
And I remember looking at that and saying, I'm not surprised, because the thing is, though, that in the hands of someone that knows how to use the gear, you could give me an S Mic 2 and I could make that thing sing. You could give me an S Mic 2S and you could make that my entire microphone locker, and I could surprise people with it. You know, you'd be like, that movie was shot on a S Mic 2? Yeah. And you're not going to know the difference, especially with modern post-processing, being able to knock out background noises and being able to use processing and stuff like that. You could use a very cheap microphone. If the detail is there, which it is on the S Mic 2, it wouldn't be that big of a deal.
That short film where I swapped the mic is on Hulu.
Yeah.
And I also put a WLAV Pro on Kurt Warner once. So
It's not the new Weird Al movie, is it?
No, not at all.
Okay.
It was a short film called Starkeisha.
Oh, okay.
Shot in LA.
Nice.
Well, friends, I need to go.
You have 2 more hours for your punishment.
I wanted to say, I don't think my headphones are working. Something happened. I'm so sorry, friends. Richard, Adam, it's great to meet you live.
Yes.
Alan,
Likewise.
it's always a pleasure. And Bandrew, thank you so much for using a boom mic today. That was fascinating.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you,
as always,
Curtis.
I love being able to provide more Curtis Judd content than Curtis provides on his own channel in the average week. You're probably close to the average month. I can do it in one live stream.
No, I know. It's amazing. I'm learning every time I come.
I love it when y'all are here. That's why when I do these live streams, I have to always invite you guys, because I always
Judd
love the
fan
conversations. Cud Judd for life.
Yeah. And with that, good night, friends.
Good night,
We'll see
Curtis.
Take care,
Bye.
Curtis. You take care, man.
Bye, Curtis. I'll see you later. Bye, Bandrew.
Gee.
Somebody clip that. I need that to be my ringtone.
Bye, Curtis. Bye, Bandrew. Bye, Curtis. Bye, Bandrew. It's like my friend Thomas. Like, I think I told this in another stream. My friend Thomas was looking for a new ringtone for his phone, and my mother-in-law had a really bad hacking cough because she had an upper respiratory infection, and so he just like as she's like coughing and like really coughing up stuff, he starts recording her. And so she's coughing so bad. Then he clips it and turns that into his ringtone. So you'd be out in the middle of a restaurant or something like that. Oh, that's my phone. And people are like, why is that your ringtone? He's like, well, I know it's my phone. And that was just matter of fact. Thomas,
just imagine if my ringtone was, bye, Bandrew. And then I got a call in the middle of the night. I would just be dreaming, and then it would sound like a serial killer was about to murder me.
that would be very interesting, actually.
Lead to some really messed up dreams.
Well,
in more than one way.
You probably already have some pretty messed up dreams, I'm sure, from all the horror movies and stuff you watch. You feed your brain with a lot of that stuff. It's gotta make it someplace into your psyche.
Probably.
Pick it up and throw it.
Ah!
Yeah.
Why is my phone talking to me?
Yeah.
It'd be like the Alexa devices that will just constantly light up. Like you were talking in your BSP. What was it last week about? As you were talking about your smartwatch, it starts all of a sudden activating, and you're like, okay, it just activated, and I didn't give it the activation word, and then it did it again like a couple moments later. You're like, look, this is freaking me out.
That happened about 5 or 6 times while I was filming. I just edited out all the other times. It was crazy.
It is, because I'm sure
I'm not
there's
wearing
many
it right
people.
now.
There's many people that will tell you stories of how they would be talking with their friends. Their phone would be in their pocket, and they'd be talking to their friends, and then all of a sudden they bring up, a Google search, and they search some web page, and all of a sudden they're going to look at it and say, "Wait a minute, I was just talking about this product. Why is it now being recommended to me constantly?" It's because our phones are listening to us. There's your favorite conspiracy theory. Oh no,
Absolutely.
that was in voice chat. That wasn't here. That was in a different thing that we were talking about. That was last night.
So I want to go back, because when you were talking before, you brought up 2 really good points that...
Only 2.
Yes, 2 really good points to the prior topic of why has the industry stagnated, or why do people continue to buy these classic mics? The 2 points that you made were they've been sold for not 70 years, since the 70s, so 50 years of production. It proves they're incredibly durable. So that's one less thing you have to worry about. Also, you don't really have to think about it too much, because crappy sounding microphones, crappy sounding preamps do not last 50 years. They do not last 80 years. So if you just want to buy a safe microphone, a safe piece of audio gear, buying something that's been made for 50 years, pretty safe bet.
Yeah. And you can very easily, the word that we usually refer to is bulletproof. We usually say, it's, we always say, if you want to call yourself a sound mixer, get yourself a 416, at least carry it around with you, even if you never use it once. It's like what we jokingly say is you're ready to become a sound mixer when you forget how to properly wrap a cable. That's when you're ready to sit down and start mixing, is when you should no longer ever touch a cable.
Is this you asking me to be your next sound mixer, Alan? I'm flattered.
If you want to.
I am absolutely flattered. Honored.
And you would see how very quickly how direct I can be with inexperienced mixers. How I'll step right over you and say, okay, this is what we're doing, and this is how.
I would say, hey, Alan, get
record.
the mic closer. I want some proximity effect on this.
It's like, I cannot put it on his lips. I cannot touch the microphone to his lips, Andrew. That is not going to happen. You'd be like, it doesn't sound right, Alan. It needs to be closer. It needs to be closer. It needs to be closer. I don't see it in the frame.
Why aren't you 3 inches away from his mouth? What are you doing?
You're going to say, I want everything wild lines, because that's the only way it's going to sound good to you.
Perfect. I love it.
Unfortunately, that'd probably be the case too. You drive me crazy. You would seriously drive me crazy with that. And I'm sure you do it just for the fun of it.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, we missed 420.
Huh?
Oh, what?
Oh, 421:43
Yeah.
is the time frame in here. That's what you're referring to.
Yeah, we missed the 420. 4 hours, 20 minutes.
Snoop wasn't here to tell us.
I know. Neither was Martha Stewart.
I just had to turn down a Snoop movie, actually. Snoop is in town. He's doing a movie, and I had to turn down a movie because I was already on a show, committed to a show.
Wait, Snoopy's an animated dog. How can he be in town?
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
Not Snoopy. I'm talking Snoop Dogg.
No, all we get is Rob Schneider out here.
Oh, hell yeah.
I was on that
do
shoot
it all night long.
I was on that shoot one day. That's all I needed.
Was it the day they were handing out shirts?
No.
Yeah. That's the day to show up, is the day they're handing out crew shirts.
Nah, I was there 5 minutes and I was yelled at by him.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's some actors like that.
No, but he was producing, directing, acting, everything. So, he's stressed.
And you were the sound guy there. So was screaming.
I was the boom op.
Huh. Yeah. Must
So
be
is this
screamed
is
at if you hear
the
the boom up.
I know from what I've heard that the sound department gets last thought in terms of
If we
budget and
get
all
one,
of that.
if we get one.
But is the sound department also the punching bag for everything as well? Or does that get spread out pretty evenly?
The way we're punched around is different than the way other departments are. Like that, we're not taking on tech scouts because they're worried that we're just going to say no, it's too noisy at every location.
Okay.
So I mean, like with movies, they'll still take the sound mixer out there, and mainly because there's discussions about where the carts could go and stuff like that, and the sound mixer can, on movies they can say, well, we can actually pre-plan on this kind of thing happening, but they don't take us out on tech scouts for TV because they're worried that we're just going to say, no to everything. But I mean, that's other departments I will see. I mean, one of the big ones is also props. They get beaten really bad sometimes because the prop department, when they're like right now, I'm on a period show. It takes place in the 90s. So it's really cool to see all the 90s things. But you'll have a director that will not think about something. They'll say, "Oh yeah, we really need to have a telephone by this bed. Prop department, do you have a telephone that we could use? I think it should be a white telephone, maybe a wireless telephone. Do you have like one of those old that has a retractable antennas?" And they have to have all this stuff to pull from in bins on their trailer because they'll say, "Yes, sir, we do." And when they go out buying, it's not just buying for this one or two scenes. They have to buy everything around it. When they see, something in a store, they'll have to buy things from that they will probably never need because there's going to be, "Oh, do you happen to have this? Do you happen to have this?" One of my favorite stories is that one of my friends, Crisp, was he's a prop master. He was telling us a story about doing a movie on an aircraft carrier in Charleston, and they were shooting this movie, and they were pulling up. Their trucks were going to be parked on the aircraft carrier, and so they had to be cleared because there was the ship was being used still. It was still a government ship, and so all the trucks had to be cleared when they were being taken on there because you cannot take things onto a military ship if there's certain things. And the prop department, he was telling me that when they got up to the gate, they said, "Okay, well, we need to check, inspect your truck." And he just kind of smiled and says, "Absolutely, come on back." They opens up the back, and you should see the bins. We're talking about a 40-foot, a 40-foot trailer that has things all the way in bins. There's shelf, and it's deep. And then there's workspaces and stuff. And the guys, he told me the guys just kind of looked at it and they were like, just looking around. And so they just kind of laughed and said, "So what is it that you're, what are you looking for?" And they said, "Well, we're just wanting to make sure you don't have things like weapons, like firearms." "Oh, you want firearms? Right over here." And takes them over there and opens up a few bins. "They're right here." And they're like, "Okay, well, we're just wanting to make sure that y'all don't have things like drugs." He says, "Oh, you want drugs? Over here." And takes them over there, and they're obviously not legal, but not illegal drugs, but they're the ones that they use in film, so they look like it. And so he's like, "So those are over here. What else you need?" And they're just like, and he says that the two guys looked at each other and they just kind of, didn't really know what to say. And they're like, "Okay, you're clear." And that was all, that's all they could do is they were just like dumbfounded, but they were so open. They're like, "Yeah, these are the weapons and these are the rubber ones that match them."
That's
and
amazing.
just matter of fact. And they were just like, surprised by it. But that was the nature of what it was, simply because they understood this was a movie. They understood that, that I've shot in government buildings before, and they have metal detectors up where they don't want you going in there with a pocket knife. And then you'll see a grip walk by with a knife that's, in a sheath that's like this hanging off their side, walking right by the thing, and no one blinks an eye while they're checking every person with a suitcase walking by. And then just like, what's with this dude? And so, oh, they're shooting a show here, but we're okay. We've not been vetted by them or given certain clearance. The production has. I guess the production, has said, no, there's not going to be any issues with our crew.
But
And
the
there's
people
not.
who work in these government buildings have not been vetted. They must be checked.
Yeah. Everybody that goes into that government building, has to go through the metal detectors and stuff. What are you going to say, Adam?
I recently did a press conference thing with a ex-vice president, and there were Secret Service there and everything. I never had a background check before coming in, and I was like a few feet from this ex-vice president. So sometimes when you're part of shoots, you get some weird privileges.
Yeah.
But sometimes they do like I was supposed to do a thing for like in this Amazon compound, and they wanted to do a full background check on me. And I'm like, why does this vice president not need a background check, and Amazon needs this huge clearance?
Yeah. But it's what's interesting is that there's all kinds of different stories and stuff that we're told on the film industry side, and then the other people are too. I was shooting in a government building on this show called it was a pilot for a show. It starred the guy that plays the governor from Walking Dead. I forgot the name of the show now, but we shot, and one of the buildings we were shooting in is the federal building in Atlanta. We had a sequence where a guy was stepping up onto the side edge of the building and standing out looking over the city. We had shots with a super techno crane up there. But when we were told that we were going into the federal building, we were told you are going to enter in this room, into this room, and then you're going to go straight through the hall, and then you're going to turn left and go down whatever it was to the elevator. You're going to go up and then and follow the markings. Do not deviate. You're not allowed anywhere other than this. You stick to this. This is a federal building. You don't want to deviate from this because we are not allowed, and you are going to be under surveillance. And then we went up there. We did the shoot. When we were done, we left. When Popeyes came out with their chicken sandwiches, you remember how they were crazy, popular and stuff. And I remember having like a call time. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna see if I can grab one of these spicy the spicy chicken sandwiches on the way in. So I went and got one of the lines, and it was crazy. And as I was standing there, there was a guy who was literally standing in front of me that noticed my badge, and it said boom operator on the show that I was on. And he said, "Oh, you work in the film industry?" And I said, "Yeah." He says, we've had a few film crews come through my building." I'm like, "Oh, cool. What building is that?" And they said, "The federal building down, the federal building down in Atlanta." I'm like, "I did one show there," and I told him about it. He says, "I was there for that show," and so we started talking about their side of it, and it wasn't so much that they were being that restrictive with the production, because they were bringing the locations team in and showing them the federal building and that kind of stuff. And what they said was, "Well, we don't want the crew to wander, because it's going to be more difficult on us to wrangle in everybody. So we're just going to tell them that y'all are being strict." But they were like, "Oh yeah, that's fine. Whatever you want to do." But they could not care less. And they were like, "Yeah, you want to take it? You want to go check out the building? We'll give you a tour." But they were very cool about that. But Locations was like, "Well, this is very strict. You cannot do this. Is a federal building. You don't want to mess with them." And so that was just the difference in what we were told versus because he was like, yeah, we were happy to have you. So there you go.
But to answer your question, Bandrew, I think you said this, Alan. I think you said this.
Typical conclusion to Alan's diatribe. Well, to actually answer the question that was asked 15 minutes ago.
15 minutes ago, the one that I said, "Oh yeah. What's that question again? No, I'm going to answer this other one instead."
So we often in sound don't get the concessions, and sometimes we're not able to get what we really need.
Oh, that's right. That was the question.
And I think you said specifically, Alan, in a previous video about you have to realize that it's a visual medium. Camera is going to win the argument in the end. Camera's going to get their way, and you're not always going to be able to win fights, like trying to get what you need. So you just have to, you voice your concern. They can't address it. You just continue.
Gotcha. So you have to find all the workarounds to get the best final product without the assistance of anybody else?
You can get assistance without people.
Minimal assistance.
There's also depends also like time frame. If you're in a location, you have a hard out at a certain time, they're not going to give you wild lines. They're not going to do a wide and a tight separately.
Okay.
If you have one scene in a place and you're there all day, and they're like, oh, this is going to be like a 10-hour day, and it's going to be fine, then you could probably get them to shoot the wides and tights separately, or do the wide and then shoot the two sizes of coverage at the same time. That's one of the things that sometimes, like, if I'm talking to a DP and they're setting up for a wide and they're setting up for a tight, I'll say, do we owe different sizes on this too? And so, yeah, we also owe a tighter size. I'm like, can you shoot the two tighter sizes together and just roll the wide shot by itself? And he said, yeah, we could do that. And that's one question that simply by asking, sometimes they'll do. But
okay,
it really depends on the time frame. It depends on sometimes the pace. It depends on various different factors.
But it sounds like it goes back to what Bob was saying in the first 30 minutes. Communication.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
There is a lot of pressure on the camera department. The A camera operator is usually the person responsible for making sure that the people on set are distributed the proper information. So like the director will talk to the DP and they'll talk about the sizes and the shots and stuff like that, and the operator's listening to that. So the A operator will listen to that and then start to tell the dolly grip, okay, so we're going to want to get the dolly, we're going to be on this, and then we'll tell the first AC it's going to be a 50 mil lens, and then they're going to tell, and that will be turned around to the second AC who's going to bring the lens, and so they will trickle down information. Then they'll also tell the B camera, I'm going to be right here, and so if you can get this shot or something, they'll talk about those kinds of things. DPs will sometimes they'll usually be involved in that too. But the A camera operator distributes a lot of information down amongst the crew. So there is a lot of pressure on the A camera operator to get a lot of things done, because like on a lot of shows, the A camera operator might also be the wide shot. The wide shot sees more things, so there's more things in frame that have to be right than the tight shot that's like the size that I am right now. If there's a wide shot where you see the whole room, do we see the floor? So we might need to dot those marks instead. Oh, the window in the back that you're not seeing in the tight shot, there's smears on that, so now we have to get them to take that out. We see the carpet looks kind of like something's been spilled on it. We need to vacuum that. There's all these different elements that the A camera operator will be responsible for and trying to get squared away. So that's what they'll be doing as well. So but there's a lot of factors that fall on them. So that's when, if you're a sound person, you want to be on the side of camera. They're watching your back because they're going to tell you critical information, especially if you're there. Now, here's the thing: if you're a boom operator and you're never there until last minute, they're not going to volunteer information. They're going to let you just fall on your butt. If you're there watching with them and listening and paying attention, like Bob said earlier, that way they don't have to repeat themselves. They're not gonna have a problem in the world if you ask a question here. Wait a minute, when we get over here, are you going to be reaching for this, or are you going to be, like one of the big questions I'll have when they say, and then he's going to stand up and go over here, and then he's going to sit down. One of the questions I'll ask is, when someone leaves, is, and they're going to say, all right, we're covering right here. I'm going to say, are you going to go up with them, or are you going to let them go? That means they're going to step up out of the shot and leave. Or if someone is here and they're standing up into the shot, are you going to bring them up, or are you letting them step into your shot? Because that matters to me. If I have a boom and and the actor stands up and they're delivering their line on the way, I want to carry them up like this, but I can't do that if the shot is already, if the headroom is here. I have to do something else because I cannot invade the shot coming up. So I need to know those things. And operators really like it when you ask them those kinds of questions, because it shows that you're paying attention. It shows that you're engaged in the process. You understand what they're dealing with and what they're going through, that kind of thing.
Sounds a lot like school. What I mean by that is, if it's clear to the teacher that you weren't paying attention and you ask a question, they say, no, you weren't paying attention, I'm not going to answer your question. But if you were paying the closest of attention and it was obvious, and then you say, can you elaborate on that point? It wasn't quite clear. They're going to be thrilled
Yes.
to walk you through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Any funny and or horror stories going through TSA with your gear in the carry-on and not traveling for professional purposes?
Not on my end. I hate traveling through TSA because take out the computer, take out the microphone, take out the raw unsalted almonds, the giver of joy. Dump out your water bottle, dump out everything. So I hate flying, but no funny stories. On my
Okay.
end.
Talk about, you want to talk about a fun TSA thing. Imagine batteries. Batteries are a big, big thing. You have to have them separate. You have to have each battery individually wrapped. Adam, you know where I'm going with this. Actually, why don't you tell Adam? Why don't you talk about this? Yeah,
I was just gonna say, because when I started in sound, I was powering my bag with custom power solution, which was recycled laptop batteries, and a lot of times the actual vessels looked like dynamite. And but the thing is, at least I've never had a nightmare because I put it in a way and when I went through TSA with it, I would take it out and put it in the thing so that they would see what it was and know that it wasn't dangerous. But it's the idea that to any lay person that would look, they would think I'm about to blow up the airport.
Yeah.
but you see, at the same time, there was a product that we use called the Lav Bullet, which it looks and is shaped like a bullet because what you do is it's a weight, and what you do is you put your connector from your lav mic on that and you drop it down. It adds a weight that will go straight down through the shirt. Then you jiggle it at your waistline. It goes flying through your pants leg. And those were getting pulled by TSA because it has the word bullet on it. Even though it's like, no, that's not what it is. It's for a microphone. Look, I'll connect up the microphone to it. Nope. It's not going to go through. And so what they did is they created the exact same thing, but with a slightly different looking tip. And they now call it actually, you know exactly where I'm going with this. They now call it the mic drop.
Yep.
But it's the exact same thing. It's the exact same weight. It's just shaped a little bit different. He's got his jingle bells down there.
I do. I was looking for the SE Electronics Dynamite.
I actually have it right over there, and that was one that when I was thinking about bringing it someplace, I started shaking my head, saying, "I'm not leaving it in that packaging to take it."
And then the other thing that I was thinking, I ran into issues with YouTube where they were demonetizing videos where I was reviewing shotgun microphones because the algorithm assumed it was a video about firearms. So if you were taking a shotgun microphone through TSA and they said, "What is that?" "Oh, it's my shotgun mic." Probably tackle you to the ground.
A boom hole.
A boom mic.
You
don't say boom in an airport either.
You don't ever want to say to the TSA, "Yeah, I have my shotgun in this, and I'm going to shoot a pilot."
Yeah.
You don't ever do that.
I had never. Yeah.
This is what you're talking about.
That's exactly.
This is how I had to take it with me. Even then, I was like a little bit concerned.
Yeah, big time. That's why the new blue one is a little bit less intimidating.
But like, to me, yeah, I just would love to see putting this inside of my bag and see what the TSA does. Say this is what? It's a
dynamite.
A microphone activator. That's what it does. That's what it is.
It's a would you believe me if I told you a microphone activator?
What does a microphone activator do? Well, I'm glad you asked. TSA. No. Nope.
Go. You're okay.
Yeah.
Or you get one of those little pamphlets in your suitcase that says your suitcase has been checked, because of so and so.
Because my boomstick was in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, when I went to Alaska, I had with me my Kindle device, which had a whole bunch of scripts in there from Walking Dead season 8, I believe it was. And when I got back off of the cruise ship, one of the things that they told me, I got stopped by the TSA, and I was taking through my daughter was being carried by my wife, and I went through with her car seat where we were carrying her, and the TSA stopped me and they said, okay, sir, we need to check you. I'm like, okay. And so they start going through everything and they're feeling the lining and they're checking everything. Where'd you come from? Oh, we did an Alaskan cruise. Okay. And they're checking everything. I'm like, what are you looking for? And they said, well, we had one of our dogs detect something. And I'm like, oh, really? I was like, I'd love to see what they found. But at the same time, I was like, okay, that's interesting enough. And then at the end of it, what he told me was that it's probably, if we just got off of a cruise ship, there's a lot of people that use creams and stuff like that they probably had like a lotion or something like that had something that tripped their dog as they handled the luggage, or somebody was handling the luggage and it was just something that the dog was sensitive to. But one of the things that was interesting is that when they got to my Kindle, he said he held this up and I said, that's a Kindle. And they said, could you turn it on? I'm like, sure. And I turned it on to verify that it was working. And as soon as it came up, he looked at it and nodded and said, so what's your line of work? He was already talking to me about the line of work and stuff like that. And one of the things that he said at that point, he says, so do you use the Kindle for work? And I said, this is actually the Kindle I use for work. Yeah. He said, so what all stuff do you have on there that's for work? I said, scripts. He said, okay, what are you working on right now? I said, Walking Dead. And he said, you have scripts for Walking Dead on there? I'm like, I do. And then he kind of smiles and he's like, I think we might need to confiscate this. I'm like, no, yeah. I said, he was joking, of course. And I said, you can if you want to. These things are practically disposable and they can be remote wiped. Yeah. And he's like, no, obviously I'm not going to, but he's like, you really have Walking Dead scripts on there? He's like, I watched that show. He's like, those are where the scripts are. I'm like, yeah. I was like, it's right here. He's like, I could learn what happens here. I'm like, you could, but I'm not going to show you. So,
but then I would have to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, tell that to a TSA person.
Yeah,
I could tell you, but then, that's not going to go over very well with a TSA person.
I came here to chew bubble gum and, the rest.
Smuggle drugs. Smuggle drugs to the TSA, and I'm out of bubble gum.
If you want to not feel safe about the TSA, I will tell you an experience that I had was. I took my I was going on a gig and I was using a small Zuka cart going through. And when I was first going to my destination, they wanted to check the cart because they saw something on the screen. Check the cart, didn't see it. I'm like, I didn't know what they were looking for. They let me go. I'm like, okay, cool. Coming back, it happens again. And they're looking through and they told me, oh, there's something that looks like a letter opener or something. I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't know. And they couldn't find it. When I finally got back home, I looked into like this tiny, small zipper compartment that's on there. I had realized I had left a Electrosonics cable cutter thing.
Oh.
It was like that square thing that has like different sizes that you cut. Mm-hmm. They let me through.
Yeah. Well, I know people that have never flown without carrying a knife on them. There are knives that do not get picked up by metal detectors, and you can fly with them, and they are not picked up by those. And if they do a scan or something like that, not detected. So let that make you feel nice and secure.
Yeah. Then when you go back through another, going back home, they start finding stuff they didn't find it the other time.
Or they'll tell you, like when we went to the UK and then we came back with English chocolate and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And they were like, yeah, can't bring this in. Oh, yes, we can. We do this quite often. Yes, you can bring this chocolate through. You're not going to take all my English chocolate. They're like, well, we don't see it on the what is it? Not the disclosure form. What's it called?
Declaration.
The declaration form. And I'm like, what do you call this? It says English chocolate. And they're just like, all right, fine. You could almost see that in their mind. They're just like, see if you can get this chocolate away from them. You know, you could just so see that, you know, like, you stay away from my chocolate. You're not going to stop it. So, and some of it, you know, with TSA people, they don't understand the rules of all the different airlines as they change. So there are some things that they're informed about. And so one airline might understand more in an airport that is bigger. They might not understand. They will understand more than the smaller airports will of a policy. And that might be why there's something is caught or not caught. So
Yeah,
there is
in
that.
some airports you go to, they don't make you take anything out, right? They just tell you to put your bag in there and away it goes. But other airports, you got to take everything out, separate your laptop or your iPad.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that's the kind of scanner though. That's because I think it's depending on the
okay.
scanner they use. There's some of them that they don't need you to open the bag at all to look into it.
Yeah,
like
I
that.
had to fly through DC for work right before COVID, and it was take out your snacks, dump out your water, take out your laptop, put that over there, put your shoes in that one. You have a jacket? Okay, we need to touch that one too. It was just, at that moment, I said, I never, ever want to fly again. This is the worst experience. I hate it.
Was that the you did a BSP in a hotel? Was that one?
No, I did. I think the last hotel BSP was 2018.
Huh.
I went to Arizona for a friend's wedding.
Ah.
I don't think I did one.
Because I remember you had gone someplace, and I remember you did a BSP from a hotel, and I was like, oh, look at this. You know, where is he? Because you didn't tell anybody. You know, you just did the BSP, and then it was done, and you were at a hotel, and we were like, oh, that's cool. Where is that?
Yeah, and I don't think I disclosed that I was leaving or that I was gone until I got back.
And that's the best way to do it, actually. That's the way that most of the time that when we travel, most of the time we don't tell people until we get back. And the reason why is because, you know, it's like you don't want people to know that you're gone if they know where you are. You know. It's a little more difficult if I do it now because I'll usually live stream from someplace. And so it's like, you know, here I am in the Great Smoky Mountain. I think I did a live stream from Dollywood. You know, I was at the hotel that we had gone out all day and we had done all of our stuff. And then my wife and daughters, you know, are retiring for the night. And I'm like, oh, let's do a live stream. And so I did a live stream from the hotel. So, yeah, good times.
And the other thing that saved me most of the time is having that clear pass thing. That you just basically, you know, scan your eyes or your fingerprint, and you show them your ID, and then you go through security really fast.
That's the pre-check.
You know, yeah, it's called clear. But yeah, you look at the other general line, man, it's like at least 300 people long, and you're looking at it. I was like, well, I got clear. So you go to that machine, you scan your eyes, and they look at you, go right through. And it's worth $100 a year. But, you know, I used it a lot before COVID because I was traveling a lot, but I still have it. So every now and then it comes.
Is it a lifetime thing? Or is it
it's
yearly?
Yearly.
But you still have it, even though you don't travel a lot.
Yeah, because I kept it because I know that when I go fly somewhere, or if I'm going to go visit, you know, some friends or family in the States, and coming back, it helps a lot. And you get a free companion with your membership, so my wife can be on it, you know, instantly. So it works really well. Fast.
Are you not in the U.S.?
Canada.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but I'm used to I was born in the U.S., but then I moved to Canada.
I see.
Yeah, so I go to the States a lot.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I miss flying. I enjoyed it.
I don't have any trips planned that where I fly. I actually went last year to visit Bandrew, and that was one of the few. I went a few places last year, and I did go out and visited Bandrew, and that was where I sabotaged him in that video that I didn't even realize.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Is that where you were looking for something? A transmitter or something? Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the live stream where I was testing the range on the BPTRX.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
But this I don't know if you saw that video, Adam. Did you see it?
I don't. I might have. It's been a while though.
So you know that it has the internal antenna, right?
Yes.
I was looking at this. Now I did the one thing you're not supposed to do. If you take a transmitter and you're looking at it, you're like, do I need the antenna on this transmitter? You would say, I'm going to take it. If you're a logical and reasonable sound person, you're going to say, yeah, I'm going to take it so that way the thing's complete. Me, I didn't, because I looked at it and says, no, I'm going to use it as a recorder. I don't need to take this little skinny thing that's this big. I don't need to take that with me. So I left that home, only for us to go out and do this hide and seek thing that he drove me way up far away. And it's like, okay, we're here to shoot this video. Oh crap, I don't have the antennas for this transmitter that we're here. We drove all the way out here to do this thing. And I'm trying to think about what we could do to get around this. And that's why we use the HDTX instead. And then of course the BPT TRX, has the antenna that has the microphone on the top and the headphones on the bottom. And so me, of course, thinking like every single listening device that you ever listen to, an IFB or the Zax, anything, Comtech, it always plugs in the top. So of course I plugged in the top, not thinking anything about it. And then Bandrew is like listening. He's like, unless I'm deaf, he's like, really self-conscious. And, he keeps saying, I don't know why I'm not hearing anything. I'm like, yeah, you should be. He's like, he's like listening really hard and can't figure it out, only to realize that after he'd been out there walking around for quite a bit, I was like, he keeps showing it to me and I keep saying, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And then all of a sudden you'll see it on camera. I'm like, oh, and then I take it out and I plug it into the bottom. And he's like, because that's when there was a realization. And then I had to bleep it out and then I cut shortly thereafter because he's just like,
I think I threatened you with death.
he had been sharpening this stick there with his knife, and he's like, he was just like, Alan,
I am going to kill you.
I just caveat, I've done that a few times when I was using it, and I made sure I tried to do as much as I can. Whenever I gave it to a client to use as an IFB, I had to tell them, remember, bottom, not top. And I still had to remind them when they were like, I can't hear anything. I walk up to them.
Yeah. See, I wish there was a way, like this is something that if I were to have been involved in the testing of it, I would have asked if there was a way to rotate or flip around the clip. So that way you could actually, if it was in IFB mode, it would automatically flip upside down screen wise, because it's still the same up, down, left, right, whatever. But that way the headphone was on the top at that point. The headphone jack was on the top. I would actually say, can we do it where the clip switch it, rotates around? So you just like pull it out, rotate around, or you unscrew it. You unscrew the clip a little bit, you loosen it, you twist it around, and then you screw it back. That way, if you were going to use it as that would be one of those things that if I was a product tester, I would have asked if that could be a feature.
Or do what a lot of things do, which is actually use the TRRS and make it be out of one port, a microphone and then two headphone out, or vice versa.
Have it both be, if you're using it in that mode, have it be where you plug into any of those TRS inputs. It would be that way. Yeah, that would make sense too. So, but I would actually probably default to the flipper and the screen thing. And now that you mentioned that would be another really good solution. Who can run faster? What kind of a question is that?
Because I threatened you with death.
Oh,
yeah.
I would tell you this though. I wouldn't be if he threatened me with death. I wouldn't be concerned because he's too scared. He would be too scared to actually stab or attack with it.
To respond to this is my boomstick. I do have a chainsaw arm in my garage right now.
That's amazing.
Because I used to cosplay as Ash.
Okay.
Your live stream looks really sharp tonight, Bandrew. You're not using your C920, I guess, or are you?
No, this is the Canon 90D.
Yeah, because the last live stream we did, what was it that you were doing? You were on the Wi-Fi. You were on Wi-Fi, I think, was it?
Oh,
and you
yeah.
used the C920, so it looked. Sometimes he would pause on the screen. He would be frozen for. Oh, you just switched. That's the C920.
Well,
I just turned it on. There's a huge difference.
mm-hmm.
You mean it looks
Slightly.
great, right?
On
Same
you?
quality as me.
Are you using the C920 over there?
No, I'm using a default webcam on my laptop.
I'm using the 2017 built-in iMac webcam.
Wow.
What are you using there, Richard, as a camera?
My main camera is the Sony A6400 with the Sigma lens on it, but I also have a Brio camera in the back that shows behind the scenes view. But I used to use the camera on the laptop. Yeah, that said, you know what? I'm on this thing all day long. At least got to look good, and then that evolved to the microphone, and then everything evolved into this.
I usually use the Sony ZV-1 right there. That's what I'm using currently.
Yeah.
So I usually leave it right where it is, just like I did in my my studio tour video.
Yeah, I have a
'Cause it-
ZV-10.
Oh, the
I used
new,
for going-
the-
yeah,
yeah.
the new one, yeah.
I like the ZV-1 works great right there. I would love to buy a couple more. I have plans later this year if I can get it. I want to have I want to have a guest, and I want to be able to have a wide shot and 2 tighter shots at the same time and have it switched. And if I can make that work, then I think it'd be really cool. To be able to do a switch with that, and I would love to be able to have a couple more ZV-1s. I just cannot see myself actually spending the money for that. So I will probably buy 2 more of the Lumix SV80s, and they're like $350 now, 300 something like that. They're very dirt cheap, and it at least works. Especially because I now know how to. If you light it properly, it's going to work.
Yeah.
Unless I do something a little bit different. I don't know. I got to figure it out.
And you
If the
probably
live
don't need a
stream even
capture
works
card.
out. Huh?
And you probably don't need a capture card. You can go straight USB.
Oh, I'm using this. I'll be using the same thing I'm using right now, which is the Live Pro L1. So, you can very easily do different. Like there's, different picture-in-picture modes and stuff like that you can use. I now have the box over my face now that I got to figure out how to remove.
That's a massive improvement.
Hey, at least you're not a cat.
There it is.
I love that video so much.
It's so good. I am not a cat.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
It's the judge that called into court on a Zoom call.
Oh, that
and
one.
he's a cat.
That one because he used the filter. That we talked about that one a couple weeks ago,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
He was on to tell the truth, that lawyer.
That is funny. Oh, beautiful. I love the cropping. You did the same thing during the Epic live stream.
Did
Terrible.
I?
God
I would
awful.
never.
The cropping is god awful, but it was hilarious.
I used to do that, with my, with the camera, just putting some cool scene in the background.
Yeah, Colin, we're still here.
At least they're getting better with it.
Yeah,
Do you really own that piano?
Yeah, this was my great grandfather's John Steinway, not to be confused with John Steinbeck. Yeah.
I believe it. I love the cropping so much. It's just great. Your body went away. When you laid down, did you see that? Your body went away.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah, I should align it with that couch over there.
Wow. That's amazing. Oh, that's awesome. It was cropping in the microphone. When you go up a little bit higher, it shows just a little bit of the microphone. Go behind the mic. There you go. There you go. Eldest doesn't buy it.
Sucks to suck, bro. Okay, that's enough of this. I'm gonna turn this off. This is ridiculous.
You got to get you a proper green screen.
Wait a second.
Oh. I have a one of those fold out things. It's like it's green on one side. It's he's gonna actually set it up.
Oh my god.
Asking ye shall receive, I guess.
Okay.
And you're probably not wrong there, Ping Pong.
Don't damage your focus right.
This is why you all stayed here to watch this, 5 hours in.
Don't film me. This is embarrassing.
That's why we're shooting this. That's why we're doing this. This reminds me of like school. Remember when they would pull out the projector?
Yeah. They make you go get it, go to the library and grab it and bring it down to the room.
It's not even in the right.
It's totally off. There you go.
That thing is about to fall. This is a very precarious situation, and it's so late. I'm probably gonna get some kind of complaint because I'm banging green screens all over the place.
Cheryl doesn't still live under you though, does she?
No.
If you've watched Adam's out of focus, Cheryl is this lady that lives underneath. Didn't she live right underneath you, Andrew?
Yes.
Yeah, and that was the name he gave her because she was. I'll let him tell the story, but he always talked about it about her on his. He didn't even use it. Andrew.
Oh.
You quite literally set it up there, and he set it up and didn't even use it. What's up?
Yeah,
with that?
well, you know what? I would need to move my box of Doom, and it's just too late to.
I see.
There's not enough room.
Box of Doom.
Yeah. No, this is the Elgato stream screen. I don't know. Elgato has it is kind of like a projector, but it's a Elgato product.
I have the I was telling him I have the oval shape. It folds upon itself a couple of times. It's one of the big loop things that you fold in upon itself into this disc like this, and it's blue on one side and green on the other. And then I have another one that's white on one side, black on the other. I've used it. That's actually what I used when I did the interview, when I did the studio tour, and I did the video with myself, where I did a collaboration with myself at the very beginning of it. And you saw me like 3 months earlier or 2 months earlier, whatever it was. That was what I used. That you see it as soon as I say, "Let's see what was shot." You see me go out and reveal the green screen that I was on. That's what I used for that behind the scenes. Adam, why are you out of focus?
don't know. I'm trying to.
I don't think he's out of focus. I think it's just the connection, the resolution.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I also turned down to 480p. Let's go to 720.
Do you guys want to see my behind the scenes?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'll go full screen on this. Oh, you got your bokeh happening.
Let's see here. Why is it bokeh?
Are you using the filter or something like that if it doesn't detect your face?
I didn't set that on.
Wow,
Let's
look at
see.
those screens though, man.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Wow. I mean, it's blurry, but it's still awesome because I can.
Yeah, why is it doing that? Let me try something here.
There you go.
There you go.
Much better.
It's still out
Yeah,
of
but
focus
still-
a bit. Yeah. It's focused
Oh,
on
there we
you,
go.
and it's around you. It's still. There's like a selective focus thing that's happening, and you just need to turn that off because it's focused on the monitor partially, like right around your head. You're
You know,
sharp.
I'm running Ventura, and somehow it enabled the video effects off of it. So I'm trying to turn that off.
Are those the new Rode headphones?
Yes. The NTH, I think 100. It's
Yeah,
really
100.
good.
I noticed the blue cable on it earlier, and I was assuming the same thing.
Let me go back here. It's weird. I never experienced that before. Yeah, that never triggered before. Interesting.
Andrew just killed his lights. See him clicking around over there.
I don't like that feature.
I only have one light, and if I kill it, the whole thing goes dark. You can
Wow.
very faintly see me. I should turn on my my lantern.
There you go.
Let's do this.
Hey, we were talking about movies getting darker.
Yeah, it's gonna look fine.
With YouTube videos as well. It's all getting darker.
But it doesn't get grainy.
I just say all the lights on, bright.
Yeah, the one key light.
Oh, that's way too bright.
I can't actually control the intensity of these lights.
I'm not really a live streamer, so I don't really have all the stuff.
To answer your question, just one during the stream, eldest. And Bandrew did one too.
Yeah, and I've had 1.5 of these and then 16 ounces of water with a Zip Fizz. 64 ounces of water. And this.
Drinking his Red Bull. Gotta
And
keep yourself going.
I'm fading fast.
Well, the questions are pretty much stopping, except up. Bandrew sounds dead.
Let's bring this one in.
Which mic is that? Lewitt?
This is the Lewitt
Is
440.
that 440? Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, I like this one. This is my second favorite. Sounds good.
Now, Richard, you have a channel, and you said you privated a bunch of your microphone tests and stuff like that. Why did you do that?
Well, I don't know, because what I wanted to do was have a channel, focused on like the back end of streaming, for security and content filtering, for your kids. So I didn't want to get out of focus on that, But what I was thinking about doing is opening up another channel and just have that as my tests. So, it's interesting because sometimes I put them on public, and I'll be amazed, how much people go to it and give me good comments on it and learn stuff. Because there are people out there like us that are searching for certain tuning or anything helpful to help, right? So
Yeah.
But yeah, I have quite a few. But maybe for me it's boring, but for other people it'll be interesting.
It's really amazing. Some of the videos that I think are really boring will take off, and some of the ones that I think are really, really fascinating and should really do well bomb. And I'm like, it's so unpredictable, you can't really tell. YouTube is a very weird thing, weird place.
That was something that, because I am so into watches, I watch this channel that used to be called Bark and Jack. He changed his channel name to Adrian Barker, but he was talking about how he had spent weeks working on this video, flown to Switzerland, to go get hands-on with this watch, and he was still editing it. But then there was an announcement for some cheap watch. He spent 15 minutes filming and editing and dumping it on his channel. It ended up getting 300,000 views, and the video he spent weeks working on got 30,000.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. So a lot of people will rush through a video to get it out there, be one of the first ones. Also, if something's a big time item, big ticket item,
see,
I
don't think that has much value anymore. When a few people had it, sure. But now it's 30 people get every single device, and they all have NDAs, and they have the exact same release time, and everybody puts it out at the exact same time. It gets very annoying seeing 500 reviews of camera X or phone Y or interface or microphone XYZ. And I think when you have that kind of release schedule, it's not necessarily beneficial because nobody's going to be first. Now you're just competing with 30 people with the exact same video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's also really interesting what you were talking in the BSP today about competition, about other people that are watching, and how it's gotten a lot more competitive because there's a lot more people doing what you originally started doing 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's a lot of people doing it.
Yeah. There wasn't any kind of proof of concept, really, for a channel that just covered microphones because it's such a stupid idea. But then people see it and say, yeah, I could do that.
Yeah. What is that sound we're hearing?
I think somebody's revving an engine or starting a jet outside my window.
Either that or my AC just kicked on.
No, I think it's
Yeah.
It sounds like
it's a
Does
jet.
that happen? Does that happen a lot?
It didn't used to, but it seems like people realized, oh, there's an area here we can just turn on jet engines or rev our race cars
In the middle of the night.
in the middle of the night right across the street from Bandrew. That seems like a great place to do it.
I started talking about Cheryl, and then I said, actually, Bandrew could tell the story about Cheryl much better because you've told the story on the BSP. So it's definitely worthy of a recap here, if you don't mind.
I don't feel like it.
All right. All right. Cheryl. One of those great Bandrew stories, though.
I went back. I sorted my videos by oldest to newest on the Bandrew Says podcast channel. I was looking for the hotel footage, and it was episode 140, I think. And that was the last time I filmed. It was 3 or 4 years ago, yeah. but that was the last hotel footage that I can remember. But when I sorted that, I saw one of the earliest videos was a clip. Somebody pooped on my car. And it had the thumbnail with the picture.
Benji should review the laser mic systems that they use for surveillance.
I've never looked into those.
I don't know what a laser mic like that would be. Very much like almost like a parabolic, it sounds like, but
Yeah.
not with the parabolic.
Oh, that is so obnoxious.
I don't understand. I don't know this story.
The poop car story?
Yeah.
Oh, this is a good one. I'll share this one. So I went out to work one morning. I went out to my car to drive to work. And as I was walking up, the car next to me was gone, and I saw the passenger side. And I saw something funny on it. Let me go ahead and let me find you this video, and you can just pull up the thumbnail. And it was just brown streaming down the passenger door. And then I was like, what is that? Like, did a raccoon like shoot diarrhea all over my door? And then I got a little bit closer to look. I wasn't like face in and like, huh? But then I noticed, because my car was a little dusty, you could see the ass print. Somebody had sat their ass against my passenger door and diarrheaed all over it. So I freak out. I say, oh my God, I'm running around in circles. Oh my God, the end is near. I'm going to get hepatitis. This is how I'm going to go. And I drive straight to the car wash. Go through it once. I check, still a little bit there. Go through twice, still a little bit there. So I have to get some paper towels and just go up and scrape off the remaining bit of some stranger's diarrhea off of my car door.
Jeez.
That's awesome. How long ago was that?
That must have been 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
Wow.
Let me sort oldest to newest.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I didn't realize Banjo lived in San Francisco.
No, see, where I live, we're way ahead of the curve. This was a long time ago.
Did that happen in your own home or in a public space?
My own home.
Even better. That's still a jet out there. That's awesome.
It's infuriating.
Does that happen a lot, actually?
Not this. No, this is new.
This is a special Labor Day treat.
We're having a new experience together. YouTube thumbnail download. Paste, get thumbnails. Can I just copy image address? And I will send this to you in that. And if you want, you can pull that image up.
Oh, that's nice.
And I imagine you could share that.
Yeah, let me
It was really caked on there.
Wow.
let me see how I can do this. There we go.
Good golly, that is just the worst sound ever.
Okay, I have figured out how we can do this. Share. There we go. Here we go. And that's the picture.
Yeah. You can see the little pile at the bottom of the door. I didn't see it initially, but you can see the ass print somebody pressed their ass right up against it. Like, I'm sure it's one thing to clean crap off your child, but some random stranger's diarrhea off of your door, that's just, it's degrading. It's degrading. Come on. I don't want to do that.
That's awesome. I love this smile on your face, too. What a thumbnail. This was a thumbnail to the BSP, was it?
This was a clip. So if you go back, it's one of the first 15 videos on the channel.
Oh, that's great.
I just love how this live stream went from very educational
to Andrew, people taking a diarrhea on Andrew's car. The later the stream goes, the more cursed it gets.
Why do you think the lights came down? This is after dark. Sound speed's after dark.
Yeah, we should, we could definitely do that.
Is someone drawing V's on our foreheads?
I've never seen V. Is it worth watching?
I was talking about Rocky Horror, the lipstick.
Oh, okay.
Thing.
I've still never seen that.
You've never seen that?
I know.
Ooh.
I know.
Someone needs to take you out to.
I know something's turning in your head. I know, Alan. I got it. I already understand.
If you're, I want in on this. Because I did it for 5 years.
You did what?
Didn't Alan?
You were part of a cast?
I was part of a shadow cast for 5 years.
What cast were you part of?
I was in a few casts here in Phoenix. The first one was Come As You Are, Midnight Madness, and then the last one I did was Broadway Bound and Gagged.
Huh.
Yeah.
There's a cast here in Atlanta called Lips Down on Dixie. As a matter of fact, last night they did the Dragon Con show.
Ooh.
I was part of that cast for exactly 100 shows.
Wow.
And I was the head of security, and I led audience participation. And that's what I did. So it was pretty fun. It was screen accurate performances. Oh, it sounds like he muted himself. But yeah, it was screen accurate performances of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And I'll tell you an interesting story. One of the things that we did is we took the screen accuracy from just doing your best to we decided to really start heavy hitting the screen accuracy. And one of the things that we said was, you should know this movie so well that if the power were to go out, you'd be able to continue. One night it did. We had gotten to the point where we were at the very end of the song, There's a Light. And the power actually did go out in the movie theater. And one of the things that the criminologist, played by Aaron Siegel, sound mixer, that night, he was one of the people that we had said, that was championing the idea of knowing the movie front and back, so that way you could perform it. Well, it was like I said, the very end of it. Well, the next person that came up was the criminologist. And so as soon as the power went out, I yelled out the AP which was like a 10-second jump, which was the next, the line that triggered the next section of the movie, which was the criminologist. We had battery powered lights on. So I started yelling it out there and was like telling the other AP leaders, go, amp this up, keep this going. Aaron took the initiative. He stood up, he continued. And as soon as he started doing the lines, I'm starting to say, to tell everyone, you do it, keep this going, keep this going. This is what we train for. This is what we practice for. Keep this going, keep this going. And we actually did the rest of the entire movie without any accompaniment that night. And actually about after 5 minutes or so, I went and talked to the production, the projectionist that was there that night. And I said, I want you to kill the projector, turn it off, power it down. So that way, if the power comes back on, it doesn't continue. I don't want this to come back on. I want us to continue the show like this. And they're just like, really? I'm like, yes, we're going to continue the show from here on out to show that we can do it. And after that, you want to talk about a morale boost to the cast, because we actually finished the entire show that night. And somewhere I still have the videotape from that. I need to find it. Because I actually have the video of where the power went out, and you'll see all this happen. And if I can find that video footage, I'll send it to you. Because it was quite amazing when that happened that night. And that was LDOD.
I would love to see that.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun.
We're learning some interesting stuff about each other.
Yeah. I'll actually see if I can find a picture of me back when I was on the cast, because we have a whole bunch of pictures someplace.
I met my girlfriend through Rocky Horror.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fun movie to see.
Let me see.
Sai says, in a public high school, after a comeback like that, it is a law of physics that someone then yells out, "He won't hit him!" I don't get the reference, but I'm assuming that's a Rocky Horror.
No.
Won't hit him. I don't remember that.
No, it's not.
Oh, funny story. I tried to throw in a sound joke in Rocky Horror, sound callback. I don't know if you remember this moment, but when right in the beginning of the movie, when Brad and Janet come out of the church, there's a moment where the boom slips in the shot, and I yell every time, "Boom's in the shot."
Huh.
Whenever it comes in, I yell in the theater. Whenever I've gone or seen it, I always yell "Boom in the shot."
Interesting. Badger, do you still own the car?
Yes.
You still make health declarations when selling.
I still own it. Still own it and drive it, and it's paid off in full. And I will likely never own another car because, frankly, I can't afford one. Hearing what people's monthly car payments are, yikes.
Yeah, that's my car is fully paid for too. So it's there's a lot that can be said for that.
And you can't even find any used cars. They're selling them like crazy.
Yeah.
I was lucky. I got, because of an accident, I had to get a new car this year, and I luckily got a 2022 Buick Encore at like a really, like, we're talking about $27K in May of 2022.
Wow.
Which was crazy. Listed was 22K before all the add-ons they do.
Jeez.
Wow.
That's so much money.
Well, comparatively,
That's good though. That's good in today's market.
Yes.
To be clear. I'm just thinking, oh wow, dollar's not worth much anymore, is it?
I was
Not
going to
as
say,
much as it used to be.
Yeah.
Sadly. I found some pictures, but none of them that are really good to show. Wife just totaled our paid off car last week. Oh, that's awesome. Oh boy, none of the chats have been coming through because YouTube has broken my computer. What a joy. I thought random fights in secondary education was a universal experience. Apparently not.
No, not random fights. I didn't get in fights, but I did punch 2 kids in the face. In 7th grade, it's because I had a bully, and he kept stealing my stuff, so I just punched him in the face, and then he cried into class, and he never stole my stuff again. Then I think the next year, somebody wouldn't stop making fun of me or my family, so I punched them in the face, and they just left me alone. So I think everybody just thought I was a crazy person after that. Not far off.
So violent.
No, just don't pick on somebody for 3 years straight.
I think that's how long I've been cyberbullying you, though. At least.
Oh, I have a much thicker skin now. And I can just turn off the computer.
There is that.
It's there when you come back on.
It is.
It is.
Yep,
But
it
then
totally-
I just bask in the bathtub full of YouTube cash. Oh, $1 million a month paychecks. Oh gosh. The lumbar support, it's incredible.
Oh man.
Let's see. Moral of the story: violence is the solution. Thanks. Just start sending you snail mail.
I have snail mail. I have a snail mail.
You probably have multiples. You probably have multiples because of you probably have multiple PO boxes that people that you have different bills going to, so they never know where you are. What?
Yeah,
Sounds like
I
he has
do.
a Scrooge McDuck vault.
So much so that the vault is full, and now it's in my bathtub. One bathroom is to store the microphones. The other is to store the cash that I swim in because I'm so rich.
You are until you have to pay
Make
the
a green
taxes.
screen out of it.
I'm just so rich I can't even afford a home. Spoken like a true millionaire.
Like a green screen.
Yeah, I cannot seem to find any decent pictures from that era. Maybe it's because I'm searching for the acronym and not the full cast name. That's interesting.
I plead the fifth up until dawn. I plead the fifth. Oh wait, that's not a right anymore in our state. I mean your state. Whoops, I've said too much.
Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't.
Eldest had to go and dox me. Eldest just doxed me.
Yeah, he's good that way.
Okay, big ticket item, big ticket question for everybody here.
Okay.
If the moon were made out of ribs, would you eat it? 'Cause I know I would.
If the moon were made out of ribs?
Yeah,
I mean, like a McRib.
sure.
If it was made out of a McRib, no. Absolutely not. But if it was made out of, if it was, I actually had ribs yesterday. They were really good. If the moon was made out of those kinds of ribs, then yeah. Totally.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I missed Nashville. I got some good ribs over there.
Okay.
Oh, there's a place called the Santa Fe Cattle Company that if I were to want to take a road trip and go and have some ribs. Okay, my grandmother, one of my grandmothers died years ago. And my grandfather and I went to Alabama where her parents were buried to spread her ashes. And we went to the hotel, checked in, and then we asked this really weird looking, just young kid behind the counter, and we said, "What's a good place to eat around here?" And the guy said, "Do you like meat?" And we said, "Yeah." He says, "Santa Fe Cattle Company, hands down." And we're just like, "Oh, okay, thanks." And we leave and we drive all over the place. Like, can we take this guy's suggestion? We don't even know where that place is. He said it wasn't far, but we're like, do we want to take this guy's suggestion? It's probably like a fast food, whatever, the equivalent of that in this small podunk town. Kind of didn't, pay it any attention. And after about half an hour of driving around, we saw the sign. We were headed back toward the hotel and just thinking we're just going to find someplace close. And we saw the sign for Santa Fe Cattle Company. We're like, you know what? We should try this place.
Saw the sign. It
And
opened up their eyes. They saw the sign.
Yep. And so we saw it and we said, you know what? Why don't we try it? So we went there, and I tell you, it was like $16.99. The plate was monster size. It had ribs, it had steak, it had sausage. It was like a steak. It was called like the cowboy dinner or something like that. Mm-hmm. And they started with like this big basket full of like buttery rolls, and we're just like looking at this thing, and then they come out with a big monster size Caesar salad. Then they come out with a plate of meat. Then they come out with, and we're just like looking at this like more food. And at the very end, we're like, all this for $16.99, and they're like, yeah. They just, it was a matter of fact, they were confused, and we're just like, we're looking at each other, continuing to laugh because it was so much food. It was amazing, and the food quality was awesome. And I tell you, it's one of those things where, if you ever find yourself near a Santa Fe Cattle Company restaurant, it is truly awesome, and it's something that's like nothing you've ever seen and experienced before. Let me see if I can find that meal, because it was like a the cowboy combo is now $23.99, but it's right here. Oops. And the world window is this. Let me see if I can share this window, because this place is just awesome. Okay, there it is. And you can see the signature sausage, hickory grilled marinated chicken breast. That was what it was. And a portion of fall off the bone, all based in a zesty. Chipotle glaze, your choice of homemade side and salad. And I tell you, this was so good.
Wow. Making me hungry.
I tell you, this food was so good. The cowboy combo was amazing. And the steak, I mean, see, all these prices are dirt cheap, and they were really good. So, highly endorsed.
Okay, I got a few places.
They would be very sleepy. They would look like this after eating ribs from the moon. Mm. Did nobody get that reference from SNL?
No.
It was Will Ferrell as, is it like the Chicago Cubs announcer?
Right.
And he's talking to Jeff Goldblum. If the moon were made out of ribs, would you eat them?
Nope.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite noise or something? It's bonkers.
I have no idea.
I have to find that one.
Adam, was there any topics you wanted to talk about?
My goodness, we kind of went through
everything.
Yeah.
We should have it like a part 2.
Right?
How about you, Richard? Is there anything on your list? Yeah, part 2. We've only been here for 6 hours. What have we not talked about?
Yeah, I think we covered pretty much the questions I had.
Yeah.
We'll keep the listeners listening. We can, part 2 it. There's a lot more.
What are you clicking about over there, Bandrew?
I was just responding in the text chat. Somebody said, sorry, I hate SNL nowadays. But the bit contained Will Ferrell, so it was the early 2000s.
Ah. Harry Carey?
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
right.
How to make a mobile streaming podcast setup. Is this for your next video?
I
Something
think that depends on what you're connecting it to. Do you have a laptop? Do you have an iPad? Do you have a phone? I think does the MV7, does that have an iOS app?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's called Motif or something.
Oh, that's right. It has the Motive app. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd probably do something like that. Pretty simple. Or the Rode NT USB, I think. I heard a good podcast from Patrick Tomaso, or Patrick Tomato, where he connected.
right.
Yeah, that's the one. He connected that to the iPad and just recorded in GarageBand and got a really nice result.
Actually, I should turn that on. I haven't used that thing in a while.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, there's a lot of gear I'm sure I forgot about. There was 2 microphones that were given back to me that I don't even remember when I loaned them out. They were just handed to me about a month ago from when we finished the show that I just got through doing. And he was like, "Oh yeah, here you go." And he apparently just was going through the trailer. I'm like, "I don't remember giving you I don't remember loaning you these." And he's like, "Well, they have your name on them, so they're yours." I'm like, "Oh yeah, they're definitely mine. I don't remember giving them to you though." So let's see. It says Harry Carey is all fun games and butterfly tears until you have to live a few blocks from Wrigley for a couple years. I am trying to find a keyboard mounting system for the cart. Any favorites?
I'm still figuring that out myself.
There's I've seen a lot of them. I just don't know what they are because I'm not a mixer, so I've never paid that much attention to the different versions of it. To answer this question, though, I have no experience with either one of those. How about you, Bandrew or Richard?
Yeah. I haven't tried the Elgato Wave, but the Rode NTB.
Yes. Go watch my review of the Elgato Wave 3.
And you'll see it compared to the Rode NT USB?
NT USB Mini.
Oh.
Oh, wait. He asked Rode NT USB. Hang on.
But if the Elgato Wave 3 has a comparison to the Rode NT USB, then it's the same exact thing. It's just out of sequence. It's still a comparison.
I don't... no. Is the answer. It's the updated answer.
There's the most recent updated answer. From 1996 to now, I've been on the late shift. Did not care a lot for the late shows from 94 to now much.
The one late show that worked for me really well was Conan. I really enjoyed Conan. I'll still go back. The best bits from Conan are the Jordan Schlansky bits, where he brings on his associate producer and just... I don't even know how to describe it. It's different from trolling. But Jordan Schlansky is the most interesting character to ever be on late night TV. So Conan O'Brien, Jordan Schlansky, look those up. Those are outstanding.
I used to enjoy watching headlines on Jay Leno. Jay Leno used to have this segment called Headlines, which was just like really funny newspaper clippings that he would get sent from all over the country. They were the just poorly worded headlines, poorly worded articles. They were couples that got married and they were just really wrong last name combinations, that kind of thing, and just really, really funny. Because they would end up being, and he would always put them on little cards and he'd hand them out, and she'd show them. Let's see. And then you posted that, so I guess that's the name.
Yeah. Also, Conan does old time baseball as an outstanding bit. There's a league that does 1800s baseball, and he goes and plays with them. There's some really absurd stuff.
I don't think I've ever seen Jordan Schlansky. It doesn't ring any bells. I don't really watch a lot of late shows, though. I don't watch a whole lot of TV at all.
Yeah, he's not a household name. He was just a producer on Conan's show, and he was such an interesting character that they liked messing with him.
Huh.
He's the kind of guy who would learn too much about every single topic. Oh, now when you're brewing coffee, you don't want to use this type of machine. You want to use this because it extracts the precise amount of acidity. And that is why we spent $700 on this machine instead of the Mr. Coffee. And they just mess with him. And they take his espresso machine away and give him a Mr. Coffee that has blood on it.
But wait a minute, is that the name of the character of the show, Jordan Schlansky, or is that the what is that exactly? Is that the show?
That's the guy they're messing with. It's on Conan O'Brien. So Conan O'Brien is the host, and he's messing with his producer named Jordan Schlansky.
Oh, wait a minute. Was that he was a very, very proper.
Yes.
Okay, I remember seeing like one clip of that at some point. Now I just didn't remember the name of it, but now that you mention it, let me see.
Very proper, and he will speak very concisely. Now, Alan, I want you to understand what you are doing is vulgar. I do not understand your desire and need to present such vulgar displays. I find that offensive. You should be a proper gentleman.
I do not remember that clip.
I do not remember that either.
What are all those characters on the back behind you, Adam?
All the pops.
Yeah.
Talking about. So, there's probably a bunch of things between my girlfriend and I's pops. So, let's see. There's a bunch of Firefly ones here. From a World of Warcraft up there.
Wow.
Yeah, just a bunch of different ones.
Bandrew, don't you have one that one of your viewers, one of your fans sent you?
Like a leaf on the wind. Hang on.
Wow.
And
nice.
Oh wait, we could
What are you holding there?
Microphone
There's a coffee.
and coffee.
Microphone and coffee. That is awesome.
I like that's the diagonal in it.
The diagonal?
Rather than being like
Square
flat,
on.
Oh,
square
yeah.
on. It's
Oh, he's
an
standing
angle.
he's standing looking at the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can actually order those custom?
Well, that's horrifying. Let me just. Yikes. Let's zoom out of that. Have some good nightmares. Whew. I don't think you can order them online. This person had to go into their local Funko Pop store to build that.
Oh, they have like a Build-A-Bear version of it, I guess.
Yeah, up in their state,
Huh.
they have one.
I was just there 3 days ago. Oh, in that case, then I know where it is. If Ping Pong's saying it. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, this is a pretty fun one. I also, hang on, let me... Oh, God, I have to turn up the light. If I zoom in... No, that's not going to work. Wait, maybe. Right there.
Yeah. The two little ones up there above the word free.
Yeah. Mulder and Scully.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what that is.
X-Files.
And then CSM, the cigarette smoking man. From the X-Files.
Did your sound speeds button ever start working again? No.
No.
That is so
I replaced the batteries and everything.
Try pressing it really hard. Oh,
No.
that's unfortunate.
That's what he thinks about you.
Yeah.
Is it supposed to be really hot?
Is
Oh,
it
okay.
really?
It was on I was like, did I just punch it and are the batteries about to explode? No, it was on something that was warm, so that makes sense. Nothing to be concerned with. You can breathe easily.
It's funny because I actually have a sound mixer. Aaron Siegel has he actually has a button that he gave me, a button that he says, here, just program this to whatever you want it to say and be. And I made 3 different messages. And what I will do is I will take those 3 messages and I will put them in order that I want them to appear in. And I will have them ready to play for a director. And I'm looking for the video right now. And if I can find it, there it is. I will see if I can add this in. Okay. I'll see if I can share this real quick and I will show this video. Because this video is actually, it's pretty fun. It has 3 different messages in it. And let's see, share screen. There we go. Hopefully you'll be able to hear this. All right, you see this?
Got it.
All right, hopefully we'll see if you can hear this. Could you hear that?
No.
You couldn't hear that background noise?
No.
Nope.
Oh man. Okay. Well, it's not gonna go through. I want to see if there's a way for me to upload this thing real quick to the StreamYard, because they can take. I can add clips, and I'll see if I can add this real quick to share. That would be totally worth it.
How are we still streaming?
Yeah, we'll probably call it at about the 6-hour mark, which is in about 3.5 minutes. Because the conversations in chat and stuff has died. All right, here we go. Uploaded the video. So now I can play this. Okay. Here we go. This is the multi-touch buttons.
Can we just paint out the boom? Can we shoot the wide and tight separately? If you shoot the rehearsal, it's not a rehearsal.
There you go. Your lives have been enriched.
I need that.
So what I'll do is I'll be talking. I'll know what I'm going to be. I will go over to a director and start talking to them about what we need with this in my mind. And if if I want to ask that question, the question that I know it's going to go toward, I will ask them leading questions to take them in the direction I want them to go in. And then at the right time, I will hold the button up. And then they'll look at me and and then they'll push the button and it'll be like, can we shoot the wide and tight separately? And then they'll be like, no, we really can't. I just need to be able to go. We just need to be able to go. And then I'll just look at them and nod again. And can we just paint out the boom? No, we can't do that. We have to, and so that kind of thing. So I'll just have it in order. It's really funny. What is this? Oh yeah, Bandrew is lurking in the shadows. I'm still here, even though I should be asleep hours ago. You're not the only one, Matthew.
Same.
That's Made in the Shadows. And then Death of a Streamed Soundspeeds VC. Well, it's funny. My live streams usually go for a really long time. It's funny if you watch the epic live stream. Actually, what is the video? It was the HC15 HC22 video, and I talk in one point. I talk about how Curtis tells us to change that he wants to change the microphones. And then I show another clip from the end of it when I talked about and I identified the microphone. But that was like 15 hours later. And you see me go from alert mode to completely brain dead in the two little clips. It's really, really funny. So, but yeah, that's the nature of a Soundspeeds live stream. They just go on and on and on. Now they just don't seem to end. So, and I don't know if there's a lot of people that will watch them live, and I don't know if people go back and rewatch them. I need to actually look through some of the live, the longer ones, and see if people put it on during their day shift or something like that. Because I remember people will join the epic live stream and just stay on it all day. And I'm like, what are you doing for 18 hours? I'm going to be on the Soundspeeds live stream. That's what I'm going to be doing, is watching the epic live stream. Mm-hmm. I guess I'll end real quick since we're just now about to hit the 6-hour mark here. I'll end by saying that if anyone is watching this still and has any desire for a Soundspeeds cable, I did make some. I posted about this. I have some 8-footers and some 10-footers left. And so if you have any desire for any of those, you can email me at the email address down below, alan at soundspeeds.us, and I will gladly talk to you about that. Ian Craig just now waking up, and we're just about to call it best line of the night. Yeah, you can see the butt print on the door.
That's what the stream should be called. That's
what the thumbnail should be. Bandrew would be like, you can see the butt print on the door. Okay.
Ooh.
Well, thank you everyone for showing up tonight. We'll end the stream here in a second. And then of course we'll go back to the waiting room, guys. But thank you everybody for joining tonight. I appreciate every single person for coming in and staying very long, very, very long. Colin bailed out a long time ago, as I'm sure you saw, as did Curtis, who was not part of the lineup in the thumbnail, nor was Bandrew, but it was great. Yes, Bandrew.
Does Richard or Adam have any website where we can find content that they produce?
I was going there, but yes, that's fine. We'll go ahead and let you say that. There you go. Richard.
Yes, you can go to Richard Sarkisian at YouTube. You'll find me there.
If you know how to spell that, go for it. So I tell you what, why don't you put that in chat, please?
I'll put that in chat.
So that will you can, because I'm sure that people are like
SARKISSAN?
IAN.
AN.
Very, very good though.
I'm not on YouTube or anything. I'm on Instagram, Ash Sound LLC, or on Facebook, Ash Sound LLC. That is ASH Sound LLC.
There you go. So if you add that, Richard, to the chat, I'll put it up on the screen in case anybody wants to go to it. But there you go. So,
and then if you want to see Curtis Judd, you go to cudjudd.com.
Yep. Let's see. We'll have Banju first. Banju's channel. One of
let's
them.
make sure that cudjud.com doesn't go anywhere inappropriate. Do not go there yet. Okay.
You know what? If it doesn't right now, someone's going to register it and send it to some really bad website really quickly.
Currently, it does not have anything. Hang on, let's see.
Oh my god.
Okay. So this here is Richard's channel. If you have an interest, that is what you sent me, right, Richard?
Yep.
Okay. I was gonna say I didn't vet what this was. I'm assuming that you're not. I didn't click the link.
Yeah,
I should click it. It's like, I wait until the very, very end of the stream, and now it's gonna be it luckily goes to the right place. You'll be the very, very end is when when this whole live stream gets sabotaged. I'm like, Richard, why did you do that to me? So anyway,
Andrew, you need to buy that domain for Cudjud and just make like a parody like web page about Curtis.
Too late. I already just bought it.
You did?
Yeah.
He hoards domains though. You should just put the Cudjud.
Hang on.
Picture. Uh-oh. What's he doing? Now we have to stay here for another few minutes.
Oh boy.
Well, I don't know how long it's going to take for the forwarding to occur.
Yeah, it'll go through pretty quickly. Oh, look at this. Just
Forwarding
speaking to it. Why is the popularity of this Cudjud.com? Why is it so high all of a sudden? GoDaddy's like, you too could own this domain for, it's trending now. So for $300.
Well, it says it'll be the forwarding will occur within 48 hours, so.
It usually happens pretty
You can go to cudjud.com. CUDDJUDD.com. Not .us, not .net, not .org. The good, the great. Cudjud.com.
I'm just going to hit refresh all night on this now until it comes through. How bad is that? Because I'm looking at this. What do you have as the picture? Or did you put forwarding?
I did a forward.
Is it just a forwarded podcastage?
No. No, that would be self-indulgent and just rude.
Is it a forward to... I'm gonna have to
I don't want to talk about it.
I'm going to have to... Refresh.
I just hope you like parties and lemons.
Oh, no. Tell me you didn't.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you should forward it to MrRogers.com. That'd be great.
That would be too vulgar. I would never do that. But there you go. You can go to cudjud.com now.
And by the time this video is live and anyone actually watches it, it will probably be live.
Exactly.
So I can't wait to see what that is. That's going to be totally awesome. Well, thank you everybody again for joining. What is this? What is this second link you sent me, Richard?
Yeah, is that shorter version? Yes. Somehow I don't know why I pasted such a long link, but
okay. Well, there you go. I will post that one as well. That one's the more direct way, and that's the one that I'll add to the thumbnail. To see more of Richard and his content, visit. You got to put more stuff up there, Richard.
Yep. I'll start unhiding some stuff. Yeah, I'm going to be working on it.
Okay. Well, cool. I look forward to seeing it. Anyway, thanks everybody for coming out here and staying with us for as long as you did. Make sure you go to cudjud.com and check that out also. And thank you everybody for joining in and everything else. So, and Banjo for coming out to play, and Curtis as well, and Bob Gorelick, who his IMDb is located down in the description if you would like to check that out, so you can go see some of the amazing things that Bob has worked on. And anyway, we'll enjoy yourself, have a great Labor Day, and we will see you in yet another stream at some point in the future.